This disregard for statutory requirements erodes public confidence in the county's governance and threatens fiscal responsibility, which is central to devolved governance under the Constitution. Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, violated Section 135(1) and 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by authorizing the payment of 76 million Kenya shillings funds appropriated in the Kitui County Supplementary 2 Appropriation Act 2024 for drilling boreholes across the 40 wards to instead pay electricity bills for Kituasiko and Kimwasiko. This misapplication of funds was confirmed in the County Assembly report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection of boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023-2024. Kituasiko and Kimwasiko pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024. See Annex 4. Section 135(1) of the PFM Act 2012 requires any reallocation of funds from the approved budget to be authorized through a supplementary budget, while Section 135(2) mandates that such reallocations must be presented to and approved by the County Assembly within 2 months after the first withdrawal of the funds as required under Section 135(4) of the PFM Act 2012. In this case, no supplementary budget was presented seeking the Assembly's approval to reallocate funds initially appropriated for drilling boreholes to settle electricity bills. By authorizing this payment without following the statutory process, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo undermined the County Assembly's oversight role as enshrined in Article 185 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which vests the Assembly with legislative and budgetary authority. This act also violates the principles of transparency and accountability under Article 201 of the Constitution, which require that public funds be utilized for the purposes for which they were appropriated. This unauthorized expenditure further contravenes Section 149(1) of the PFM Act 2012, which holds the executive committee member responsible for ensuring effective financial management and adherence to the approved budget. By redirecting funds appropriated for critical water infrastructure projects and unrelated expenditures, the Cecm failed to prioritize and safeguard public resources, compromising service delivery and eroding public trust in the county's financial governance. Roman 3. Violation of Articles 10, 73 and 75 on the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Sections 8, 9, 10 and 11 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 and Sections 9, 11 and 12 of the Public systems and controls for revenue collection and management. While Section 158 emphasizes the need for periodic evaluations of revenue collection systems to ensure accountability and mitigate revenue losses, the Cecm's negligence in this regard demonstrates a failure of its statutory duty and a disregard for the principles of accountability and evisions mandated under these sections. Furthermore, Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which sets out principles of public finance, highlights the need for transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility in the management of public resources. By failing to address revenue collection inefficiencies, the Cecm undermined these constitutional principles and the public trust in the county's financial governance. Kitui County Assembly Standing Order number 185 compels the Cecm for Finance to provide a report.
181.
Yes, I've read 181.
No, read the document.
Kitui County Assembly Standing Order number 181 compels the Cecm for Finance to provide a report to the relevant committee of the County Assembly on the implementation status of the House resolution within 60 days. The Cecm has grossly violated this provision by failing to implement recommendations adopted by the Assembly in the aforementioned committee report. This lack of proper supervision and coordination of revenue collection mechanisms explains a violation of its duty to safeguard public funds, leading to financial mismanagement that compromises the delivery of services and the achievement of the county's development goals. Violation of Article 10 and 201 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 108 of the County Government Act 2012, and Sections 117 and 126 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Honorable Chair, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, violated Section 108 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Sections 117 and 126 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by misleading the county government into operating within statutory budget documents that were not aligned with the 5-year County Integrated Development Plan for the period 2023-2027. Section 1.8 of the County Government Act 2012 establishes the CIDP as the guiding framework for all development activities and expenditure planning within the county. It mandates that all planning documents, including the annual development plan and the county fiscal strategy paper, must align with the CIDP to ensure consistency with the county's long-term development priorities. However, the NDP and CFSP for the financial year 2022-2023 were prepared and approved outside the CIDP for the period 2023-2027. The CIDP was submitted for approval by the County Assembly on 5th June 2023. In the letter referenced CG KTI CT FI1 FIN 37 2 34 dated 2nd June 2023. See Annex 6. When the county budget for the financial year 2023-2024 had already been submitted for consideration by the Assembly, rendering them, that is NDP, CFSP, and the budget estimates for the financial year 2023-2024 in consistency with the CIDP. Section 117 of the PFM Act 2012 requires the preparation of the CFSP to reflect the priorities outlined in the CIDP and the NDP, Additionally, Section 126 obligates the county executive committee to prepare the NDP based on the CIDP and submit it to the county assembly for approval before budget formulation. By submitting and implementing budget documents that were misaligned with the CIDP, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo undermined the county's strategic development agenda and violated these statutory provisions. This failure to adhere to the legal framework jeopardized the coherence and effectiveness of the county's planning and budgeting processes. The CIDP serves as the principal document for fostering integration and alignment of county programs and projects, and deviations from it compromise service delivery and resource allocation. Moreover, these actions demonstrate non-compliance with the principles of good governance and accountability as outlined in Article 10C of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the public finance principles in Article 201, which emphasize prudent and transparent use of public resources by submitting these documents out of sequence and without proper alignment. Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo failed in his duty to provide sound physical and economic guidance to the county government, resulting in an uncoordinated, ineffective planning process and delayed uploading of the county budget into the Integrated Financial Management Information System, that is IFMIS. Number 2, that is incompetence. Honorable Chair, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, in his role as CCM for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, has consistently demonstrated an inability to effectively fulfill the responsibilities of his office. His repeated failures to comply with statutory obligations and deadlines have impeded the efficient functioning of the county government, thereby compromising its operational stability and financial planning by, number 1, non-compliance with statutory deadlines for submission of statutory documents. Honorable Chair, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, CCM for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, has demonstrated glaring negligence in his handling of the Kitui County finance bills, critical legislative instruments governing taxation. The finance bill requires rigorous public engagement in line with Article 174C and Article 196 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which underscore the principles of public participation and accountability in governance, and Section 3F of the County Government Act 2012, which prioritizes inclusivity in decision-making processes. In clear violation of Section 133 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which mandates submission and approval of the finance bill within 90 days after the passing of the appropriation bill. And Kitui County Assembly Standing Order number 216, which establishes the procedural timelines for the Assembly, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo has consistently delayed submission of the finance bills. The Kitui County Finance Bills 2022, 2023, and 2024 were submitted as follows. Finance Bill 2022 was submitted on 29th June 2023. See Annex 7. Finance Bill 2023 was submitted on 21st September 2023. See Annex 8. And Finance Bill 2024 was submitted on 30th September 2024. See Annex 9. This non-compliance directly contravenes the legal requirement for the Assembly to consider and approve the bills by the end of September of each financial year. The repeated delays in submission have significantly undermined the county's ability to revise and enact updated revenue collection rates, fines, fees, and charges in line with prevailing economic environment and budgetary needs. As a result, the county government has been forced to rely on outdated revenue collection frameworks, negatively impacting its revenue generating capacity. Furthermore, the failure to meet statutory deadlines disregards the principles of accountability and transparency in public finance as enshrined in Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and has jeopardized the county's financial stability. The delay in enacting these critical fiscal policies has not only compromised service delivery to the county residents, but also contributed to inefficiencies in budget implementation due to reduced and untimely revenue inflows. Additionally, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo's insensitivity to the heightened public awareness surrounding taxation matters and is negligent in ensuring timely and inclusive public participation has violated the constitutional obligation of involving citizens in decision-making processes as provided under Article 174C of the Constitution. This lack of responsiveness demonstrates incompetence and a failure to uphold the statutory and ethical standards expected of its office. By failing to adhere to these statutory deadlines, the Cecm has hindered the smooth operation of county fiscal and governance processes, intensifying the challenges of revenue mobilization and financial planning. Number 2, failure to adhere to the provisions of Section 157 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 on the designation of receivers of county government revenue. Section 157 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 requires the Cecm for Finance to designate in writing a specific person responsible for collecting, receiving, and accounting for county government revenue. This statutory obligation is vested exclusively in the Cecm for Finance to ensure clear accountability and effective financial governance. In blatant disregard of this legal requirement, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, neglected his duty and unlawfully delegated the designation authority vested in him to a chief officer within his ministry, contravening the express provisions of the PFM Act 2012. Evidence presented during a section of the County Assembly Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on Thursday, 4th July 2024, indicates that Ms. Roslyn Kavata Munyasya, an employee in the department, was assigned this role in writing by Mr. John Makau, the Chief Officer for Finance, Revenue Management and Accounting, on 14th March 2023. This evidence is contained in the committee's report on a statement requested by Honorable Jeremiah Mutua concerning various county staff in acting capacities. See Annex 10. By delegating a statutory role exclusively reserved for the Cecm, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo demonstrated incompetence and blatant disregard for its legally prescribed obligations, violating the governance principles outlined in Section 157 of the PFM Act 2012. This failure to fulfill its duties A. undermine the county's financial governance, creating a gap in accountability and revenue collection and management. B. has contributed to significant revenue leakages, directly impacting the county's ability to meet its own revenue targets. C. erodes public trust as improper delegation compromises the transparency and integrity of public financial management. This act of negligence illustrates a failure to prioritize public interest and uphold constitutional and statutory obligations, ultimately hindering the county's financial sustainability and governance standards. Resultantly, the county has not been able to provide effective service delivery owing to lack of adequate funds to fully finance the county budgets. Roman 3. Failure to adhere to the provisions of Section 103 and 109 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Honorable Chair, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, as the Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, failed in his statutory responsibility for the management, administration and coordination of county revenue collection as outlined in Section 103 and 109 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Section 103 of the PFM Act 2012 designates the county treasury ended by the Cecm Finance to be responsible for the efficient management of public finances, including revenue collection, while Section 109 requires the establishment and proper administration of county revenue fund into which all revenue should be deposited promptly and managed transparently. As of 30th June 2023, 11,395,086 Kenya shillings in collected revenue could not be accounted for due to poor supervision and coordination of revenue collection activities as contained in Auditor General's report for the period ending 30th June 2023, see Annex 11. It was discovered that certain revenue collectors were holding cash instead of depositing it into the designated county revenue fund. This failure occurred despite consistent budgetary allocations for the automation of revenue collection systems, which have yet to be fully implemented under the Cecm's leadership. This failure amounts to gross mismanagement of public finances, allowing theft of public funds under his watch. The mishandling of revenue collection not only contravenes the PFM Act but also violates the principles of good governance, accountability and integrity as stipulated in Article 10 and Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Honorable Chair, the blatant theft of public funds ought to have been reported promptly to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations for investigation and prosecution. However, no such action was taken and the implicated staff remain employed in various county government departments, further eroding public confidence in the county's governance. As end of the county treasury, it was Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo's statutory duty under Section 104, 1D of the PFM Act 2012 to enforce effective financial control measures and advise the county government on necessary remedial actions. Its failure to report or act on the identified theft demonstrates negligence in performing its duties and a disregard for the anti-corruption and ethical standards outlined in sections 8 and 9 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003. This situation explains a lack of commitment to safeguarding public resources and ensuring accountability, contrary to the public finance principles enshrined in law. The inaction and ongoing revenue management inefficiencies continue to undermine the county's financial stability and public trust. 4. Unlawful submission of memorandum on the approved county fiscal strategy paper 2024-2025. Honorable Chair, Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo, Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, demonstrated a fundamental failure to understand his roles and mandate as defined by the law by submitting a memorandum to the clerk of the assembly objecting the approved county fiscal strategy paper for the financial year 2024-2025. This was done via a letter referenced CG-KTI-FIN-35-Roman 5-43 dated 11th April 2024, see Annex 12. The submission of this memorandum was an unlawful attempt to overturn a decision of the county assembly, a indirect overreach of the CCM's mandate, and a deliberate contravention of the legal framework governing county budgeting processes. Section 24(2)(b) of the County Government Act 2012 and standing order number 134(2)(b) of the Kitui County Assembly standing orders only allow the governor to refer an appropriation bill back to the assembly with a memorandum outlining specific reasons for the referral. There is no legal provision that permits the CCM to challenge an approved CFSP or any assembly decision in a manner undertaken by Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo. Additionally, this act violated key provisions of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which establishes the roles and responsibilities of the county treasury and assembly in the budget making process. Once the CFSP has been approved by the assembly as per section 117 of the PFM Act 2012, the county treasury's mandate is strictly to implement the priorities therein. Any objections to the approved CFSP should be addressed through established legal channels which do not involve the submission of unilateral memoranda by CCM. This overreach by the CCM undermined the principle of separation of powers enshrined in Article 175 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and subverted the Assembly's exclusive mandate to approve and oversee the implementation of budgetary frameworks. Its actions displayed a lack of adherence to Article 10 into bracket respect for the rule of law and Article 201 into bracket prudence in public finance of the Constitution. The memorandum was a direct challenge to the Assembly's decision-making authority, a fundamental breach of the democratic processes governing county operations. 5. Misreporting on infamous uploading for the Kitui County Supplementary 2 for financial year 2023-2024. One of the cardinal principles of public financial management is strict compliance with approved budgets and adherence to the legislative frameworks that govern them. Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo, in his role as the Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, failed to honor this principle when he inaccurately uploaded the recurrent budget allocation for the Ministry of Health and Sanitation into the integrated financial management information system. The Kitui County Supplementary 2 Appropriation Act 2024, a binding legislative document mandating strict execution of the approved budgetary provision, expressly indicated the recurrent budget allocation for the Ministry of Health and Sanitation as 3,467,530,515 Kenya shillings. Despite this clear indication, Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo negligently uploaded the figure as 3,447,994,858, creating a variance of 19,535,657 Kenya shillings, as pointed out by the Controller of Budget's letter referenced COB/KTU/2/2/3/25, dated 30th April 2024. See Annex 13, the Hyperion Budget Printout. See Annex 14 and the Supplementary 2 Appropriation Act 2024. This discrepancy constitutes a branch of the principles outlined in Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which mandates openness, accountability, and strict adherence to public financial discipline. Further, Section 104 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 imposes an obligation on the county treasury to ensure that all financial transactions align with the approved budgetary allocation, a standard that was grossly violated in this instance. By failing to adhere to the legal provisions, the Cecm undermined Section 107(2) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which underscores the importance of fiscal responsibility in public resource management. The failure to accurately upload the budget allocations into IFMIS demonstrates a lack of due diligence and technical oversight. It undermines the physical integrity of the county and compromises the confidence of stakeholders, including the public, in the county treasury's ability to manage public resources effectively. This negligence is particularly concerning given that IFMIS serves as the central platform for public financial management, designed to ensure accuracy, transparency, and compliance with statutory requirements. 6. Unrealistic count on source revenue target. Honorable Chair, Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo, the Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, has set an unrealistic revenue target of 988,645,941 Kenya shillings in the submitted Kitui County Supplementary Budget 1 estimates for the financial year 2024-2025, which represents an increase of 388,645,941 Kenya shillings from the 600 million Kenya shillings in the approved county budget for the same period. This increase in the revenue target comes on the heels of underperformance in the previous year, where the on-source revenue target of 585 million Kenya shillings was undercollected by 67,950,185 Kenya shillings. Moreover, the total on-source revenue collected for the first quarter of the financial year 2024-2025 was a mere 112,157,327 Kenya shillings, as outlined in the CCM's response to concerns raised by the County Budget and Appropriations Committee during the consideration of the Kitui County Supplementary Budget 1 estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. See Annex 15. Given the history of underachievement in meeting revenue targets and the current slow revenue collection pace, it is evident that the proposed new target of 980,645,941 Kenya shillings is not only unrealistic, but may also lead to significant financial challenges. If this target is not met, the country is accumulating large and unnecessary pending bills by the end of the financial year, further straining its financial stability and ability to provide services. As detailed in this motion, it is clear that county has a poor revenue collection and administration system, riddled with serious revenue leakages. These systemic issues require urgent reform and a complete overhaul of the county's revenue collection strategies. Unfortunately, this has proven to be an uphill task for Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, who has not only demonstrated sufficient competence in addressing these challenges. Honorable Chair, this failure to align revenue targets with realistic collection capacities is a direct violation of the principles of fiscal responsibility and prudent financial management.
Excuse me. The sentence starting with this failure, collection capabilities. Can you try as much as possible to read whatever the document you are provided us with? You may repeat that sentence.
Honorable Chair, maybe we are reading on different pages, but this failure to align revenue targets with realistic collection capabilities is a direct violation of the principles of fiscal responsibility and prudent financial management enshrined in Article 201 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and is contrary to the Public Finance Management Act 2012, particularly Section 104, which mandates effective revenue mobilization and management. Moreover, it undermines the county's ability to implement the County Integrated Development Plan and achieve its development objective, which depend heavily on the availability of reliable and adequate financial resources. This unrealistic target further worsens the county's budgeting challenges, as it may encourage financial mismanagement, misreporting, and improper planning, all of which undermine the integrity of public financial management within the county. Number 3, abuse of office. Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, in his capacity as the CCM for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, has exploited its position for personal gain. In direct violation of the code of conduct expected of public officers and the national values and principles of governance as enshrined in Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya. That is A. In a shocking and unlawful act, the CCM manipulated the allocation of a community bore project, redirecting it to be drilled on its family property, thereby depriving the intended community beneficiaries. This blatant act subverted the public interest for its personal advantage. Specifically, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo used his office to influence the diversion of the drilling of Miani 001 and Miani 002 boreholes from Center Village to Miani Village on family land at a cost of 2 million Kenya shilling. This gross misuse of public resources and authority explains abuse of office by the CCM. Contrary to Article 73 and 75 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, as well as Section 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 24 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012. Such actions breach the public trust and represent a complete failure to carry out the duties of its office in a professional, transparent, and accountable manner. Furthermore, this conduct constitutes the use of office to unlawfully enrich himself, as well as a failure to exercise impartiality and objectivity in the execution of its official duties, as mandated by Articles 10, 73, 2B and C, and 232(1)A, C, and E of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. This abuse of office undermines the integrity of public service, erodes public confidence in the leadership, and contributes to a culture of impunity where public resources are diverted for personal gain rather than for the public good. B. There have been numerous complaints from contractors alleging that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, in his capacity as the CCM for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, has been asking for bribes from them before approving payments for contracts done. This conduct is contrary to Section 6(1) of the Bribery Act 2016, which criminalizes the solicitation or acceptance of any financial or other advantage as an inducement or warrant for the improper performance of a relevant function or activity. Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, which sets the principles of leadership and integrity, including accountability, transparency, and avoidance of corruption or abuse of office. Section 10 and 12 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, which mandate state officers to uphold public trust and avoid conflicts of interest or conduct that undermines the dignity of their office. These actions not only undermine public confidence in the office, but also violate the ethical and legal standards required of public officers. C. Further, several chief officers have raised concerns that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo has been engaging in bullying behavior by issuing threats and intimidation to advance his personal interests, contrarily Section 34 Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, which prohibits state officers from bullying, intimidating, or harassing any person. 4. Gross misconduct. That is Roman 1, improper use of public office for personal gain. Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo influenced the drilling of Miani 001 and Miani 002 boreholes on family land in Miani village, contrary to the approved allocation for a borehole at Center village in the financial year 2023-2024 budget. This action violated Articles 73(2)(c) and 75(1) of the Constitution, Section 8 and 9 and 10 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and Sections 9, 11 and 12 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003, which requires state officers to act with integrity and prioritize public interest over personal gain. The improper prioritization of personal interest over public welfare constituted a breach of ethical obligations, undermined public trust, and diverted critical resources meant to alleviate water scarcity in Center village. Roman 2, unlawful submission of a memorandum challenging the approved CFSP. Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo unlawfully submitted a memorandum objecting to the approved county fiscal strategy paper for financial year 2024-2025. This violated section 24(2)(b) of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order number 134(2)(b) of the Kitui County Assembly Standing Order, which vests authority over such matters in the governor and not the CCM. These above two scenarios coupled with failure to submit a supplementary budget seeking ratification for the expenditure of 76 million Kenya shilling to pay electricity bills for Kitwasco and Kimwasco within 2 months of such expenditure, in line with Section 135 of the PFM Act 2012, amount to gross misconduct by the CCM. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I'm through with the motion, waiting for your further guidance.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you whether you have further explanation contained within the same motion that you would like to share with the committee, but not outside the motion that is submitted to us. If you have further explanation, you can maybe proceed.
Mr. Chair, if there is a need, I will do that as we continue.
Thank you. Ensure that you provide more water. It was a very long submission. It could be dehydrated. Now, at this juncture, my good friend, Advocate Museo Kimanthi, you have become a good friend because I've learned that you have so many offices in this country, meaning that you have offered a lot of job opportunities to many people in this country. Now, we have listened to the motion mover. He has read sentence by sentence clearly. As much as it has taken time, as a committee, we want to give you an opportunity, together with the Cecm for Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, to now proceed. And I would urge you to use that docket which was preserved for you, or maybe for whatever, how you feel, in the position where you feel you can do your cross-examination well, it is under your prerogative to cross-examine the motion mover in the areas where you need some light to be shed. Yeah, as far as committee we can understand the whole issue better. Please, you may proceed. And sometime when you feel the minister should respond, yeah, you are at liberty to request him to maybe ask a question as we proceed.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the honor to stand there. But if you allow me, because I'll be referring to a number of documents, perhaps you could allow me to remain seated here.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Now, I will start, and thank you. I request the mover, very, very sorry, I've forgotten your name. You're Honorable?
I'm Honorable Anthony Musyoka.
Honorable Anthony Musyoka.
Yes.
Now, Mheshimiwa, regarding this motion, I would like to clarify a few issues. I'll start with the easiest. I want to ask whether this is a motion you have conceived because of your desire to do oversight, or you are a gun for hire?
Desired to do oversight.
Your desire to do oversight.
Yes.
There is a WhatsApp group called Kitui Professionals Chat. Of course, I was warned by the Honorable Chair about social media, but it's relevant. It's relevant because depending on what people are saying in those social circles, it's what determines what action you take. Do you know that group called Kitui Professionals Chat?
Yes.
Are you a member of the group?
No.
Not a member of the group. Are you under instructions from the leadership of this House or any other quarter to teach the Honorable Minister a lesson by impeachment?
No.
No. The first issue that you raised in your lengthy motion is the issue of undermining the doctrine of separation of powers and public participation. You can refer to your motion again. Right?
Yes.
And in your submission, you state that the Honorable Minister undermined the separation of powers and public participation, etc., but I'll go. I do not want to read it afresh because it takes so much time. If I understand you, the gravamen of this motion is the reallocation of 133 million shillings from county assemblies approved annual budgets, correct?
Yes.
Can we be correct? I want us to agree that that forms the basis of this impeachment motion.
I think it is 133 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It is. So are we safe to then say that all the other grounds, number two, you've talked about incompetence, you've talked about abuse of office, you've talked about gross misconduct. They're just what I would call fishing expedition, trying to look for more grounds to support the gravamen of this impeachment motion, the question of 133 million shillings, right?
No.
Are you aware that the Honorable Speaker of this House has complained about the failure of the Minister to allocate this money, and and said that the Honorable Minister atajua hajui?
No,
You're not aware.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. Let's get to the specifics of this matter. What is the role of the county assembly as per the law? Very briefly.
The role of the county assembly is to legislate, oversight, and prosecution.
And
The role of a county assembly is to oversight
to oversight?
the county executive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it the role of the county assembly to engage in development projects?
It isn't.
It isn't.
Yes.
Tell us about this 100 million shillings that you've confirmed to this committee that forms the basis of your motion.
This is amount of money budgeted for the development of office block of the assembly and has been reverted in various consecutive years.
Absolutely. I have no problem with that. It is money voted for development of the county assembly block, right?
Yes.
Development.
Yes, for the construction of office block of the county assembly.
Who is responsible for construction of the office block of the county assembly?
County executive.
County executive.
Yes.
Can you confirm that it is not the role of the county assembly to do development?
Yes.
It is not. Has the county executive allocated money for the construction of the office block?
Come up again.
Has the county executive set aside money for the construction of the county assembly office block?
Yes.
How much money?
I think 56 million.
56 million?
Yes.
Where does the figure of 133 million shillings come from?
It comes from the budget which was approved by the county assembly.
The budget that was approved by the county assembly.
Yes.
So when you say he has reallocated 100 million shillings, and there you are talking about 56 million shillings, can you help this committee understand? Can you marry the figures? Can you help us understand, and the people of Kitui to understand, what these figures are?
I think I would like to look into my documents
Please
and
do.
give
By all means,
clarity.
please do. Can I help you? We are friends. We are not fighting. We are both doing investigation. Can I help you, honorable member? The
Refer-
money allocated for the construction of the county.
Just refer to Annex 1.
Okay. What does it say? How much?
It talks about the reallocation of 133 million.
133 million.
Yes.
What was the total budget for construction of the county assembly office block?
Previously was 250 million.
I want us to move faster. Was there a figure of 190 million shillings?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. So again, would you know? You're saying that he has withheld money that was meant for the construction of the county assembly office block. You don't know how much we are talking about. Is that correct?
I know.
How much? I'm trying to help you. You won't accept, so please tell us.
There was 200 allocation of 250 million,
Yes.
and during the approval of the supplementary budget, there was a reallocation of the same amount, amounting 133 million.
Was it all meant for construction of the county assembly
Yes.
office block? Are you sure?
Yes. 100 million was for the office of the county assembly, and that 3 million was for the office of the members of the county assembly at ward
offices.
levels.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
let me ask you, was any money allocated? Has any money been disbursed?
No.
Is any construction happening as you speak right now at the
Yes.
premises?
Yes.
How are you constructing without money?
Previously, the contractor was given permission to continue after negotiation between the executive and the assembly.
Has the contractor been given any money?
I think so.
You think so or you know so?
I understand that.
You don't know.
I understand that he
I
has
put it
been
to you.
given
I
some
want us to
money.
move faster. I put it to you. The total budget for the construction of the county assembly office block was 190 million shillings, correct? So far, you've been allocated money, 90 million shillings, right? You know or you don't know?
Give me the clarification about the 95
You know,
million.
this is cross-examination. Probably your background is not in law, so don't ask me questions I'm asking you. Do you know or you don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know. So already there's construction happening.
Yes,
It's been paid for. Already 90 million shillings. You don't know.
I don't know.
What you're claiming from the minister is the balance of 100 million shillings.
133 million.
I understand. Are you aware? Do you know how much out of the 90 million shillings allocated, how it has been used?
No.
You don't know. When we received your invitation,
Candon?
when we received your invitation to appear before this committee
Yes.
to interrogate this motion, on Friday, a bit late in the day, we sent a list of documents for your reference, right? I'll refer you to a document here. It's our index number 1. It's titled Cash Flow Estimates for the Construction of Modern Office Block for the County Assembly of Kitui. Give him this document to read, please. Please read that document for the committee.
I read it.
Please do.
Cash flow estimates for the construction of modern office block for the Kitui County Assembly. The proposed construction of the above revamped modern office block reverse the County Assembly Service Board.
Perhaps you could help the committee understand who is the maker of that letter.
The County Executive Committee member.
The maker, who is the signatory, who is the undersigned in that letter?
Engineer Ruben Etiko.
Is an engineer.
Yes.
Which ministry?
Minister of Roads, Public Works and Transport.
Public Works. You
Yes.
did confirm that Public Works are the people responsible for construction, correct? Now, this is the Minister for Public Works addressing the Minister for Finance, right? Now, please read the letter. Read the letter now. I'm trying to lay a basis for why the letter is important.
The County Assembly Service Board invited the County Minister of Roads, Public Works and Transport to assist in reviewing the design and budget for the above project in adherence to a directive by the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works of the national government. The outcome of the review is the design that is being used in constructing the modern office block for the County Assembly and is testament to the power of collaboration. In line with the reviewed budget and the normal C-curve for cash flow estimates for the construction of the above block and in reference to the proposed works to be carried out during the first 8 months of the contract period, it is estimated that the contractor will execute works worth not more than Kenya shillings 90 million. A detailed breakdown of the same is herewith enclosed for ease of reference.
That's the end of the letter?
Yes.
Okay, please give me back the copy. So, one, this letter that you've just read confirms that there is collaboration. The county executive has, in its magnanimity, agreed to build the county assembly and office block.
Yes.
Correct? They have so far allocated a budget of 190 million shillings. And 90 million shillings has been disbursed. That is the money working right now. Correct? Can I read it for you again? I'll read it. And in reference to the proposed works to be carried out during the first 8 months of the contract period, it is estimated that the contractor will execute works worth not more than 90 million shillings. That's what you read, right?
Yes.
We're talking about absorption. Have works stored because of lack of money?
Yes.
How do you know that? Do you have any proof? Have you said anything to say the development of the county assembly office block has stalled because of lack of finances from the county executive? Do you have any document to show that works have stalled?
No.
You don't have. Can you confirm that works are still ongoing?
No.
You can't confirm because you don't know. But you're quick to bring a motion saying that the county executive has refused to release 100 million shillings. Now, you say that the minister was in breach of article, which document do I read? Let me just, 201. There are several here. But do you know what it means to talk about prudential financial management?
Yes.
What does it mean, honorable member?
It means that all the checks and the balances will be corrected as determined by the law.
Yeah. I'll ask you a small question.
Yes.
Supposing I have 10,000 shillings for speak's sake, and I have an issue that I need to sort out now, and I have fees to pay for school next year in April. Where in your normal common sense would you do? Would you save the money for fees next year and not attend to the current issue?
I cannot talk about the fees because it is not in my motion.
It's not in your motion.
Yes, the fees is not in my
Okay, I'll
motion.
bring you back home to Leah. Now, there was, I don't know what you call it, I'm not in political circles. There was a committee, there was a trip to Mombasa sometime between 29th of October, I think 29th of September and 5th of October this year, only about 2 months ago, between the county assembly of Kitui and the county executive. You went to Mombasa and you agreed on a few issues and you came out with a communique. Are you aware of that communique?
I don't know.
Did you attend the trip to Mombasa?
Yes.
What were you going to do in Mombasa?
I was going for a retreat.
For a retreat?
Yes.
Do you recall any one issue that was agreed upon in the final communique between the assembly and the executive, signed by His Excellency the Governor and Honorable Speaker of this House?
No.
You don't know?
Yes.
Can I read one for you, confirm whether it was discussed? Conclusion, page 10. Implement austerity measures, ensure prioritization and postponement of non-core projects or programs. Did you hear anything like that in that retreat?
No.
You did not hear?
Yes. The assembly has the copy of that.
Well, there was a communique. You confirmed there was a retreat in Mombasa, right?
Yes, but we cannot rely on rumors. We want a formal document.
Okay, you went for a retreat. Just one thing. Just tell me one thing that was agreed between the House and the executive. Forget about this.
I was not going to come and confirm to this honorable committee.
Now, I'll ask you.
Yes.
You have not spent the 90 million shillings that has already been allocated.
Specifically, we are talking about reallocation.
No, I'm coming to that.
Yes.
You have not spent
Kindly
No.
stick to my motion.
Again, I remind you, I'm doing cross-examination. I can ask you, with a lot of respect, questions about your family. That's what cross-examination means. It's nothing to do with the motion. That's the law. Are you together?
Go on.
Thank you. Now, you've even distracted my thought process. Here you are, already with 90 million shillings, works ongoing, unutilized. There's a letter from an engineer confirming that you have no absorption capacity. But here you are saying the minister has refused to give you an extra 100 million. Why do you need this money with you?
Talk about reallocation as guided by the law.
I'll come to that, please. Why do you need, I'm talking about prudential financial management. We've already given you 90 million shillings, told you, please construct, right? Now, you have not even spent, to the best of my knowledge, 20 million. But here you are impeaching because you have not gotten the balance of 100 million shillings. Why do you want the balance?
For one, is the minister able to reallocate money purported for the assembly development?
I'll come to that. Why do you want the extra?
No, stick to the motion.
Okay, I'll answer.
I'm talking about reallocation of 133 million.
Put it to you. I'll put it to you because you won't answer. You want a lot of money so that you engage in corruption.
Can you confirm to this honorable committee?
It's not for me.
With an evidence?
I'm not a witness, you are. Why do you need an extra 100 million shillings when you have not absorbed 20 million of the 90 that you've been
Kindly
given?
confirm to this honorable committee that we want to engage in corruption with an evidence.
You see, I'll remind you I'm an advocate. I can say whatever in cross-examination. All right? And when I put it to you, you don't contradict. It should be taken by this committee to be the position of truth. Now, I'll proceed. You say that money was reallocated.
Yes.
You also confirmed that this assembly does not have any powers to engage in development.
Yes.
You've quoted Kara.
Yes.
Do you know the ceiling that was allocated by Kara for this assembly for this year?
No.
You don't know.
Yes.
Do you know the budget for this county assembly?
Yes.
How much is it for this year, financial year?
This financial year?
Yeah.
11 billion.
Not for the county assembly, not the county government of Kitui. I'm asking for the county assembly.
I'm not aware.
You don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, you are talking about finances. You don't know what the budget
No,
for
I'm
the county
talking
assembly
about
is.
reallocation, which is under separation of powers by the minister.
Come to that. Relax. I will still come to that.
Yes.
The budget for the county assembly of Kitui was allocated a ceiling amounting to 1.02 billion shillings.
And
Now you know.
And I'm concerned with the reallocation of 133 million.
Honorable Chair, you remember we are doing investigations. We are doing this. It's not a personal attack, honorable member. Remember, we are trying to thrash out issues, and I want honorable member to relax, like you said earlier.
Okay, I noted. As you do so, because as we are listening, it is very much advisable and convenient, also not to mix up the committee, to stick to issues that will enable us to look into the very charge which they provided the motion.
All right, I am guided, but let me just clarify this. I couldn't have been clearer in my mind than I am right now, because you're talking about, he confirmed at the start, all this motion is about the 100 million shillings, right? And 33 million shillings for ward offices. He's confirmed that you don't engage in development. We are doing this because of collaboration. Money has been allocated.
I'm oversighting.
Now, we move to Kara, because that's an issue. You say money was reallocated, all right? How much was the budget by Kara? How much money did Kara allocate the County Assembly of Kitui for this financial year, 2024-2025?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Can I inform you that Kara allocated the County Assembly of Kitui 1.02 billion shillings, and all that money has been paid?
I'm not concerned about 1.2.
You must be concerned. You are an honorable member of the House leading a very important motion. The moment you say you're not concerned,
stick to my motion, please. My motion is talking about reallocation of 133 million. Stick to that by the one Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo.
Do you know that money allocated to the county assembly should only be used for personal emoluments, operations, and maintenance? Chair, I need an answer for that question.
Proceed to respond to the question.
Yes.
According to CARA, financial year 2024-2025, the money, the 1.062 billion, there was nothing for development. There's a question, no? Yes? Okay, we move forward. Now, are you familiar with the process of preparation of budget?
Yes.
Briefly, what is the process of preparing the county budget?
We start by finance bill. We go on to the CFSP appropriation. Yes.
In this particular one, where you say the minister has reallocated, where are we at? How did you know that he has reallocated 100 million shillings meant for the county assembly?
By the document he provided for the assembly.
Document he provided to the assembly?
Yes.
How far has that document gone into becoming a budget?
So far we have not approved it.
You have not approved it?
Yes.
Can you confirm to the committee that the process is still ongoing?
Yes.
At what stage are we at?
We got a memorandum.
You got a memorandum?
Yes. Of which you are still working on it.
You're still working on it?
Yes.
Is it safe then to say?
But the memorandum didn't include 133 million.
It doesn't include. So is the budget process complete?
We are at the final stages.
You are at the final stages.
Yes.
Can we safely assume that this is a matter still actively under negotiation between the two arms of government?
No.
Is the process complete? I asked you that question.
It is not complete.
It is not complete.
But as it goes on, as we talk, the committee for budget is outside looking for that memorandum, and the money is not in that document.
Is a chance for bringing that budget closed out? When you say it's not complete, final stages, we can dig a bit. What stages are we at?
In the final stage.
Final stages.
And if there could be any negotiation, the first we approved the budget, then the memorandum could include the 133 million if there were anything to change.
Okay. Now, you raised an issue about violation of Section 135 of the PFMA and Regulation 39 and 8 of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulations 2015. And you said that to support that, you say he reallocated money for the office of the Deputy Governor to buy computers.
Yes.
You'd like to refer to your motion? Can I help you? I don't know what page it is. It's page 5 of your motion. Office of the Deputy Governor, purchase of computers, printers, and other IT equipment to enable automation. In your own words, to enable automation.
Yes.
Do you have a problem with automation?
I don't have any problem with automation.
You confirmed that you attended the retreat in Mombasa between 29th of September and 5th of October?
Yes.
In the communique, was there a conclusion that the county executive should ensure full automation of all on-source revenue streams in efforts to achieve 1 billion financial year 2026-2027. Did you hear of any recommendation like
No.
that? You did not hear.
Yes.
In your own words, in your motion, you're saying that the money was for enabling automation.
Yes.
Why do you have a problem with that?
It is a new project, a new allocation, which was not in the original budget.
It was not in the original budget.
Yes.
Are you telling us that everything the county executive touches must come through you,
Through
the assembly,
guided by the law.
guided by the law?
Yes. The law says that no new project, even if it is not unforeseen or an emergency, should be introduced to a supplementary budget, and it was not in the original
How
budget.
did you expect the county executive to implement automation without spending a bit of money towards that?
No.
Sorry?
What have you asked?
How did you expect the county executive, in implementing the recommendations of the communique that you had at the retreat in Mombasa, do automation without spending any money?
I think the communique could go hand in hand with the guidelines of the law.
How do you go about collecting on-source revenue?
Pardon?
What is on-source revenue?
We start by finance bill.
Okay, forget about that. I'm asking a totally different question. Do you know what on-source revenue is?
Yes.
When you are budgeting at the beginning of the year, do you normally have money that traders are going to give in the markets?
No.
You don't. That forms part of on-source revenue.
I don't know.
You don't know. By law, can the minister, projecting increase in on-source revenue for monies that are not appropriated because it wasn't there, can he use that money and give an account for it later? Do you know or you don't?
I don't know.
You don't. To answer you, and for the sake again for this committee, if I put it to you that the money came from on-source revenue, which was projected and unappropriated, was there any breach of the law? You know or you don't know?
No.
Okay. You talked about Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth Development, Project Allowance, Youth Engagement Forum, 15 million shillings. Expenditures under this program have already incurred.
Yes.
Again, did you attend that event?
No.
Do you know where it was?
The Okwe Stadium.
Sorry?
The Okwe Showground.
Sorry?
The Okwe Showground.
You did not attend.
Yes.
Did you seek from the minister or the county executive why they needed to spend that money without making it an issue for a motion for impeachment?
Without what?
By law, you can write, isn't it? Seeking information from the county executive or the minister responsible, saying, where did money for this activity come from?
Under which vote line?
I'm asking, do you know you could actually just ask without bringing a motion, and
No.
then you'll be supplied with information?
No.
You don't know that you can ask.
Yes.
So the only way we can give you answers is through this hearing, which I intend to give you the answers, right? Honorable member, the county executive is allowed by law to spend some money.
Which law?
I'm coming to that. And seek approval of the county assembly within 60 days, so long as the events leading to this expenditure of that money are not foreseen.
Which law?
Don't ask me questions. I'm doing cross-examination, I'm telling you. Now, I'll tell you this. There were riots, Gen Z riots, okay?
Pardon?
You belong to this country, you know, around June, July, August, there were riots by youths.
I don't know.
You don't know, you don't belong to this country. Have you heard of anything called Gen Z?
No.
Do you know that the leadership of every nook and crook of this...
Just a minute, Ligo. What is it, member?
Just as a neutral member of this committee, I think you have heard you saying that there is amount supposed to be used by the side of the executive. Can I know the percentage,
I'll come
please?
to that. I'll come to that.
Okay.
Yeah, let me finish.
Proceed.
You have never heard of the term Gen Z.
No,
You don't know that there were riots in this country around June, July.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yes.
You don't know that the leadership of this country and anybody, any responsible leader, right from the president to MCA, had a duty to talk to the youth and inspire a shift in mindset.
I know.
You know.
Yes.
What did you do as a leader to make sure that you inspire the youth that you lead? You're a member for, I forgot, I wrote it somewhere. Where you lead some youth, don't you? Did you do any activities to inspire a shift in mindset and empower your youth so that they don't go to riots?
I can do that under policy.
Sorry?
I can do that guided by the policy.
By the police. Did you do anything when there were riots? Oh, again, sorry, you didn't know there were riots. Okay?
I don't know about the riots.
There are no riots according
Yes.
to you. Now, to answer, Honorable Member, it allows up to 10% of the total monies, but seek approval of the County Assembly within 60 days. That is Regulation 39 of the PFMA. Allows the County Executive to do that. Now, you also raised an issue about Governor's Cup. Do you want us to talk about that?
If you wish.
Do you know whether the money was spent?
No.
You don't know.
Yes.
So why are you putting it in the motion?
Because it is a new project.
But you don't know whether it was spent. Was it spent?
I put it because I saw 15 million being used, which was not
We have
approved by
addressed
the
the issue of
budget.
15 million shillings. I've addressed the issue of Gen Z. I've addressed the issue of the percentage
I
allowed.
knew that is where you are
I
coming.
have moved through another. Remember, I'm going step by step. Every allegation we've made in this document.
Yes.
Don't address the issue of youths, and we already moved from there. I'm talking about the governor's cap, 10 million shillings.
It was an allocation which was,
It was an
new,
allocation.
which was new to
It
the
was new.
supplementary budget and was not in the
It
original
was not
budget.
in the original budget.
Yes.
Have you looked at the document that you're still finalizing now?
No,
You haven't. Do you know whether the item is still there?
I don't know.
You don't know. But you want this committee to believe that that item for 10 million shillings is still in the budget?
I'm asking about the policy guiding on the same.
I will take you back.
No, I'm asking about the policy
no.
guiding on the same.
Let me ask you. You have brought a motion. I'll read it for you, word for word. Remember, we're not in a hurry. Saying that the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth, Advertising, Awareness and Publicity Campaigns, county tournament in football from village level, culminating into Governor's Cup, 10 million shillings. 10
Yes.
million shillings.
Yes.
Now, where did you get this from? Was it money that has been spent? Because if it has been spent, I'll need to go to the minister and ask him, how was this money spent? I have justified the expenditure of 15 million shillings. I do not want to waste time talking about things that don't exist. According to you, was 10 million shillings allocated and spent?
No,
No. Do you want to remove it from your motion so that you proceed?
I don't want to remove it.
Why should it remain there? Unless
Because-
you're wasting. This is what I'm
because
calling
my-
fishing expedition.
My motion is talking about regularities and laws governing new projects and policies. We don't have any policy guiding to youth awareness campaigns and such a kind of tournaments.
Can I put it to you? The minister proposed. He
We
brought
don't work with proposals which don't have policies. We want to have a policy passed by the Honorable House, County Kitui County Assembly, then the executive can proceed to use the amount.
You finish what you're saying, I ask you my question.
Pardon?
I was still on this issue of 10 million shillings.
Yes, and stick to
Relax,
the
I haven't
motion.
asked you a question. I'm still on 10 million shillings.
Order.
Yes, please.
Council, I know you are experienced enough to ask questions, and even the Anthony Honorable Member for Choma Chedan, the move of the motion, also to respond to the questions without much temperatures and anxieties.
Yeah.
I would advise
Actually, I'll cool
that
down a sip of water.
you sip water,
Yes.
even if you are taking a whole bottle, and please proceed to ask questions in calmness for us
Thank
to,
you so much.
to,
Thank you.
to allow the committee to
Thank
pick the
you.
points
I mean,
clearly.
When you want to take control of my cross-examination, I'm about, but I will be calm. I will be calm. I will still go back to the question of 10 million shillings. An issue has been brought to you.
Yes.
In your oversight role, you don't agree with it.
Yes.
It is dropped.
Dropped.
Yeah. It is dropped.
Provide an evidence.
Provide evidence that they spent 10 million shillings. Because I do not want us to move to
We
any
don't
other
work.
points.
We don't work with rumors. We
Can you
don't
control this
evidence.
member, Honorable Chair? Please, we are in a quasi-judicial process now.
Yes.
You understand? And it's important you understand, you cannot bring things that you cannot substantiate. I've taken
I can
responsibility.
substitute.
Wait, I finish. You cannot, I have taken responsibility for the 15 million shillings. I have explained. 10 million shillings, he proposed. Of course, you say you don't work on proposals. It doesn't matter. He brought it here. You didn't agree. It was dropped. I'm asking a simple question. Do you still want that matter to remain in your motion? Or
Yes.
if you're courteous enough, you say, okay, this is closed.
Yes.
I don't talk about it anymore. Let's move
I
forward.
want this to remain in my motion
Why?
because the allocation of this new project, which was to be undertaken by the county executive, doesn't have policy which guides its occurrence.
Sorry? What do you say?
The county executive has not formulated any policy and brought it to the House of the honorable members to pass it so that it can be used in such events like
Kanzo.
tournaments. And
Council, allow me to guide as follows.
Yes, please.
You have sticked to that matter for long. If, just a minute.
Thank you.
If I can just measure the duration, we are now close to around 5 minutes on the same. He said he wanted the 10 million to be part of the motion.
Yeah.
He agreed. I think from where I sit, I'm just satisfied. You can just move. with
Thank you.
the-
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I am properly guided and I appreciate your direction, Honorable Chair. You move forward. Now, again, this is not bulleted, but I believe it's one of the issues you raised. You say, during public participation on the county budget for the financial year 2023-2024, among the, I think you meant contentious. You said contagious. Contentious issues raised by the county residents was poor state of roads. This necessitated a reasonable allocation of 284 million to cater for the need. During a subsequent supplementary budget 1 for financial year 2023-2024, next year number 3, the CCM reallocated 266 million shillings for other needs, subverting the will of the people and eroding the sovereignty of the people provided under Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. You want to stick to that allegation?
yes,
Could you please tell the Honorable Committee what these other needs that the money was diverted to?
it was said that the executive will use it for matters health.
For matters health,
Yes.
do you have any document to show how the money was spent?
I think it was in that supplement, in that budget.
Can you please refer us to the expenditure of 266 million shillings, how the money was spent?
My concern was that the appropriated money was reallocated for other things.
What other things? That's the question I'm asking you.
I may not know because the money was not used for the purpose it was approved for.
Again, Honorable Chair, it's important for us to understand. You say money was moved, diverted to other things. Just tell the committee what it was diverted to.
Again, legal. Let me advise also. The response that is giving to us is that the money was reallocated to other things that we don't know. Once he responds that he doesn't know the other things where the money went from, from where we sit,
You're satisfied, right?
we just get the answers
Okay.
and we move.
Okay. Can I help him perhaps understand what the money was diverted to?
No.
I will put it to you, whether you like it or not.
Why?
That is the procedure. This money was used as a first charge on pending bills. And that is the law. That is the law. You do not want to know, you don't care. I would have been happy to supply you with information, but you move forward because of the guidance that was given by the Honorable Chair. You cannot begin new developments when they are pending bills, and that is the position in law. So when you say other things, you could have done better to just dig out one thing that was done with this 266 million shilling. No. You could have done better to give us just one thing where this money was diverted to. You have not given us anything. But now, because you don't know, I am helping you. We'll proceed. Now, Kitwasko, again, Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, Cecm, Finance, Economic Planning, Revenue Management, violated ETC by authorizing payment of 76 million shillings funds appropriated in the County Assembly for drilling boreholes across 40 wards to instead pay electricity bills for Kitwasko, right?
Yes.
What does Kitwasko and Kitwasko do?
I think they are corporates supplying water.
They deal with water.
They deal with water. They
In
sell
your
water.
motion, in your motion, absolutely, I agree with you. On this one, you're correct. They supply water to Kitui and Mwingi, right?
Yes.
In this case, you do confirm that money was paid to pay them.
Yes.
Am I safe to therefore conclude that, again, this was a first charge before money can be put to other uses?
No.
I move forward, Honorable Chair. I'll go to item number 3, drilling of borehole on family land as opposed to Senda village. And you say that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo violated these provisions by using his office to improperly confer a benefit to himself and his family, and influence the drilling of Miani 001 and Miani 002 boreholes on family land in Miani. We start from there.
Yes.
Is there a next year here? Do you have any next year to support this?
Yes.
What next year number? No, just check for me. It will direct us. Oh, wait, he guides us on which are next year.
Annex 4.
On next year 4.
Yes.
Now, could you please guide us on this annexure? Which document refers to this land? Do you have the LR number for this land?
No.
You don't have.
Yes.
You want us to believe that it is the family land of the Honorable Minister?
Yes.
What proof do you have?
Because there is that report from the committee which did inspection. On
That's the
same
annexure
wall.
4.
Yes.
I will still refer you again to that report. Do you have the LR number for the land where the bore was sunk?
No.
Is there any document that proves that this land is family land belonging to the Honorable Minister?
I don't have any
You don't
document.
have anything. Do you have any details about how Miani 001 and Miani 002 came about? Do you know when they were budgeted for?
Yes.
Can you tell us from the report when they were budgeted for?
During the financial year 2022-2023.
2022-2023. Right?
2023, 2024.
You're talking of Miani. Show me the page in your report that says Miani 001, 002 was budgeted for in those financial years.
see Annex 4. Annex 4.
Annex 4, show us. I mean, it's a lengthy document. Where it says Miani 001, 002.
Go to page. That reporting, go to page. Go to page 17 of the report, where you will see Sender Boao at Athi.
At Adi.
Yes.
Page 17 of this report, right?
Yes.
I'm on page 17 of your report.
Yes.
I can't see
Number
that. Oh, yeah,
35
number
of the
35.
list.
Adi.
Yes.
3.5 million shillings.
Yes.
When was it budgeted for?
For the financial year 2023-2024.
Has that financial year lapsed?
Yes.
And are you aware that that project is still online, on course? Have you sought information? I asked you. You have a duty, you have a right to write to the minister. The information we have is that the ball is still on the pipeline, and the question of diversion does not arise. Have you sought that information from the minister without bringing an impeachment motion?
The Minister for Water provided a list of the wells which were drilled according to the approved budget, and Sender well was not where to be found.
Sorry?
Sender well could not be found.
I'm asking, are you aware that the projects for drilling boreholes, including my ward, where I come from, is still going on? Are you aware that drilling of boreholes is still going on within the wards?
I'm aware.
You're aware?
Yes.
Including now. Ours was dug 2 weeks ago.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yes.
Is it safe to say that this issue is premature? It was brought to the House without waiting for time?
I cannot suggest that.
You can't say that.
Yes.
I want us to move forward quickly. It was quite lengthy. The next issue is a violation of Article 175. Mwikya Kilonzo reviewed negligence in implementing proper, transparent mechanisms. On page 10 of your motion. Are you there? Saying that clerks, the report observed that revenue clerks continue to collect revenue in cash at most cess barriers, contrary to most modern best practices.
Yes.
That remains your allegation. Right?
See Annex 5.
On next 5.
Yes.
Did you share that report with the county executive?
Yes.
Have they taken measures to improve revenue collection?
No.
How do you know?
The minister failed to bring a report for the committee
I'll take you back
on
to
the
page
implementation
5.
status.
Page 5 of your motion. Page 5 of your motion. I'll take you back. Go back to page 5, where we talked about the office of the deputy governor, purchase of computers, to use your words, to enable automation.
Yes, a new
Is it
project.
therefore safe, therefore, to say that measures have been taken to improve automation in revenue collection?
No,
Why?
we have no evidence.
You have no evidence.
Yes.
So when in your own motion, you say that they have automated the office of the deputy governor.
I've not said that they automated. I've said that they brought a new allocation of a
It
project
doesn't matter
worth
how the money
1
was
million.
used. We have addressed the issue of where the money came from. I've advised you about own source revenue. Now, I'm using your own words. I'll refer you to page 5 of your motion. You're saying that this money was used to enable automation. The money was used to enable automation. Use your own words.
It was.
Used to, no, not me, not my words, your words.
No. I've not
Now
said
I'm telling
that.
you that automation is happening as proved by you. We have used money, on source revenue, which is
I'm
unappropriated.
talking about
Wait.
new projects. Not the money used for automation. I'm talking about injection of a new project in a supplementary budget, which was not in original budget.
So, again, it doesn't matter whether they do automation or not, so long as you did not approve the money. Again, to refer you to the communique from Mombasa, the retreat, priority areas. Number 4, ensure full automation of all source revenue. I put it to you, that is happening right now. You have not made any effort whatsoever.
No evidence of the same.
How do you expect evidence? Perhaps we need to address that issue. How do you expect to be given evidence, Honorable Member?
Because I'm doing oversight.
So, do you expect the evidence to be brought to you? Perhaps you could address
Brought
that
to
issue.
the
What-
House,
okay,
not
just
to
tell
me.
Wait to ask. Maybe if we answer that question from the word go, Honorable Chair, probably wouldn't be having all these questions. When you're doing oversight, when you need clarity from the county executive, how do you expect them to provide you with information? I'll put it another way. You went to the assess points. That's what
Yes.
next to 5, right?
Yes.
If you are doing oversight and you're doing it in good faith, without malice, with the pure intention of helping to improve the functionality of your county, that you're a leader, what was so difficult about consulting the minister responsible about what they are doing before going to ambush revenue clerks in assess points?
You know, I should not request for permission to do
You
oversight.
shouldn't. I absolutely agree, but I'm
And that's
asking.
why the committee went on to do oversight.
Now I'm asking you because I'm trying to bring out the issue of malice. What was so difficult? I've asked you. I've told you there's automation happening, right? You will say you have no proof. What did you expect from the minister, so that you know? Because you won't ask. What did you expect from the minister?
I expecting to see that in his response to the committee report, which was sent to him, and he failed to respond.
What? I will ask you again. Why did you not seek that information from the minister? This is, you have no, of course you shouldn't ask him, but I want to show that you're malicious. You're digging for mistakes, which of course if you do, you're going to find. What was so difficult about asking the minister, what are you doing about improving revenue collection on assess points? Did you write a letter? Did you call? Did you WhatsApp? Did you seek any information from the minister, or you went straight to the revenue clerks in assess points?
For what period should I wait to see impunity going on and fail to act?
I ask you again, what was so difficult about asking the minister?
Should I be given a mandate by the minister to oversight his office?
No, you should not be given mandate by the minister, but I would still ask you, what was so difficult about asking?
Because I didn't saw any
You
reason.
did not find it necessary. You did not find it necessary. You are determined to come up with a negative report.
Not a negative report.
But I put it to you, automation is happening, but
I
you also
don't
don't
know.
care.
We don't have
You don't
any
know because you don't care. Honorable member, because you want to drive a particular line of thought.
No.
You don't care because you're
Provide for
driving
me
a
an
particular line of
evidence.
thought. Remember what I started with.
Find for me an evidence concerning the automation.
Let me calm down before I get loud, Honorable Chair. Remember, I started by saying All this is what you call a fishing expedition, which really is not fair to you, to the people of Kitui, to everybody sitting here. You understand? If we are going to enhance collaboration...
Allow me to interject a bit legal. Council.
Sorry, Honorable Chair.
You have repeatedly used the word malicious. Let me finish. You have repeatedly used the word expedition, malice. Maybe to the honorable member is a mover. It is your right to do so. Further to that, would you kindly, once you cross-examine, and as a committee, we are actively listening actually and picking the responses the way they are coming.
Yeah.
We feel at an area where we are satisfied. You don't need to spend more than 5 because the document is lengthy, and you are going to cross-examine many other witnesses ahead of us.
Thank you so much. I am properly guided, Honorable Chair. Just one last thing, again to the communique. One last conclusion from that communique was forge harmonious and respectful working relationship between the county executive and county assembly. Are you aware of that?
No.
No. Okay. We'll move to the next ground. You say that the Honorable Minister misled the county government into operating with a statutory budget not aligned with CIDP 2023-2027. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm trying to look for that. Here, I'm not a financial person, but I think I understand one or two things. We are saying there was a CIDP in place between 2017 and 2022. Is that correct?
Pardon?
Do you understand the process of budget making?
Yes.
Do you understand that a budget must be aligned to some documents?
Yes.
What documents are these?
The principal one is CIDP.
CIDP?
Yes.
Have you heard of a document called MTP4?
Pardon?
Have you heard of a document called MTP4?
No.
Never heard. What is CIDP?
County Integrated Plan.
Plan.
Yes.
Are you aware that that document must be aligned to MTP4?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know about the spatial plan.
Okay.
County spatial plan.
But do you know there cannot be a CIDP without an MTP4? You don't know. And supposing there's a failure of a budget, what happens? If, for example, for one reason, like it happened in the national government, we are unable to pass a finance bill, what happens? What happens? If you don't know, you don't know. It's not a crime.
The finance bill is dropped.
It's
Dropped.
It's dropped, correct?
Yes.
So how do they then go about collecting finances?
It was not, the one which we passed, it was not dropped. We passed a finance bill.
No, I'm asking a totally different question. If a finance bill drops, what happens?
There is another finance bill which has to be made.
Okay, we'll move quickly. Ground number 2, incompetence. In your grounds, you're saying non-compliance with statutory deadlines for submission of statutory documents. Again, I asked you earlier, you are familiar with the process of budget making.
Yes.
Very quickly, how does the budget become a finance bill?
How?
How does it become a finance bill?
It is initiated by the finance minister, then it goes to all processes,
Now,
whereby it is passed by the process is including public participation.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, what are these processes? What are these processes?
There is consideration of CDP,
Okay,
consideration
let
of
me
the
be more
NDP
straightforward. By
and
when,
consideration
by
of the
when
CSP.
should the budget, by when should the budget be submitted to the county assembly by law?
before June, before the end of the financial year.
Now, I think you're talking about two different documents. There's a budget and finance bill, correct?
Yes,
Now, the documents that you're alleging were submitted late here were a finance bill.
yes,
Is finance bill the same as the budget?
no,
So by what or when in the year should a budget be submitted to the county assembly?
before the end of the financial year.
Sorry?
Before the end of the
Which
financial year.
date? Which date?
3 months ago.
Can I just remind you quickly so that we move faster that the budget operations bill should be submitted to the county assembly by the 30th of April of every year? Are you aware?
Yes,
30th of April. By when should it be approved by the county assembly?
before 30th.
30th of June.
Yes,
Correct? And are you aware that it should be submitted within the 90 days from 30th of June?
yes,
Right?
yes,
Now, that we agree. Let's come down to the documents here. You say that it's submitted late.
yes.
If you have approved by 30th of June, 90 days lapse when? When do 90 days lapse? From 30th of June.
I think September.
30th of September. Meaning the minister has until 30th of September to submit the finance bill.
No,
But 90 days from 30th of June takes us to?
the document has to be worked on by the assembly.
Sorry?
The document has to be worked on by the assembly before the end
No,
of
I
the year.
don't care. I don't care about that. Following the law. We have talked about 30th of June, 30th of April, and 30th of June. 90 days from 30th of June takes us to when? '30th of September, correct?
Yes,
Now, let's look at your document. The finance bill was submitted on 29th of June, the first one. Now, that is out of question. The minister was not in office anyway. The next one was submitted on 21st of September, 2023. That was before 30th of September, correct?
yes,
The next one was submitted on 30th of September, correct?
yes,
All right, I'll leave that at that. Your other issue, you're saying additionally, Mr. Kilonzo's insensitivity to the heightened public awareness surrounding taxation matters and its neglect in ensuring timely and inclusive public participation. Are you aware that budget making is a responsibility of the entire executive, county executive?
yes,
Why are you targeting Mr. Kilonzo? Do you have personal beef with Mr. Kilonzo?
no,
All right, we proceed. Allegation number 2, under abuse of office, failure to adhere to provisions of section 157 of the Public Finance Management. Actually, I've not been referring you to my documents here. Now, you are alleging that in blatant disregard of the legal requirement, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, Cecm Finance, Economic Planning, I'm reading page 16, and Revenue Management neglected his duty and unlawfully delegated the designation authority vested in him to a chief officer with this ministry. And on this, you're relying to annexure number 10. Annexure number 10? You have your motion there with your annexures?
yes,
Annexure number 10 is a very lengthy document. You want to demonstrate that evidence presented during a session of the county assembly, members, I'm reading, where I'm reading, huh? He's saying that evidence presented during a session of the county assembly, a committee on labor and social welfare on 4th of July 2024 indicates that Ms. Roslyn Kavata Munyasi, an employee in the department, was assigned this role in writing by John Macau, the Chief Officer for Finance, Revenue Management, and Accounting. I think
yes,
that is a beef you have, Honorable Member.
no,
What is the issue?
Come up again. What have you said?
What is your problem?
My problem is
Mm.
the chief officer
Mm.
should be given delegation by the finance minister in writing.
In writing.
Yes.
You quoted which section of the law? What section of the law?
Let me read. Let me confirm for you. Abyss of office.
You have the act. I can give you mine.
No, let me give you mine.
Okay. We are quoting section 157 of the Public Finance Management Act, number 18 of 2012. If you haven't found it, I can share. This is it's not a private document. It's a public document.
Number 157.
157.
The committee executive committee member for the finance shall in writing designate persons to be responsible for collecting, receiving, and accounting for such county government revenue as the county executive committee member for finance may specify in their letters of designation.
What is the title of that? Sorry. What is the title of that section? What is the title of section 157 of the Act? The same Act you've just read.
Pardon?
The same section you've just read. What is the title?
It is the... Let me refer.
Legal.
Yeah.
Maybe we may not waste time for issues that we can refer very quickly. The move of the
I'm willing
motion.
to help him. I'm willing to help him to move faster, but he won't accept me to show him.
In this booklet, there is a writing which just to the right side of that where you read. I would guide, please let use time appropriately. You just read there, that's the title, and then
I
you
mean,
proceed.
you could allow me to just, because he probably thinks this is my private document. It is not. Anyway, I guide you so that you move faster, honorable member. It says, 157, the title is Designation of Receivers of County Government Revenue. Right?
Yes.
That is the title.
Yes.
Evidence, now this is your motion number, page 16. Evidence presented during a session of the County Assembly Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on Thursday, 4th of July 2024 indicates that Ms. Roslyn Kavata Munyasya, an employee in the department, was assigned this role by John Macau, the Chief Officer for Finance. I want to move fast and tell you this. One, you are correct. You are correct in that the minister designates, the title says, Receivers of county revenue.
Yes.
Receivers.
In writing.
In writing.
Yes.
Can you read our index number 6? It says this is a letter by the minister, the honorable minister, designating receiver of county revenue.
Dated on when?
Okay, just give him to read. Now, as you read
Dated
that letter,
21st August
no,
2021.
I know the letter you're talking about. I want us to move faster. Section 158. Do you have the act there?
Section 1.
158. I'll read it for you so that we move faster. Honorable Chair, if you allow. Of the PFMA.
Please proceed,
Thank
because
you.
you can sit here.
Yes.
Says, receiver may authorize public officer to be collector of revenue. Receiver may authorize public officer to be collector of public revenue. And I think what you have a problem with is this letter dated 1st of July, where CPA John Mwikya Kilonzo authorized a public officer by the name Roslyn Kavata Munyasya to be a collector of revenue.
By whose authority?
That's what I'm reading for you, bro. Just listen. Oh, sorry, honorable member. Receiver may authorize public officer. It says a receiver of revenue. And you've agreed. You have my letter there. Give me the letter, index number 6. John Mwikya Kilonzo, according to
Appointed.
you, appointed,
Honorable Minister appointed.
designated,
In which way? Because
by way
I
of a
think
letter.
it
By way
should
of a
be
letter.
reading.
This is the letter. By way of a letter. You've just had that letter. What does it say at the top?
Letter of designation.
Who is designating? Who is designating in that letter?
John Mwikya Kilonzo.
He is not designating, he is the designative, is a word like that in English. The designator is the minister. Look at the signatory to that letter.
I'm concerned
Look at the
about the
person who
date.
signed the letter. Look at the person who signed the letter.
I'm concerned about the date because this letter was written after
No,
the-
let me
after
ask
John Mwikya and
No.
and just done what should be designated by the
No,
minister.
let me ask you. Don't change the story here. Was John Mwikya Kilonzo designated by the minister to be a receiver of revenue?
After the
No,
committee did their report requesting to know who designated John Mwikya to do the same.
Okay, give me my letter. The answer is gotten home. Did you read section 158? Let me ask you, can a receiver authorize a collector?
When
Can a receiver
when
authorize?
designated by the finance minister
Can-
in writing.
So are you now familiar with the provisions of of section 158?
I know what I've written in this motion.
You need to thank me for education. Anyway, let's proceed. Now, the other issue, you say that failure to adhere to provisions of Section 103, and to prove that point, you're saying that as of 30th of June 2023, Kenya shillings 11 million is in collected revenue could not be accounted for due to poor supervision and coordination of revenue collection activities as contained in Auditor General's report for the period ending 30th of June 2023, the next annexure number 11.
Yes.
Again, a question of what I was calling in this document, failure to forge harmonious and a respectful working relationship between the county executive and the county assembly. A question of just failure to call the minister and saying, what is happening to this 11 million shillings? Because a lot has happened. I'll tell you what happened in answer. One, this money was lost before the minister came into office. Number two, measures have been put in place to collect money from all the people who are involved in the loss of money, and this minister has collected up to about 10 million shillings of that money, and you have evidence to that effect. Again, if you could have asked a simple question respectfully and in a harmonious relationship, this would have been unnecessary. I'll show you the document here, and is my next number. Let's put this back properly. Do you want to look at it? It's titled Recovery of Unbanked Revenue from Salaries. And so far, there's a schedule here showing that as much as 10 million shillings has been recovered.
Council, just refer us to the document you are referring to.
It's, I've marked it as an index number 8. I don't know whether
I don't have the copy.
I could give you a copy. Sir. Do you have it, Honorable Chair? With the schedule of all the recoveries that have been made.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I won't belabor the point. Yes, money was lost. Again, I'll reiterate for the record that the minister was not in office at the time money was lost. Being a prudential, a good minister, he has done everything possible to make sure money is collected, and about 10 million shillings has been recovered. The other issue was unlawful submission of memoranda. Unlawful submission memoranda. I tried to understand why it was unlawful, and even without going to the details, I realized it was a question of the language. Now, the minister could have written to the Honorable House, but talking to him, he did say that the document he submitted was not a memoranda. It was just a letter of objection. Again, it's a question of language. I believe everybody here is Mkamba and English is adopted. He never wrote a memoranda, and I want to prove that to you. You are referring to the document dated 11th of April and received by the County Assembly on the 11th of April. The title of that document is Objection to Approved Financial Year 2024-2025. A lot of thought went into writing this document, because we are fully aware that only the governor can write a memorandum, and that's why it is not titled a memoranda, and therefore a question of submitting a memoranda does not arise. In your response, in index number 10, you in fact, in your letter dated 22nd of May 2024, you refer to the same document as an objection. You don't refer it to a memoranda. So again, it's a question of, with a lot of respect, just getting worked up by choice of words. It could have been easier, if you want to help the people of Kitumo forward, to just say, Minister, this should not have come from you. It's not, it's not an impeachable issue. I don't see what was so annoying that you decided, because he called it a memoranda, which was not, that he deserves to be impeached. It's unnecessary. But anyway, I don't want an answer. I do not expect an answer. I've just made my submission. I want to move forward. Honorable Member. You've also raised an issue about misrepresenting on IFMIS. Again, a very simple issue. One, the county executive, the treasury, what they do is to upload. It's the National Treasury that updates. Having said that, from the information I've been given, allow me to answer this, is that some vote lines could not be picked by the system, and they had to be put in manually. And the discrepancy, you're talking about 19 million shillings between 3.4 billion, 3.467 billion and 3.447 billion. It was purely a question of the system not picking certain vote lines because it was not updated.
Did the system work?
Wait, I've not asked you a question. I'm informing you because you don't know.
I know.
And therefore, that issue has been resolved, and there's communication from the CRA to show what you call from resubmission of Form 1B and 2A. It was purely an issue of systems not working in the National Treasury, nothing to do with the County Treasury, but efforts have been made and the issue resolved. Move forward. You've raised an allegation about your last concern about incompetence and realistic on-source revenue targets. Now again, I don't understand what you mean by unrealistic. They are based on trends. Honorable Chair, I have submitted a document here with trends to show how the county has been increasing in terms of finances. I don't know whether you have index number 5, just as small as an extract from one of the many records. If you don't have, I'll be happy to share mine. So it is based on
just a minute.
Yeah.
Just confirm the document.
Okay.
Index number 5.
We've got it index number 5. I'm not sure whether you have it in your record. It's an extract, it's a one-page document, an extract from the many documents to show the increase in revenue collections, and therefore why the target is realistic and reasonable.
We can refer the document in, from what you submitted to us.
Okay. Well, basically, as I say, it's not even titled, so the point I'm making is this, that the trends are there.
Share a copy.
Okay.
Share a copy of what you are referring to.
Okay. Actually, I'll leave you this one.
And I want to ask the mover of the motion. Let me just have the document. Are you contented for the legal to introduce a document which is not provided to?
No.
Proceed, legal.
That's all right. Okay, I'll proceed. Thank you. Showing the potential of Kitui on on-source revenue. It has put a target of 1.6 billion. It's research that has been done. That's a study to show that we can actually raise this money. Now, that's issue number 2. I want to move to the issue number 3, Honorable Member. You've alleged that there's been abuse of office. Abuse of office, I use your words, in a shocking and unlawful act. The Cecm manipulated the allocation of community borehole. I do not want to waste the committee's time. We've addressed that issue sufficiently. Again, why it was repeated, I don't see why. But I cannot guide you on how to bring up a motion. The other issue was, you say there are complaints from contractors. There have been numerous complaints from contractors alleging that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, in his capacity as the Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning, and Revenue Management, has been asking for bribes from them before approving payments for contracts. This is a very serious allegation. A very serious allegation. One of the reasons I called for the witness statements as late as Friday is because I told the minister, please tell me what's happening here. He said he doesn't know. I said, okay, we need to prepare for this. We need the statements. Up to this moment, I have not seen a document from a contractor saying that he was asked for bribes. Now, to allege bribes without any proof is nothing short of abusing your privilege in the House to malign the name of the minister. What do you say to that?
One, I have not produced a statement concerning the same. And you should know that we represent people.
Sorry?
we represent people, and the same people will represent their contractors. So they may speak to us informally without having verbally, without having formal writing.
There's something I mentioned earlier, Honorable Member, that we have moved from the social media politics, from the village politics, to a quasi-judicial process.
Yes.
Meaning that he who alleges must prove. Now, this is not just a mere allegation. It's an allegation that touches the integrity of the Honorable Minister. It's a very serious allegation. I'll repeat. It's one of the reasons I really wanted to see your witness statements in advance. I have gone through them with a tooth comb. I can't see any. Do you still want to stand by that allegation? Or do you want to withdraw it?
For one, I can withdraw it.
Thank you very much. You also state that several chief officers have raised concerns that Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo has been engaging in bullying behavior by issuing threats and intimidation to advance his personal interests. A similar thing. Do you have any document from any chief officer to show that Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo has been engaging in bullying behavior?
I have an evidence confirmed by one Honorable Fungo.
Sorry?
In a committee sitting.
No, I want from the evidence you have given us.
Yes.
Which statement?
Rent. Annexure D.
Annexure?
Annexure 4. The County Assembly report by the Committee on Agriculture.
Annexure 4. Give me that document. All right, this is a big document. Perhaps you could refer us to the particular statement. What page?
I think it is page. Go to page 6, 7, whereby in I think page 7 of the report. As the committee proceedings, August 8th, 2024. Committee proceedings, August 8th, 2024.
Is there an extra 4? Goes on page 7 of an extra 4.
Yes, 4.
An extra 4. Page
Yes.
7.
Page 1, 2. This one of mine doesn't have numbers in pages, but go to
Legal, let me advise,
Yes, please.
we are running short of time,
Yeah.
and now that the
go to page 13.
page 13.
13.
An extra 4. Again, I repeat, because you seem to be holding a different document. I want to make it easy for yourself and the committee.
Just a bit.
Yes, please.
Refer to page 13, and we do it quickly because we can't. Page 13, where?
13, whereby Honorable Joseph Musyoka Mpite was just conversing with the CEO, and
I'm sorry, I seem to be holding a different document. You can guide me.
page 13 on the committee report.
That should be page 15.
Page 15.
I can see Honorable Joseph Mpite.
Yes.
This is the one.
Are we reading the same page?
Answer there.
Honorable Joseph Musyoka Mpite
Yes.
in page 15.
Where Mr. Nathan Fungo, Chief Officer Department of Water.
So can you proceed? What you wanted to say?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Waziri, for very comprehensive responses, which doesn't have addressed most of the issues
So-
as
sorry,
raised by honorable members.
You're
Just a
reading
minute.
page 15, right? Page 15?
Proceed what you are reading.
Honorable Chair, the council can continue as I look for that evidence in this my document.
I want to finalize. Please, can I urge you very kindly, unless you want to substantiate that allegation, again, a very serious allegation, please withdraw it.
I'm not going to withdraw because I have the evidence
Do
here.
you have evidence?
Yes.
Legal proceed.
May I proceed, right?
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. That was issue number 3 on abuse of office. Then we go to the last issue, number 4, improper use of public office for personal gain. Again, the 4th time you're introducing the issue of the borehole. Our previous answers remain. I won't take much time on that. I won't belabor the point. Number 2, unlawful submission of a memorandum challenging the approved CFSP. You've addressed that issue. The answers that you've submitted earlier hold. Then there's also issue number 3, the above 2 scenarios coupled with failure to submit a supplementary budget seeking ratification of the expenditure of 76 million. Again, repetition. We've addressed that issue. I will not repeat. So, as far as my cross-examination of the move of the motion goes, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee, I want to leave it at that point for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Legal. And witness number 1, the move of the motion. Us as a committee, we sat to listen the entire cross-examination. At this juncture, I will now open floor. What is it, motion mover?
May I confirm that evidence?
Yes.
Go to page 15, whereby in his response, Mr. Nathan Fungo, asante, ningependa kumalizia kwa kusema sababu moja yenye ilisababisha tusiweke jambo ili hadharani kwa umma ni chenye unasema. Iwapo tungefanya hivyo, basi lingepandisha joto la kisiasa kwa sababu tunazozijua. Najua yeye hana shida tukichimbia mtu wa kwake kisima. But what we wanted to avoid is a situation where this is a member of the executive and the county drilling rings have been taken to his place. The politics around that would be very odd to us. For us to just do the job, and because there are other people around where Waziri comes from who want to benefit, it was very discreet. That's why I wanted to end by rendering my apologies to Mheshimiwa here. We end to do it discreetly to manage the politics.
Let me confirm, is that an extract from Azan report?
Yes, this is an extract from the
What do you
Hazard
have to say,
report.
Legal?
Thank you very much. So that is your statement in support of the allegation of bullying of chief
Yes,
officers.
because the chief officer confirmed that he couldn't do otherwise, other than doing that.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't get your answer, honorable member. Is that your evidence of bullying?
Yes.
Now, is Mr. Nathan Vungo alive?
Pardon?
Is he alive or is he dead?
Alive.
Is he a witness in these proceedings?
No.
What was so difficult about bringing him to be cross-examined about that statement?
There was no reason, because I have the evidence in his saying.
Evidence. Have
Yes.
you heard of something called hearsay?
It is not an hearsay because it is captured in the
Have you
answer.
heard of something called hearsay? Do you know what hearsay means?
Yes.
What does it mean? That's all, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Council. As I said earlier, I want to open up a floor for the committee.
Honorable Chair, I just want to be sure that, sorry, before you close me, I'm sorry. There is the document, I just want to be sure that you have it in your possession.
Yes.
We had written to Commission on Revenue, it's got the CRA, seeking the same questions, whether we can divert or withhold finances.
I saw that document in the document that you submitted to us.
Oh, you have it, eh?
Yes, I saw it. That document is there.
Okay, you have it, eh?
Yes.
Can I very kindly just confirm that we actually received a response from CRA?
You want to confirm from who?
I just want to confirm to you, to let you know that we got a response
But when?
from Commission only this morning.
That response is not in the
It
document
is
you
not.
submitted.
It is not, and that's why I'm making a special. Again, this is not necessarily for these proceedings, but for your future.
You have the response?
I have it here. If
You can
allow
share the
me, I'll
document to the
submit it
committee.
you. If you want to consider, you may. If you don't, but I think you need to look at it. Huh?
And if I may ask legal, why the document was not included in the document you sent to us?
Just like I've explained, we had made a letter way back on the, I think, 25th of November. We have been trying to get response from the commission, but they only sent it to us this morning, actually when we were sitting here. So that's why we are submitting it late.
Confirm the date when you wrote to them.
Yeah, if you look at my index, just one moment. That's our index number 2. We wrote to them on 25th of November.
25th of November.
November, yeah.
And they responded on 4th December.
The letter is dated 4th, but I gathered the people who were to dispatch the letter could not dispatch until it's approved by the commission's staff. We have only received it while we are actually seated here.
Okay, the committee will look at it.
Thank you very much.
The move of the motion. You are the witness number 1 in all the charges in this matter. And
Yes, I'm there.
at the bottom there, can you confirm reallocation? Reallocation of 133,042,008 shillings.
Yes.
In the same, can you also confirm a report of 100 million from the previous years for the construction of a modern office block?
Yes.
Also, can you confirm reallocation of 33,042,000 for construction of ward offices?
Yes.
As a move of motion, I would like to ask you a question. Maybe to shed light. Do budgets subjected to public participation?
Yes.
They do. What about supplementary budgets?
Yes.
Who is in charge of making sure that the public participation are done?
The finance minister.
In this case of a motion, who is supposed to make sure that the public participation are done?
The finance minister.
So was the supplementary budget subjected to public participation according to you?
Yes.
The supplementary budget, was it conducted to public participation according to you?
No.
On that part of budget, is there any member who would like to throw in maybe a question for clarification? Yes, Honorable Peter.
Thank you, through Chair. Maybe for the sake of reference, I would request the move of the motion at least to read section 125(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, and also to read for us section 135(3) of the Act for the sake of the reference.
Do you have the Public Finance Management Act?
Section what?
Section 125(2).
Section?
125, subsection 2.
Section 125.
125, subsection 2.
The county executive committee member for finance shall ensure that there is public participation in the budget process.
You cannot proceed.
Thank you. Next one was
What is your concern in that law?
just want to know about the issue of the public participation in the Act, and he has confirmed that it was a process that was supposed to be undertaken through.
Okay, proceed.
The other one was section 135, clause 3.
Section 135. In complying with subsection 2, in a county government shall describe how the additional expenditure relates to the fiscal responsibility principle and financial objectives.
Chair also, I also wanted to confirm through the committee the issue of additional expenditure. The motion mover to confirm, because we need to get the real thing and evidence out of it.
Let me guide you, Honorable Peter. The motion mover is not confirming to the committee. He's supposed to shed light on some of the issues that are contained in that motion to the committee. Maybe to advise you. Now you can proceed.
I think, Chair, I'm okay. Yeah. I'm well guided.
What is the response?
Concerning what?
He has already responded.
Very well.
Yes.
Do you have any other member? Now, let me also go to this issue of this diversion of 76 million to Kitwasko and Kimwasko. Motion mover move to annex number 4. The committee report on agriculture and irrigation. Annex number 4.
Yes, which bench?
Now, I want you to move now into the report itself. And go to annex number 3. Annex number 3 is as a budget notes for center borehole overleaf.
Yes.
You there?
Yes.
Now go to number 35 in that annex.
Yes.
Can you see Adi where center borehole in Kitui South is?
Yes.
Is this document an extract from the main budget?
Yes.
What do you say about public participation of that borehole to be drilled in that area as per your document?
The public participation was done, and the people of Senda proposed a borehole to be drilled at Senda village.
That is okay. Members, do you have a question you can throw to the motion moving in as far as that one is concerned?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
So the motion mover, you want to confirm to this committee whether the sender bore is not done up to date. Is it done or not?
it is not done.
Please tell us, you have mentioned Miani 1 and Miani 2. You have told the committee that public participation was done. The evidence you have provided is the extract from the main budget that it was supposed to be done at Center Village. Confirm to us whether Miani, just shed light, whether Miani 01 and 02 was not part of the public participation done by the people.
Due to the document provided by the chief officer together with the Minister for Water,
Honorable Chair, with your very kind permission, I don't like interrupting, but allow me to also offer my, I'll call it guidance, it's your committee. But my understanding is that when you're doing re-examination, you confine yourselves to the evidence in chief. The motion mover never mentioned anything about public participation in either Senda or Biani. This is a re-examination.
Let me guide.
And the procedure is guided by law on how to conduct a re-examination. You cannot introduce new facts during a re-examination.
Let me guide. Council, the committee is referring to the document that we've just cross-examined, and you are noting down here. So we're just picking some of the issues where he was responding. We got the document which has been provided for him to shed light for us to proceed to another level of this proceeding. Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Before you answer that, I also want you to include this information. You said that other ward people and in center, they had asked the ball to be done in center. Then how did this Miani thing came up? Are you sure public participation was done and people said that they want the ball to be dug in center? And do you know that whether there was also public participation to Miani people?
There was no public participation for the borehole to be done at Miani 001 and in 002, and this was an evidence from the chief officer that when he brought a response on the status of the drilling of boreholes, one honorable Mwikya was surprised to see that one of the borehole drilled is Miani 001 and Miani 002, of which, to his knowledge and to the committee's knowledge, was aware that the approved borehole was Senda Village. And then there was a statement by one honorable member requesting the status of the drilling of the boreholes. As a committee for water, for agriculture, water and irrigation, did inspection and went to Miani 001 and Miani 002, where the borehole has been done.
Mr. Anthony, Honorable Anthony Musyoka, can you confirm, because you said that the Miani 001 and Miani 002 was dug at Waziri's place. Can you confirm that
yes,
it's their land? And do you have evidence to substantiate the same?
I have an evidence from the response of one Mr. Fungo.
Kindly provide, and how can Vungo be knowing Waziri's place more than them? How can we be sure that he told you the truth about the same place?
By responding to that, as a committee, we went there, and we couldn't even interrogate CCMC further, who even confirmed that when we asked about the public involvement in the consumption of water, and the father said that.
Just a minute. Can you open in the Azan report that you have provided? Page number 8.
Page number?
Number 8.
Page Page number 8.
Dated August 15th, 2024, in bracket A. I'm referring to the other report provided, Annex number 4. Into that report, you go to Annex number 3. Annex number 4 is a report of Committee of Agriculture and Irrigation. Then within the same report, you go to Annex number 3, answered report. Motion mover, are we at page 8?
Page 8.
Page 8, where Honorable Sylvester Munyalo starts communication. We have two Azan reports. I'm talking about the second Azan report. Dated August 15th, 2024, in bracket A. Page 8. It is paginated at the top of the
August 15th or
yes, August 15th, 2024, page 8.
page
At the top of the page, that's how the pagination has been done.
page 8. Honorable Sylvester Munyalo, I want you to tell us one thing.
No, just a minute. What you were explaining to the vice chairperson about when you went at the ground level to investigate. Can you take us through from where Honorable Sylvester Munyalo all the way downward, because these were documents?
Yes. Honorable Sylvester Munyalo, I want you to tell us one thing. Did you give out land for a community? Bwao, Mr. Kilonzo, Mwikya Doto.
Who is that?
The father to the Honorable Minister for Finance.
Okay, proceed.
I gave out this space. I am the one who gave out. Honorable Sylvester Munyalo, you are the one who gave out Mr. Kilonzo Mwikya Doto. Yes. Honorable Sylvester Munyalo, my other question is there any given time the community here shall be denied access to water from this bwaho? Mr. Kilonzo Mwikya Doto, I can't do that, for it is even wrong before God. So I won't deny anyone water.
Okay, well done. Go to where the name is appearing in the middle of the page, where we have Mr. Kilonzo Mwikya Doto. Where it starts, we can't allow people.
We can't allow people here to go far away in search of water. We want people to get water here. About signing, we will sit down with my son, the one you are calling Tangawizi. The two of us, and even if there will be other people, it is okay. We will then agree between him and I who will append the signature, because I am leaving. If he is the one, I will give him my blessings.
That's okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
So what was our concern?
I just wanted him to verify whether that land belongs to the family of the minister.
What do you have to say? Shed light, because you are cross-examined in that question about the ownership of the land. As far as the legal talked about the documentation, are you convinced that that land belongs to the family of the accused in this motion?
Yes, because as a chair for that committee, we went for the inspection. The real ones which are spoken through this writing was done verbally and physically by the people who were present. So I was fully convinced that the land belongs to the family of one Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo.
Apart from the other report, did your committee record the audios of what is happening at the ground?
I'm not aware of the audios, but I think we can even get the audios from the hazard.
Are they provided to the council?
No.
Okay. Yes, Freedom Hour.
My question goes straight to motion mover. You being the motion mover and also the chair of agriculture, did you find out why the two balls were dug on one land, two? Is it when you say 001 and 002, does it mean there are two different balls dug at the same time on the same land?
Yes, there are two different boreholes, 001 and 002. And the argument was that the first borehole, after being drilled, it ended low yield. The next one ended low yield. They were just looking to justify where they can get high yield of water. So they drilled the second one at the same family land.
Follow-up question, Chair. When you say low yield, it's like how much cubic?
Let me confirm from this report. Meani 001 has a yield of 3 cubic meters. Meani 002 has a yield of 2 cubic meters, according to the report by the Chief Officer of Water and Education.
And since you're saying you are doing oversight as Committee of Agriculture, you must have visited other boreholes. Did you get or come across other boreholes dug at the same time with lower yields?
Thank you for asking that question. In the same report, we have Waita Secondary School, Waita Village, Waita Ward. The borehole has a yield of 3. We have Kitui Showground, Itookwe,
just a minute.
Changwidya West. The borehole has 2.4. The borehole has 2.4. Yes, those are the boreholes with similar yields.
Very well. I'm satisfied.
Yes, legal.
Honorable Chair, again, I just wish to draw your attention to the procedure on re-examination. You see, he's talking of Voita and so many other places. They were never part of the examination in chief and cross-examination. So again, with a lot of respect, I don't want to imagine that the committee is trying to help the motion mover to develop evidence. I'm meaning that with a lot of respect.
That one is not legal.
Thank you.
What exactly the committee is doing, after you are through with the cross-examination, and especially where you touched on the issues, that's why we are allowing the members to just get some bit of clarification. And I want to move now to the issue of Roslyn Kavata, Chief Officer. Yes. Yes.
To that issue.
Yes, please.
The mover, I think we have given us evidence about Mr. Kilonzo Mwikya. Now, we are talking about 001 and 002. Are we in 001 or 002 here? Which ball are we talking about here? Is it 001 or 002?
We are talking of both, 001 and 002.
Motion mover, let me move to this issue of designation. won't you go to annex number 10? This is your document that you provided. Annex number 10, abbreviated X for quick recovery. Are you there?
Yes.
Go to where we have there's a letter in this document which is written to Roslyn Kavata Munyasia by the Chief Officer John Makao Kimwele. Are you there? It is in your document. Proceed at the tail end of that report. You'll see a letter by the county government of Kitui from the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning.
Yes.
Is that letter?
Yes, letter of authority.
What is the date on that letter?
14th March 2023.
It was written by who?
Minister of Finance.
Is it a minister?
No.
The letter
The
that
chief-
the letter that you have attached as one of the annexure is written
By
on,
the-
on 14th March 2023.
Yes.
Is that the document?
Yes.
Now, there is a document. Look at this small file. Do you have it?
Which one?
You can supply. Just supply that document. Can I have that small file? Are you there?
Yes.
There's a letter contained there because the same was cross-examined to you. Written to Roslyn Kavata Munyasia, the same individual. Confirm the date there.
1st in July 2024.
What was the other date?
Was on 14th March 2023.
In the same small file, move to the next. Move backward. There's another letter there. Just behind the letter you have just letter of designation as a receiver of revenue.
Yes.
Who is the author of that letter?
John Makao Kimwele.
Who is the author of that letter? Who wrote the letter?
21st August 2024.
Is that the date? So who wrote the letter to who?
It is the chief officer writing to John Makao.
Now it is clear the letter was written by the minister to the chief officer. Confirm the date.
21st August 2024.
As a mover of the motion, what do you have to shed light on what I've just told you? Because these are the documents provided to the committee.
By having these different documents and different letters, it is evidence that the minister wrote the letter designating one chief officer, John Makau, to write to Roslyn Kavata after the committee and requested for that.
Let me move forward to the issue of diversion of 76 million to Kimwasko and Kitwasko, because you also cross-examined there. The legal told you that the county government, that is executive, is allowed to spend money like they did over 76 million, but then do it through a supplementary budget after a duration of time. Shed us light whether a supplementary budget, according to the move the budget, whether it was done at the floor of the House.
It wasn't.
What happened?
The money was used to pay electricity bills, and there was no supplementary budget which was presented to the assembly allowing for the same.
Another question about 15 million that you are cross-examined about the introduction of new allocations in supplementary 1, which was used for youth engagement forum. I want to ask you a question. The council told you that the executive can use funds, and that one is regularized through a supplementary budget. When was this expenditure of 15 million? Was there a supplementary budget process happening at that time, or what was happening? Give us a clarification.
There was a budget process making whereby we had not, as the House had not approved the supplementary budget 1, and the executive went on to use the funds in that event.
Members, do you have another question pertaining to that? Let me ask you a question about this. It looks to be a very thorny issue about the Center Village. Now that it's a move of motion, you are saying that there were 2 balls which were drilled in Miani 001, Miani 002, away from what the public participation had agreed. What impact, according to you, does that one has to the people of Athi?
Honorable Chair, by drilling a bore at Athi at Athward in Miani village, which was not approved by the Honorable House, which was to be done in Center Village. That one deprived the beneficiaries, who are the people of Center Village, of accessing water.
About the 76 million that were transferred to Kimwasko and Kitwasko, you told us in the motion that this money was supposed to drill balls across wards. Can you confirm to us how many wards was that budgeted to?
The House had approved a budget which included allocation of 140 million, which were to drill boreholes across all 40 wards. And after the subdivision of the allocated money, only 12 boreholes were drilled during that financial year, leading to having no access water to the people of Kitui.
Let me ask you a question on finance bills for the year 2022, 2023, 2024. What is your main concern as a move for motion? Is it the delays, or is it when the finance bills were submitted?
It is about the delays.
What impact does that one has to the people of Kitui County?
That one risks the county government to have underperformance in terms of development and also in terms of revenue collection, whereby we cannot reach to our targets as the county when it comes to own source revenue.
Confirm to the committee when the finance bill is supposed to be approved by the county assembly.
It should be approved before 30th June.
Honorable members, allow me to now move to the issue of bullying and bribes from the contractors. And before I move to that question, there's an issue from Honorable Frida Mawa.
Yeah, I just wanted, thank you, Chair. Can the mover of the motion shed light on what he says on his motion, that there is evidence 287,749, 652 Kenya shillings of roads was removed from the budget.
In that supplementary budget one, that is financial year 20. (2023-2024), the reallocation of the money which was aimed at doing roads in the entire country was reallocated, and hence no construction of roads which was done by the executive.
The mover of motion, I want to get clarification from you about your knowledge on budget making. Can you go to Public Finance Management Act, Section 129? Subsection 3. PFM Act, Section 129, subsection 3. Are you there?
Subject 3. Each county assembly clerk.
Just read through.
Each county assembly clerk shall prepare and submit to the county assembly the budget estimate for the county assembly, and a copy shall be submitted to the county executive committee member for finance.
Clarify to us that it is a duty for the county clerk to prepare the county assembly budget. Is that the case as per that law?
Yes.
Does the Minister of Finance has any control on how the county assembly budget is supposed to be formulated?
No.
In your case, in your motion, you said that the minister is in violation. Give us more clarification on the same based on the law you've just read.
The minister is in violation because he reallocated the one that 3 million Kenya shillings, which was proposed to do development in the assembly, which was in the assembly's budget.
Finally, before I give members the other question about issue of memorandum, because you are cross-examined on the same, go to the small file, open for me the document. Document memorandum. Yes. Before you move to memorandum, something that you can trace very fast. Got the small file submitted by the legal counsel. That's what. Number 11. The last documents of that file. Unbanked cash of Kenyan shillings 11,395,86 shillings.
Annex 11.
Are you there?
Yes.
So basically what I'm asking, as a member of this committee, in your motion, you alleged that 11,395,086 shillings were collected by county staff, and this money was never banked into their accounts. You allege that this one was a blatant theft.
Yes.
In the documents provided by the council for the minister, you can see a letter there, recovery of unbanked revenue from salaries. Then you will see a list of how the money have been recovered through surcharging methods, all the way to the last document that is showing that that people are being surcharged and the number is reducing by number. I want to explain to this committee, what do you think the minister could have done, even after the legal counsel said the minister was not in office during this time, to control this menace? And remember, your annexure is an extract of Auditor General's report, which explained about the issue in their report. Please clarify.
I think first of all, Chair, the report by the auditor was dated on a month of April 2024. And considering that the county minister got the report, he could have taken issues like involving the EACC and DCIs to act on the members who were acting in such a malice. Again, there was no action which was taken by the minister. Hence, the same employees are in different ministries and departments in our county executives in government doing their normal duties.
Did you dig deeper to know where are these people currently? The people that you purported in your motion that collected money? And there's a list provided here. Did you dig deeper to know where are these people currently? Are they still working in the county? Per your own information, please feed us with the information where these
Yes,
people.
they are
Yes.
working with the county because you can see that they are being charged by such measures.
Members, is there anybody who has a follow-up question? The move of the motion and the honorable members, plus the team from executive, I want this. Okay, well noted. Nico, we will break for lunch, and subsequently, may I allow you to maybe 1 minute to say something, and then we shall proceed for lunch, and then I will notify you when the next witness will be appearing here, so that you can continue these proceedings.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was about to interrupt you to ask about the break for lunch. Some of us are elderly and need to energize a bit.
But you
So
look very.
perhaps you could guide us also. You're still yet to call any other substantive witness. What are the guidelines on timelines? Do we have to finish today, even if it's late in the night? Is there a time to close? We come tomorrow?
Actually, let me respond to you. Actually, we will finish because the key witness that we wanted you to cross-examine is the move the motion, and we have done a lot of work. And even us as a committee, we have tried to make some clarification. We have allocated 15 minutes for the other people who are coming here as a witness. Hopefully, this process will come to an end. I can guarantee you that.
Thank you very much. Now, perhaps you could guide us on when you could come back after lunch. It's now 3:15.
We will be here by 3? No, it's
It's
3:12.
already 3:15, Honorable Chair.
No, not 1 hour. 1 hour is... let's be here by 3:45.
In 15 minutes. Sorry, 30 minutes.
Yes. In fact, the lunch is enough for us and also for you, team. You don't need to go outside the assembly chambers. I mean, presidents.
Because what I had in mind is that...
Thank you very much, honorable members. At this juncture, allow me to close the first session. Let us meet here at 3:45 for the next witness. Welcome, Waziri. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Peter. I know you are a busy man, and especially in the department, in the ministry, where you overserve the people of Kitui County. These are proceedings. These are proceedings for the special committee which is investigating into the impeachment of the Cecm Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo. And we have been here for the first session where the mover of the motion, Honorable Anthony Musioka, the MCA for Chomo Chidani Ward, went through the document that submitted to the committee, and there was a cross-examination by the legal representing the CSM for Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo. Are you aware that you are one of our witnesses in these proceedings?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would like legal to administrate oath to the minister.
I, Peter Itonga Nkunda, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peter, thank you very much, Mr. Peter. Are you privy to the motion?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. The other question is that are you privy to the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023-2024, Kitwasco and Kimwasco pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024. Are you privy to that report?
I'm privy to the issues, Chair.
Thank you. At this juncture, I would like to give you an opportunity to respond based on your knowledge. Not even to respond, just shed light on what you know based on some issues raised in the motion by the move of the motion to enable this committee to understand them better for the purposes of making decision therein during report writing. Please, you have the floor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Once again, I'm Peter Itonga Nkunda. I'm the CC member for Water and Irrigation in Kitui County. I was invited here, Chair, to come and shed light on two issues which have been part of the issues that have been raised during this process. And one concerns a borehole which was done in Adi Ward. And the other issue is around our water companies, the issues of Kitwasko and Kimwasko subsidies, which we did in the last financial year. Chair, on the issue, the first issue about Mihani boreholes, let me say that they were brought to my attention, the CC member, in August, when I was invited by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation to come and share a report on the program which we have been undertaking last financial year on borehole drilling program in our county. And so I instructed my technical team to prepare updated report. Because what we usually do is we have a team which actually day to day they are running the program, because even as we continue here, Chair, the program is still ongoing in different parts of the county. And so that is the first time I interacted with that name, Omiani. And so after we presented the report to the committee, when I went back to the office, I called my technical team, because in the last financial year, 2023-2024, we had a schedule of boreholes which we were supposed to undertake. 40, actually one for every ward. And so I knew that, I knew all of them because I have a report and usually follow up periodically to know how the activity is ongoing through our technical team who operate our machines. And so I had to call them to be able to know, because in other ward, in last financial year, we were supposed to do a bore, which is called the sender. And then I wanted to know the circumstances under which we ended up with another project before we did the one which was prioritized. Because in every ward, in every village, there are proposals for bores, but for last financial year, the first one was to be said, but there are many others which are also in the pipeline in the wards to be able to achieve the desire for water for our county. So that is when I was informed that this Miani bore project was actually initiated in 2018. The team, our technical team, went there first on 2nd August in 2018. That time they wanted to supply water to a school there, which is called Mwangu Primary School, Mwangu Vuti Primary School. And so they went there first time on 8th August 2018. And then after they did their preliminary surveys, it was not possible to locate any site within the school compound which had a good promise for water. And so I think after the deliberation, they agreed to enhance the location to a radius of around 2 kilometers from the school. And because it was to provide water for the school and also for the surrounding Miani community. But Chair, what happened is that after that, it's like they did not proceed much. The matter only came back in 2021. That is when the hydrogeological team did now the proper survey for the water in that Miani area. And then immediately they mobilized water rig to go and do drilling in 2021. But what happened along the way before, I think about 220 meters or so, in the course of drilling, it was alleged, because it's not fully confirmed whether it was actual machines which never worked, or there was a bit of politics, but it was alleged that the machines, the machinery and developed the rig and developed some mechanical issues. And so it was required to go for service. And so the machine was demobilized before they finalized doing the borehole. And then the story ended there. So that is the information that I got from my technical team. So in the fast forward, in June 2023, that is last financial year, actually 2024, last financial year, but this calendar year 2024, Anglican Development Services, we usually do, as a ministry, we usually support private operators to undertake bores. So Anglican wanted to do a bore, actually they did, at a place called Makaiye, it's in the Ikuda ward. And so they requested the ministry they hired the machinery for drilling. And so our rig went there to Kitui South. And then I think it is the third point that since the machinery was in Kitui South in Ikuda, when they finalized doing the Makaiye borehole, then they realized there's a bore which was done in 2021, but it was left before it was concluded. And so they went there and finished it. But what happened after they did the first bore, they realized, because by last financial year we had also budgeted for new equipment for locating boreholes and hydrogeological apparatus, which are now newest and they are more reliable. They said they had to do a test, and so they realized then the yield was not very good. Actually, it came to around 1-2 cubic, and so the water could not really serve the purpose for which we wanted to serve that particular community. So they decided to do another survey, and they located another point nearby, which was a bit more promising, and then they did the bore there, which yielded around 3 cubic meters. And so this financial year, we are already planning to equip that, so that the community of Miani can be able to benefit from water. In the same vein, Chair, we also managed to do a hydrogeological survey for the center bore, which was done in September, although actually it was supposed to be done in last financial year. But then we had the process now. Already the machinery is doing one of the bores in Ikanga Kiatune. It's in Kitui South. And before it leaves Kitui South, we will make sure the center bore is also undertaken. So what I maybe want to clarify here is sometimes when we are planning, it's very easy to plan to do 40 bores, but when it comes to the actual implementation, sometimes there are challenges, like especially during rains, or when we run out of fuel and those kind of challenges. But ideally, I want to agree that the center bore was supposed to have been done in the last financial year, but we are now planning to complete it as well. On the issues of Kitwasco and Kimwasco, these are water companies which will be depending on the county government in terms of subsidies. That time, the prices for water, it was usually subsidized because when they were calculating the tariff, they did not consider the full cost recovery. Because, you know, they are also, you look at all those things, production cost, the cost of power, cost of chemicals, staff salaries, operation and maintenance. So by that time, the tariffs were not reviewed as it is now. So the water price used to be very low, and they could not be able to cater for all the cost of running these companies. So the last financial year, we had actually proposed as a ministry, because usually the cost is around 17 million per month, 12 for Kitwasco in terms of the bills, and 5 for Kimwasco, which translates to 204 million per year, and these companies were not able to cater for those costs. And so we proposed 100 million in the budget. But Chair, what happened is when the budget came to the Assembly, I know the honorable members, they approved only 30 million for the 2 companies for the whole financial year, out of about a budget of 100 million, which these companies in ICA. So what happened within first 3 months? By September, the first quarter, the entire 30 million was fully utilized. And then during supplementary, we also took a bit of our budget and pushed into the subsidy. And the Assembly also approved that addition of 27 million during supplementary, making the total budget for the year to be 57 million. But what happened, Chair, is that by end of second quarter, by end of December, the entire money was fully absorbed. And so from January 2024, there was zero budget for us to support the companies. So January came, we were not able to pay their bills. February came, we were not able. March 2024 came, we were not able. So by end of March 2024, Kenya Power cut off the power, because you know, for example, the Kitwasco, they pump at Masinga. That is where intake is for Kimwasco, Kiambere. So by end of March, the Kenya Power cut off the two companies from power, and then they were not able to pump. So there was a crisis. You know, calls from all over, Mwingi municipality, Kitui municipality, there was a crisis. And members, they know that experience of April last financial year. So when the crisis reached crescendo, I remember, Chair, we were summoned by the Assembly here. And I met Mheshimiwa from Yambani along the corridor here. And then I was wearing a black suit. And then he congratulated me. And it is not normal for Mheshimiwa from Yambani to congratulate people. So I asked him, Mheshimiwa, why are you congratulating me? He told me, because of the suit. So I asked him, what about the suit? He said, you know, you are wearing black, and now Kitui is mourning, so you are in the mood of the county. And so I realized the joke. So it was very serious, and so I ended of course I ended to summon my team, with the chief officer. How do we go about this? And then, because you know, for the ribbons, we were not paid. The crisis is in the county. So we went to consult. I went to have a meeting with the CC, my colleague for finance. We looked at all the budget lines, because we wanted actually to borrow some money, especially from CLIDIP, so that we can be able now to pay later. They say we regularize the budget. And then in all the lines for the entire county government, there was nowhere where we could get some money. That time the bill had accumulated to slightly over 46 million. The money that Kenya Power wanted the county government to pay. So after one deliberations, we consulted every office in the county government, and they asked me to negotiate with the Kenya Power to be able to see how these companies can be restored power. So I engaged the team who are in charge of Kenya Power from both the two companies, including the manager who is based in Embu, Eastern Region. And then they told me, Waziri, we cannot reconnect Kenya Power. The only thing we can, because again we were also negotiating, because now we are still in crisis in the end of March. There's still 3 more months to the end of the financial year. So even as we talked about 46 million, in the current between January to March, there was still some other bill required from April to end of June. So they said before we talk about even how to survive for the whole financial year, you offer us to clear the current bill up to 31st March, which was about 46 million and 200,000. So we, after we deliberated with the CC Finance CEO and everybody else, they said the only money that you can utilize is your own budget. There is no ministry which is going to allow their budget to be touched. And so we ended to, because of the crisis, and you saw the law also allows, when there is a crisis or emergency, governments are allowed to use some money, and then later that can be regularized. So by that thinking, we agreed, as a Waziri, we said it's okay, because it's in public interest, there's crisis in the two municipalities, we have no choice other than accepting our budget to be utilized to clear the bills. So, Chair, that is what happened. the bills were cleared, and then the Kenya Power agreed any bills that were to be incurred from 1st April 2024 to 30th June 2024 can be paid later with the next financial year budget. And that is what we actually did. Since that time, we did not pay more bills until the financial year ended. We got new budget, which now we utilize to clear the arrears, Chair.
Very well, Minister. You had only 15 minutes to do so. You have really consumed your time very well. At this juncture, I want to invite the legal counsel representing the Minister for Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, to cross-examine Peter Ngunda before I give the committee to ask some few questions for clarification.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your exposition of the matters are very well articulated, and we really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, at the start of your evidence in chief, you are asked by the Honorable Chair whether you are privy to the motion before the committee today, and you confirmed that you are, right? Yes. Now, in that thinking, I want to believe that you are aware that your colleague, Honorable Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, stands accused of gross violation of the Constitution. In particular, he stands accused of the two issues that we've just expounded on. The first one is on the issue of the borehole at Miani. At the risk of sounding repetitive, allow me to just again clarify one or two issues. You've confirmed that the issue of the Miani boreholes was started way back in 2018.
Yes.
Now, you've also confirmed that at some point, for whatever reason, whether you said you weren't aware, there was a breakdown of machines, whether it was true, whether it was political, the borehole was never finished.
Yes.
You mentioned a place in Ikuda, I couldn't get the name, but they say there was Anglican Church drilling a borehole somewhere in Ikuda.
Yes, Makaiye.
That?
Makaiye borehole.
Makaiye.
Yes.
While you were down that side, you requested them to go and complete the Miani borehole.
Yes.
They agreed.
No, for Makaiye, it's them who were taking care of the cost. They had actually hired our machinery.
Oh, they had hired your machinery.
But for Miani, it was county government which was doing its business there.
Yeah. But while they were down there, and because the machinery was close to the Miani site, which was incomplete, you advised that they can go and finish the project there.
Maybe Waziri might not be knowing, Makaiye is actually one of the villages in Athi Ward, so it is not in Ikoda. It is Makaiye, maybe.
Okay, but
that is noted.
It is noted, yeah.
It is noted. Come back to.
Yeah, but that is okay.
Just a minute, Lego. Waziri Ngunda.
Yes.
Are you advised properly, according to our knowledge? What Minister for Finance and Economic Planning has just alluded?
Maybe I'm not heard him well, but I'm relying entirely with what my technical team shared with me. I don't know what is in conflict with what Waziri is saying. I'm not sure.
Okay. Proceed, Lego.
Thank you very much. The point I was trying to drive home is the equipment that was drilling Bagaya or Dagaya, well, somewhere down there, was in that neck of the woods, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And while they were there, they are requested to go and complete the Miani project?
Yes.
And you've also confirmed that while they were there, because 2018 to 2024, 6 years later, there was advanced technology in hydrological surveys, correct?
Yes.
It was determined that the earlier project could not work. And therefore, it was only reasonable to do another hydrological survey within 2 kilometers, correct?
We come again.
While they were there, they discovered that the 2018 project was not viable. And that was informed by a more advanced hydrological survey, correct?
Yes, they did to recheck, yes.
There was nothing to stop them from going ahead, carrying out the survey and drilling, correct?
Yes.
Now, in the process of trying to look for another viable project, you did confirm, I've written it down, that they were mandated to expand to at least a radius of 2 kilometers.
Yes, from the school.
And that is how they landed on the current site.
Yeah, because the surrounding community is Miani area around the school.
Yeah. The bore was sunk?
Yes, yes.
That's what you're calling the Miani 2, correct?
Yes.
Now, what was the initial purpose of this borehole? The Miani 1, Miani 2?
The initial objective, Chair, was to provide water to Mwangwevutu Primary School and the nearby Miani community, the public around there. Because what we usually do every time we do a project, even if it is in a public school and we get a good yield, we make sure even the neighboring community also benefit from the water.
Let me ask you, Honorable Minister, when the county executive, the county government goes to do hydrological surveys and you cite water, underground water, is the land ordinarily land belonging to the county government?
Chair, in most cases it's usually public land, but of course we have to get permission from the landowners.
Ordinarily it is land belonging to private individuals, right?
Yes.
So in this case, you cited water in private property, correct?
Yes.
Are you satisfied that the borehole that has been drilled will still serve the purpose for which it was intended in 2018?
Yes.
Has it been exploited yet? Has the water been
The water,
extracted?
we are now planning to equip it
You're
this,
planning to
this
equip it?
financial year.
Now, what happens if a site of a borehole happens to be on a private individual's parcel of land?
There's supposed to be an agreement for the landowner to cede the land for public use.
In this case, did you seek permission from the landowner?
Yes.
Did he allow?
He allowed, Chair.
He allowed. And that is common in any other place that you're going to look for water, correct?
Yeah, it's common.
It's very common. Now, the motion, again, I'll take you back, accuses your colleague, the Honorable Minister of Finance, of influencing the drilling of the borehole on his family land. You've seen that allegation, correct?
Yes, I've heard about it.
As the minister responsible for water, this borehole have been sunk only, when was it, the date?
June 2024.
June 2024, about 5 months ago. Did the Honorable Minister put you under immense pressure to make sure that you find water on his family land?
I was not informed. It's a technical team who did the work.
They are the ones who did the work. You are the minister responsible for water, correct?
Yes.
Did anybody report to you that they were put or threatened or whatever you want to call it? The information here is improperly conferred a benefit influenced the drilling? Do you have any information to show whether your colleague, either to you or anybody else, influenced?
I have no information about
No
that.
information whatsoever. Now, about Senda Village, you've mentioned that you had identified the site.
Yes, I've taken it.
Not the site, but the village has been earmarked for one of the places to benefit, correct?
Yes.
You were unable to do the borehole in the last financial year.
Yes.
You said at times you encounter challenges, correct? You encounter challenges, that is why you are unable to do within the financial year, correct?
Yeah, there are many we are not able to do because of challenges, especially rains and also the fuel, when we run out of fuel.
Would you confirm to this committee that the Senda borehole has not been removed from your plan and you still intend to drill that borehole?
It has already been surveyed, actually in September. I have document here, the survey report, a geological survey, and we're going to do it in time from now. It's in the pipeline, among the others which we are doing.
So, according to you, there has not been a change of the site of the borehole that was supposed to be drilled, the Senda village to Miani village?
Yes, Senda community is also going to get their borehole.
It's going to get their borehole. You confirm it is still on the pipeline?
Yes.
Now, you've also addressed very eloquently the issue of Kitwasko and Kimwasko. And you stated that, one, you are supposed to subsidize water.
Yes.
You mentioned something about tariffs. I was trying to write, and I couldn't quite get it clearly. You said when tariffs were done, we did not consider. Can you repeat that statement if you can? There's something that you failed in considering and therefore making water become a bit expensive.
I said the county government has been subsidizing our water companies.
Yeah.
Because the price of water does not take care of the full cost of the water.
Yeah.
Because again, water has to be a little bit affordable to the community. But by that time, I said the new tariffs and not setting. Currently, there's a chair, as you know, we applied to Water Subsidy Regulatory Board to allow us to review the water tariffs. And then the two companies, as I said now, they're operating on a higher prices than that time. So by that time, they were struggling to raise enough revenue to cater for their bills. So that's why the budget that we put in for last financial year was absorbed way before even the year was midway.
Thank you for that. So basically, you're confirming to this honorable committee that you have a responsibility to supply water, but the money you're raising from selling water is not enough to meet the cost of supplying that water, correct?
Yes.
You've also confirmed there's a crisis.
Yes.
What was the crisis?
The crisis came up when Kenya Power cut off electricity from our pumping sites in Masinga and Kiambere, and the two companies were not able to pump water to come to the two municipalities, Kitui and Mwingi.
Absolutely. Briefly, as the Minister for Water, what was the impact of that cutting off of electricity?
It meant now the two major towns in Kitui, that Kitui town and Mwingi town, were not able to get water.
Not able to, what is the impact of Kitui and Mwingi municipalities being unable to get water?
Very, very serious ramifications, especially like if you look at our two major level hospitals in Kitui and Mwingi, when they don't have water, there's even serious, even health issues when that happens. And then our institutions where there are learners, especially like we had a serious challenge with our university, Cecm, because there was a crisis because the student could not be able to get water that time. And so there was pressure from all sides.
Let me ask you, in your assessment as the minister, did this crisis rise to the level of requiring immediate remedial action, including reallocation of budgets?
Yes.
you spearheaded the process of making sure that water is reconnected.
Yes.
You did mention, I want to quote you, you summoned your team to agree on how to deal with the crisis, correct?
Yes.
And you also confirmed that you went to the cabinet and you are advised on what to do.
Chair, I did not raise the issue in the cabinet, but I consulted the Ministry of Finance and other relevant offices on the way forward because we were in a crisis.
And you said they did give you a way forward.
Yes.
Can you just, for the sake of clarity, please repeat what way forward?
After we looked where the money could come from, we were not able to land any budget line in the other ministries, and so it was left with my sole responsibility to know where to get the money from. Then we went to agree that we use our own resources to be able to cater for the bills.
So let me ask you, the 76 million shillings that was used to pay for electricity was already money for your ministry?
It was mainly for ministry, but for other programs.
For other programs, the drilling of boreholes in 40 wards?
Yes, other dams and other structures.
But in this particular matter, there was a crisis that needed redress immediately?
Yes.
What does the Minister for Finance then have to do with that crisis and the way it was resolved?
The ministry went to consult generally because they are the one who are responsible for processing payments. So when the bills come from the water companies, we usually take them to finance to be able to be cleared.
So their role was only to process payments for your ministry, to assign the payments in the manner that was agreed by your ministry, correct?
Yes.
So is therefore correct? Is it correct to say that in this matter, the Honorable Minister for Finance is being accused wrongly?
Come up again.
Would therefore be correct in stating that in this matter, under those circumstances you have described, the Minister for Finance is being accused wrongly?
The payments of the bills, as I said, was the responsibility of the ministry. Water.
It came for the ministry?
Yes.
Upon request by your ministry?
Yes.
Correct. And you confirm that you paid...
And the chair, I will provide all the information around that, the communications we did with Kenya.
Let's finish, huh?
All right, thank you.
Let's just finish. That's satisfactory. You also confirm that the money was paid, was used to pay for those bills and water has been reconnected, correct?
Yes.
And there's no crisis at the moment?
Yes.
What's going to happen to the boreholes?
The bores which were not done.
Yeah.
We have, even since then, we have done many bores, and the program is still continuing to ensure all the bores which were not done last financial year, they are given the priority this financial year, even as we equip the others which were done.
So basically, can I assume therefore that you look for funds to now dig the boreholes?
We still have resources for this financial year for boreholes, and we are prioritizing those which were not done.
Those which were not done. One last question. Would it have been prudent, or would it have been prudent financial management on your part, it's the Minister for Water, to go and drill boreholes when you are faced with cutting off of pumping services to Kimwasco by Kenya Power? What was reasonable in the circumstances?
It would not have been in the best public interest.
So the public interest in this matter was?
The crisis which was in our major towns and institutions of learning and hospitals.
That is all for now, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Legal. I would like to request Minister for Water and Irrigation to submit any other supporting documents you may deem fit for this committee for consideration. Clerk. And be on record, which document are you holding there?
What I'm going to give is the ideological report for the Miani one for 2021,
Yes.
Then the hydrogeological survey for Miani 2, that is for June 2024.
Yes.
And then the hydrogeological survey for Senda Boho, which we did in September, and we are going to draw it. And then the other issue is the letter which I wrote to Kenya Power before they agreed to reconnect our water companies, committing to pay, to clear the 46 million, which had accrued by end of March 2024.
While on those...
in the letter it was written about 76, I am not aware about the 76 million. What we actually paid in excess, which the minister is aware of, is a total of 46,207,826. That is what, as the CC for water, I'm aware of, not the 76 million that I saw in the summons.
While on that document about that payment, you remember, clerk, just stand there. While on that document for Kitwasko and Kimwasko, there is a response you give to the Committee on Irrigation and Water. There is a response, and I read.
Yes.
For the purpose of legal, you can refer to Annex 4, and then you proceed to the reports. The report by a Committee on Agriculture and Irrigation. On that report, you move to page number 4. You are giving reasons for not completing the borehole program as designed. And number 2, you said.
Yeah.
Number 2, you said. Can you open Annex number 4? And then in that report by Committee on Irrigation and Water, move to Annex number 3 and move to page number 4. Okay? Yes. And I read. Legal, I'm saying, Annex 4 in that big file. Then you move to Annex 3. And Annex 3 is a report by Committee by Water and Irrigation. Number 4, there is a response that you give to that committee when they summoned you. You said and I read number 2.
Chair, I know where the confusion is, because as I said earlier...
Let me just read. You will explain.
You know, I've already read it, but it's okay.
I want it to be on record.
Okay.
You said reason for not completing the borehole program as designed. In number 2, you said we moved Kenya shillings 30 million and another 46 million, a total of 76 million, to pay for Kitwasko and Kimwasko electricity bills for pumping. This affected procurement of drilling consumables, as could not achieve the target. Help this committee understand you better, Waziri.
No, Chair, I know it's just a mix-up of numbers, because as I said, the original budget, which was approved by the Assembly, was 30 million. During supplementary, we moved 27, not 30. The next year was 27 million during the supplementary. And then now the 46 million, which now we paid in April 2024. So I think it was just a small mix of numbers, but it's almost, but it's 27, not 30, Chair, for record. That was in the original budget.
Another question, while awarding those documents, you said the hydrological survey for Miani 2 was done in September, right?
No, September is Senda.
Senda. Was done in Senda, sorry. Was
yes.
Done in Senda, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
While the committee inspection was done in August 2004.
That's correct.
That's
they
correct.
were not related events. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yes.
Clarify to this committee that the report was not done at Senda after the committee did the oversight exercise.
It is correct, the survey, because even I was summoned in August by the Assembly Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation. So the survey for Senda was done later in September. So it's correct.
Does it mean that it was done as a result of the oversight exercise?
It was it because it is only in the center where in the Adi chair where we are doing this. We are doing all these surveys across the county, and some members can tell you we have been in many wards in the last few months. Yes, just a coincidence.
All right, I move to the next concern. It's okay, you can pick the documents. Waziri, I want to read section 135 of the Public Finance Management Act, subsection 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are very short. And I want to ask you, after I've read them, whether you are privy to that legislation. 135(1) of PFM Act. 1. A county government may spend money that has not been appropriated if the amount appropriated for any purpose and under the County Appropriation Act is insufficient or a need as a reason for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, or money has been withdrawn from the county government emergency fund. Subsection 2, a county government shall submit a supplementary budget in support of the additional expenditure for authority for spending under subsection 1. Subsection 3, in complying with subsection 2, a county government shall describe how the additional expenditure relates to the fiscal responsibility principles and financial objectives. And then finally, subsection 4, except as provided by subsection 5, the approval of the county assembly for any spending under this section shall be sought within 2 months after the first withdrawal of the money. The committee notes the letter of concern and agrees with you that there was a crisis. And that one has been perfectly be done by the legal counsel by cross-examining you. The committee recognizes that there was a crisis. We agree with you. The money was paid, and you have confirmed that is a responsibility by the Minister for Finance and Economic Planning, correct? Who is responsible for payment? Is it you or for Peter Mwikya Kilonzo?
It is the county treasury.
County treasury. The money was consumed or was paid. A supplementary budget ought to have done 2 months after that expenditure. Was that one done?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. I want to confirm to you that there is none of the document that have been provided by the motion mover and even by the council that confirms that a supplementary budget was done. So in this case, who is responsible for not bringing a supplementary budget for the expenditure that you did based on the law that I've just read? Is it you or Treasury?
I have no comment.
You have no comment. Thank you. I want to allow members maybe to throw a few concerns to the Waziri before I move to another issue. Honorable members, yes, Frida.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I listened very carefully to what Waziri presented to us. My concern is, he said that it's another body which went to do drilling of another ball in a place they could have, don't know whether it's right or not, and then noticed that there was another ball which was unfinished, and then they came to drill it. That's true?
Yes, our machinery was hired to do something in the Kitui South. Yes.
So it means that ball was not drilled with our county allocation.
The one in Makai was not county resources. Yes, it was hired machinery.
But the same people are the ones who went to do back the Miani, which was not finished.
Yes, our machinery and the plant operators. Yes.
Okay.
At the county government cost now.
Government. Now, when I look at our public participation, my own was not in that, number one. Number two, you went ahead and prioritized a borehole which was not done, which had not given in public participation. That is one. And ignored the one which was on our public participation and which we had done money allocation for it. Is that correct?
That's not correct, Chair, because as I said, this is a project that was drilling began in 2021, but the machinery was mobilized before it was completed. So it was still a community priority. That
was this?
last financial year.
2023-2024.
2023-2024, yes.
Now that you have reported that we want a clarification to enable this committee make a decision that yes, of course, the balls were drilled at Mian 1 and Mian 2. Legal again assists. Move to the hazard report. Written with the tag. Cecm Water confirms the bore was for the sender village. This one should be page number 12. Page number 12, it is highlighted. You see a place where a sentence starts with "so," and I read, "So, Honorable Chair, we will keep engaging them to ensure they do the right thing. These are public resources, and we have a right to demand for accountability." This is your speech in that report, and then you proceed. I wanted to finish so that I can give my CEO some chance to say something. Hii ya Mheshimiwa Mudhama Kieti nitaachia CEO. Hawa watu walienda wakaruka daraja ya ardhi wakaingia Makueni. And then you proceed to say, what I know is that we were to do a borehole at center in earth. The CEO will elaborate on that. Are those your words?
Yes.
Can you confirm that the budget through a public participation, as you have said, through CIDP was supposed to be done at center?
Correct.
And that moving this ball to be drilled at Mian 01 and Mian 02 was a violation? Again, it's public participation?
I think what I elaborated that, Chair, that it was a project that was done by the ministry, but then it was not concluded. So we can't say there was no public participation because it was done then because I think the public and requested for it.
Very well. Finally, are there any legal agreements between the county and the owners of the private land where the Miani bores have been drilled? In the event that there isn't, would that amount to wastage of public resources on private property? Do you have an agreement between the owner of the land and the county?
I don't have it here, Chair, but I'm sure it is somewhere. It's something that can be availed. Because we don't usually also agree for investing public resources when issues of land have not been sorted.
So you can get the agreement.
It should be somewhere in our files.
I would rule and say to enable this committee make a cognitive decision on this matter, please be at privilege to supply us before the close of business today. Any other member,
sir.
Honorable Kalenga?
Thank you. Waziri, you have confirmed. Waziri, you have confirmed to us that the first time you heard about Miani 001, Miani 002 is the time when Agriculture Committee summoned you, right?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm a member, by the way, for Agriculture Committee. When we summoned the CEO and yourself, the CEO confirmed that they did 12 boreholes in 9 wards. That is financial year 2023-2024. Yet you are saying that the Miani boreholes were supposed to be done 2018. So you violated the law and took the money for the financial year 2023-2024, which was meant for people of center, and be dug the borehole there to dig for the borehole which was allocated money year 2018-2019. Is that not violation of the law? Second, you've said that you had some arrangement, and yet we have other report from the CEO saying that it was made in highly secretive manner for you guys to go and dig the borehole at Miani 001. Are you aware of that? And if yes, what actions did you take? By many financial years. Was it
No, Chair, the time and elapsed, but the need for the Miani people for water was still there. So we were just addressing the need that was still existing then. But as I said, even the center one, we are going to do it.
Before I finish, Miani 001 was done and Miani 002 was done. When we questioned, we were told that they had a little amount of water.
Yes.
There are so many boreholes which have been done in our 40 wards.
I will give him my blessing. Physically, we can understand because we are Kamba people. Just for a clarification, when you are getting agreements for this land, which is owned by the family and the county government, confirm whether by these words the father also sought clarification from the son. If you have any information, you can clarify to the committee. If at the end of the day it is there.
Yeah, Chair, I expect actually this land agreement to be as old as 2021 when the project is started. That's why I said it must be somewhere in our files, and I need to confirm with my team, because that is usually the first step once you land water in a private land, to get arrangement with the owner through an agreement, to ensure that in the future you don't put public resources to danger of having to be lost.
Waziri, that is very good news today. Mheshimiwa, how are you? Please, we can't hear. Work on the sound. Can you hear? Chairman, budget. It is muted. Please unmute. Chair, allow us sort the issue on sound, eh? Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure whether you can hear me right now.
Chair, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chair? Chair, can you hear me? Can you hear me? IT, Chair cannot hear? Chair, can you hear me? Chair, can you hear me? We can hear, you can hear us, but we can't hear you. The chair can hear us, but we can't hear him. Can the chair hear? Yes. You can hear me? Chair, can you hear us? Chair, can you hear us? Chair, can you yes? Chair, can you yes? Now I want to give further direction, legal. As the IT department works on how to connect the chairperson to give his evidence on some of, to shed some lights on areas that we need to understand. Sergeant Atam, can you provide Honorable Benjamin Dambo Mulandi, member, Committee on Finance and Economic Planning, if he is ready to witness? Welcome, witness. Confirm that your name is Honorable Benjamin Dambo Mulandi.
Chair, my name is Benjamin Dambo Mulandi.
Also confirm whether you are a member to the Committee on Finance and Economic Planning.
I'm a member of the committee.
Before I proceed further, legal, can you administer oath to the witness?
I, Benjamin Dambo Mulandi, do swear that the evidence I shall give before the committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth.
Point of order. Is he in order to not to lift up the Bible? What is the procedure? Legal? You repeat the order again.
I, Benjamin Dambo Mulandi, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, are you privy to the committee's report, Committee on Finance and Economic Planning, a report that undertook an inspection exercise on the status of revenue collection in Kitui County from 2nd to 5th May 2023?
Yes, Chair.
You are privy to that report?
Yes, Chair.
This special committee comprising of 5 members is here to investigate on charges which are contained in the motion moved by the Honorable Member Anthony Musyoka, MCA for Chomo Chedani Ward. Are you also privy to that motion?
Yes, Chair.
If that is the case, I know you have been briefed on the areas that you need to give, to shed light to this committee, to enable the committee make a justifiable decision when making the final report after these proceedings. Welcome and proceed to witness.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I being a member in the Committee of Finance and Economic Planning, I stand here as a witness about the motion, the motion before the House concerning violation, gross violation of the Constitution by the Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, one Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo. Chair, there's notable negligence in implementation of revenue collection mechanism the Ministry of Finance. And as a member, the committee did a report, which is in Annexure 5, concerning the issue of on-source revenue, which was submitted, which was brought before the committee, and the report was done and submitted to the Minister for Finance. And contrary to what is expected of the Minister, of which he should submit the report of a status of implementation of the report, the recommendation that was made, the Minister has not submitted the status of the report on implementation of what the committee had proposed, which is contrary to our standing orders, number 181, which compels the Minister to provide a report to the relevant committee of the Assembly on the implementation status within 60 days. Some of the recommendations that the committee pointed out on their report was a recommendation on the Minister establishing a county revenue authority, a separate arm from the county treasury, but with the similar functions as a Kenya Revenue Authority, but limited to county revenue raising power, county revenue raising power is prescribed to Article 209 of the Constitution, which encourages professionalism in revenue management, improvement of revenue performance, and encourage compliance. Also, another recommendation on that report was the issue of timely enactment of the county finance bill, of which a delay of it has a ramification in revenue collection. So, Chair, from my stand is that the Minister has failed to implement or to bring status a report on what he's doing to make sure that he has improved the collection of on-source revenue. Thank you.
Very well, witness. Witness at this juncture, because you have been given 15 minutes to shed light as a witness on that matter, please also be notified that I will also give some time to the legal representing the Minister for Economic Planning to cross-examine you. And at this point, legal counsel, Kimanthi, I want to grant an opportunity to you so that you can cross-examine the witness. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Benjamin Ndambu Mulandi. You're a member of the Committee on Finance and Economic Planning, right? Honorable Member, you didn't mention that you set out to...
sorry, repeat that question. And Mr. Witness, just respond with a voice so that can be captured in the record. It doesn't.
Okay, thank you. I'll be pleased to repeat. He did mention that he's a member, is privy to the committee's report that undertook an inspection on status of revenue collection, correct?
Yes, Chair.
You said that what the next is that? Is that the next year 7?
5, Chair.
Next to 5. Perhaps to help us understand, I mean, there's nothing wrong, and I believe you're doing your oversight duty. But was there a particular inspiration or case that inspired you to do this inspection?
Yes, Chair.
Perhaps you could highlight a bit on that?
Chair, I've been elected to represent oversight in the Legislative Assembly. I sought a statement before the House concerning the issue of unsourced revenue, which prompted the committee to have a tour and visit the cess points and other areas, other venues where we collect taxes for
Very
our
well.
county.
You did mention that you had sought a statement.
Yes.
When was that? Do you have any document to show that you sought a statement on the status of revenue collection from the county executive committee member for finance?
Not from the county executive member for
Sorry?
finance. Not from the county executive member of finance.
So, I mean, the person who is supposed to give the status of the report is the minister, right?
I saw the report, I saw the statement in the floor of the House to the committee concerned on finance and economic planning, which prompted them to go and do inspection.
Okay, well, that much I understand. So I'm asking, as a member of this committee, did you seek any information from the minister to know the status of revenue collection across the county?
I did it through the committee, through seeking.
Did you seek any document from the minister asking what is the status of revenue collection within the county?
It's not my mandate to seek statement for the minister.
Sorry?
I sought it in the floor of the House,
Now still
and the
repeat.
committee was directed to do so.
So are you aware whether any statement was sought from the minister? Have you seen any document to that effect?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. So you woke up one day and decided to ambush revenue clerks in several cess collection points across the county, correct?
Not ambushing. It's our duty.
No, just say yes or no. You didn't ambush. Or you ambushed. Did you or you did not? Did you?
No, we did ambush.
You didn't ambush. You attended the retreat titled 7-Day Consultative Forum between County Executive and County Assembly in Mombasa between 29th of September 2024 and 6th of October 2024 at Pridine Flamingo Hotel in Mombasa. Did you?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of the recommendations of the communique that came out of that meeting?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Do you remember any of them, if any?
Many.
Can I remind you, was there a question of forging harmonious and respectful working relationship between the county executive and the county assembly?
Sure.
Do you still believe in that?
Yes, I do. Why not?
Was it so hard for you as a member of the committee, fully authorized by law, in exercise of your oversight authority, to just write to the minister and ask what is the status of revenue collection?
The committee has sought sought attention from the minister several times, but we are not able to have him in the committee sitting.
Do you have any documents in your evidence, in the documents of attached, to show that you've sought several times without any response from the minister?
No.
Nothing. You, as a person, as an individual, you're a member for which ward?
Mutunguni ward.
Mutunguni. By law, are you authorized, or do you have the powers to write to the minister or ask? Forget about the committee, yourself. Can you write, or you don't know whether you can write?
No.
So you cannot write, or you can write?
I've asked your question. I've answered your question.
Well, I didn't know what you're answering to.
You have heard what I've
I
said.
won't waste time on that. We'll proceed. Now, again, in the same communique in Mombasa, it was agreed, resolved that you'd implement austerity measures to ensure prioritization and, sorry, I will read another one. To ensure full automation of all source revenue streams in an effort to achieve 1 billion shillings on source revenue. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that the minister has put in place measures to make sure that there is proper revenue collection in all the places?
Just upon concern, legal.
Yes, please.
Maybe something you should refer to the committee before continuing with the gross examination. Something you are doing it very well. Please confirm to this committee, or maybe issue a clarification, because we want you people understand, make work easier for this committee. You have referred to a communique for a retreat which was done in Mombasa. Are you trying to introduce a new document or a new conversation to the committee that you're not aware? Because we have been looking at this document to see whether we have any copy touching on that communique. And in fact, I've been looking for it. Or any member, have you seen it? Can you give us just a bit of clarification?
Yeah,
just a clarification, then we proceed. Yeah.
If you've noticed my questioning of the two previous members, my first question was, did you attend the retreat? The answer from both of them has been yes. The presumption I'm making is that they were fully attentive, they were fully aware of what happened or transpired, and they know what came out. In that case, there was no need to supply. If he said he did not attend, I would not even pursue that line of questioning.
That one is, yes?
That's why I did not submit it, because if he tells me not attend that retreat, I will not even bother.
Just a minute. What is it, Peter?
Through the chair, I'm just concerned whether it is necessary for the legal to keep on referring the issue of the retreat, which is not in our document. Is it really necessary?
That's a concern, but he is allowed by law when he's doing cross-examination. But mine was a concern as a chair. I wanted to be on record. I wanted to be on record because what I wanted to be on record is this. In the motion, a document supplied by the motion mover, and also the document you provide for us in terms of annexures.
Yeah.
And also the document that you supply to us as a legal counsel to the minister.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that document.
Yeah.
And because you have given us an explanation, that one is on record. You can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is he satisfied with the issue you raised, or we leave it at that?
It was a concern from the committee.
No, yours I understand. Peter, yours is correct?
No, legal. That one is done.
Oh, thank you very much.
If he's not satisfied, you raise his hand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, you also said that there has been negligence in revenue collection.
Yes, yes.
You've said that in your statement.
Yes.
What is your explanation as to what constitutes negligence in revenue collection?
My explanation is that to what we submitted the annexure 5, the committee had made some recommendations to the minister as a way of trying to.
Look, allow me to take you back, and I wish you move faster now. It's getting a bit late. One, I very strongly suggest that you don't hide behind the committee. You're here as an individual witness and as a member of the Committee on Finance and Economic Planning. So I want the answers from.
Just a minute. The minister is mandated to oversee the issue of the revenue collection by the PMF Act 2012, Section 157. So when I say there's an eligibility, because he has a duty to oversee how revenue is collected and utilized. I mean, how it's collected, and also to improve the mechanism for the collection.
No, that is a blanket statement. I want a case telling me because of failure to do 1, 2, the county government of Kitui lost this amount of money. If the minister had done this, then this money would not have lost. We would not want blanket statements.
Senior Counsel.
Well, listen, no. Number 2, please don't tell the minister what he's supposed to do. It's too late for that. We want a case of negligence, not a blanket statement. Tell us specific cases where, because of the failure of the minister to do this, a particular identifiable amount of money was lost. Do you have any particular case, any figures?
Failure to do what we call automation of the systems. We have had money being collected, cash. Money has been lost, or to be banked. That's by the motion. So the flow of those.
That is what to you constitutes negligence, correct?
I have responded.
Are you aware that the minister is implementing automation in line with the communique that the Honorable Chair has clarified about?
At a very slow rate.
Sorry?
Pace. At a very slow pace.
At a very slow pace?
Yes.
You confirm it is happening, correct?
I don't know.
At a very slow pace. You made a report, according to you. You made a report, you submitted a report to the minister requiring him to implement certain recommendations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I wish to confirm to you that indeed he is automating, is implementing your recommendations. You either know or you don't know. Do you know?
I don't know because the minister has not brought a report.
You don't know.
You have asked me, I've answered to a question.
You don't know. Have you sought to know, after writing the report, whether anything is happening? I put it to you.
He has a requirement to produce a report to the House because of the status of the implementation of what has been brought to his desk.
Now, let's finish up with you quickly. One, you are alleging that the Honorable Minister was negligent in implementing proper and transparent mechanisms. You cannot describe what you mean by negligence in this matter. I've told you that the Minister is actually implementing the recommendations in your report. You still don't know. I've asked you whether you have sought clarity from the Minister. You haven't. And here you are, you want us to believe you. What is your answer?
I'm saying as per our standing orders, he is mandated to inform the House on the report, on the status of how he is implementing the report that is forwarded to his desk.
Has he refused to forward?
He has not forwarded.
When did you write your recommendations to the Minister?
The month of May.
2023. Sorry?
Yes.
You have the document. I want to know when you forwarded.
I don't have the document on when you
Don't have the
forwarded.
document.
I have a document on when the resolution was made in the
You
House.
don't know when you forwarded. It doesn't matter when you came up with all this. You don't know when you forwarded. I'll move to the next question. Would we say that the minister is still implementing your recommendations and within time to make a report back to you?
Whether he is still implementing or not, what I know, he has gone contrary to Standing Orders 181 of this county assembly.
I was almost finished with you, but you're forcing me to ask you a further question.
Please proceed.
How has he gone contrary? How has he gone contrary?
Just a minute. Come up again.
You say that he has gone contrary to your recommendations, correct?
Not contrary to the recommendation, contrary to the Standing Orders.
I've just told you, you made recommendations. He's working on them. He's automating. He's waiting to get back to you. And you're saying he has gone contrary.
I am saying he has
No,
not
no, no, listen
brought
to
a
my
report
question.
in the House.
Let's not shout at each other. And remember, I'm the one asking questions. He is implementing your report. Do you know when he was supposed to get back to you? Oh, I have no further questions about you.
Thank you very much, Legal. Mr. Witness, Honorable Benjamin Mulandi.
Yes, Chair.
The committee is in possession of the report from the Committee on Finance and Economic Planning.
Yes, Chair.
Going through very fast, this is Annexure 5. Going very fast, that committee, there are some issues that we noted as a committee when we were looking at these documents. Some observations. One is that mirror stock card transporters are evasive in payment of cess. That is one. Another one is that the committee was also informed that the charcoal and the sand transporters acquire receipts for 1,000 shillings from either Garissa or Tana River counties to avoid paying cess despite obtaining these from Kitui County. Another one is that some traders evade paying cess by using those in power to intimidate the revenue clerks at the cess points. Another one is that the committee noted that there are some instances where the traders are not issued with receipts despite paying market fees. The other one is the county government through the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management has no legal framework for prosecuting persons who fail to pay market fees.
Honorable Chair, please guide me. I'm on annexure number 5. I don't know which document you're reading.
You are next number 5, eh?
Yeah.
Please move to page 12.
There is a report from the committee.
Page 12. Page 12. Procedural clerk, can you assist the legal because of the time? You see that Roman 13. Yeah, so we just speak quickly. I'm just trying to ask question to the witness. So is that Roman 13? Mirrors or cart transporters are evasive in payment of cess, and therefore I move to page 15. Down there, some traders. Page 14. The committee, that is number 10. The committee also was informed that the charcoal and sand transporters acquire receipts for 1,000 shillings from either Garissa or Tana River counties to avoid paying cess, despite obtaining those from Kitui County. Page 15, Down there, some traders evade paying cess by using those in power to imitate the revenue clerks at the cess point. And then page 17, Roman 3, the committee noted that there are some instances whereby traders are not issued with receipts despite paying market fees. 5, the county government through Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management has no legal framework for prosecuting persons who fail to pay market fees. Page 20, number 4. The committee was also made aware that the cess point was the only barrier where vehicles transporting charcoal don't pay any fee. Page 21, the last keynote. Some traders evade paying cess by using those in power to imitate the revenue clerks at the cess point. A repeat of the same. And then the report goes all the way to give recommendations in page 24. In page 24, all those are recommendations. Legal, I want to ask this witness based on a law. Maybe you can provide him with a standing order. The Kitui County Assembly standing order number 181. If it doesn't have, please use mine to save time.
I got one.
You got one?
Sure.
Please can you read to this committee what does because you have been referring to standing order while you are giving a witness to the you are giving some bit of clarification to the committee, and while being cross-examined by the legal counsel representing the minister, you kept on mentioning that standing order. Could you please, because it's there in your report, read 181?
And I read, within 60 days of resolution of the county assembly or adoption of a report of a select committee, the relevant county executive committee member under whose portfolio the implementation of this resolution falls shall provide a report to the relevant committee of the county assembly in accordance with Article 153(4)(b) of the Constitution.
Now, the legal has told you that the minister is implementing some of our recommendations in this report, and as I've read some of them, I highlighted as a chairman. I want to ask you, confirm to this committee or clarify whether from the committee where you sit as a member, you have ever received a report on implementation on whatever you are talking about this report.
No, Chair.
So are you telling the committee that you are not aware that there is an automation going through in the ministry?
I'm not informed.
Tell this committee what will happen or what happens or what is the implication of not having automation in the entire county has to do with the all-source revenue and lives for the people of Kitui County as a member of that committee.
It leads to revenue leakages. County becomes unable to collect on-source revenue, which contributes to our envelope for development. That's opening spaces for penny bills because we have projection of the finance bill on what we should collect. So when we fail to automate, we fail to collect enough of what we have projected, hence welcoming the issues of pending bills.
Very well. I want to invite the other honorable members from the committee, whether you have anything you want to seek for a bit of clarification. Honorable Frida.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question goes to witness Honorable Mulandi. From where you sit at the Committee of Finance, when you gave the report and the recommendation, has 2 months lapsed?
More than a year, Chair.
Very well. At this juncture, I would like to urge Sergeant at Arm to escort our witness because I think that is sufficient for today from him concerning that matter where he came to witness. And please proceed with the speed and invite a witness by the name Honorable Mudengi Ndagara.
Perhaps before he comes, Honorable Chair, can I seek directions?
Just a minute. Yes, Council.
Just directions. It looks like we still have quite a number of witnesses. I'm not familiar with the procedures about when you have witnesses spilling over to the night. I don't know what normally is the procedure because it's getting a bit late and you still have quite a number of witnesses to call. What do you intend to do?
Legal, let me respond to you.
Thank you.
In the if of these proceedings, I made myself very clear that this is a long day for us. Historically, these proceedings, they go as late as 11. And we have to finish our thesis because it's tumbled. And mark you also submitted some documents. I saw a response from, is it what? CRA. There's a response that you brought today from CRA. So allow us, counsel, even the document that you give this committee, with that minimum time, we have the capacity to look at them and see what is the content there. Having said that one, all of us, because we are working for the people and also for our client, we are willing to be here as long as it is late, but again finish this exercise because we are time bound. Having said that one, Sanjay Tam, please avail Mudengi Ndagara. Oh, you the chairperson now, okay? Don't think so. Chairperson, can you hear us? You can hear us. Someone increase the volume. Chair, can you hear us? Chair, can you hear us? Can you hear us? You are hearing, but your voice is not well projected to this end. Chair, can you hear us? But we can't hear you. Chair, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Please talk. Can you increase the volume? . What are you saying, Chair? Just speak. You can hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Right now you can hear me?
Yes, clearly.
So we can proceed?
Yes.
Okay. For the interest of time and for the challenge that we're facing, connecting with the Honorable Chairperson for Committee on Budget and Appropriation, Chair, can you confirm that you are privy to the motion which is tabled to this committee, special committee, investigating the impeachment of Minister for Economic Planning, Minister for Finance and Economic Planning?
Yes, I can confirm.
Are you privy to the contents contained in the main budget and supplementary budget for the financial year 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025?
Yes, yes, I am aware.
And are you aware that you are witness to the proceedings today being carried out by this committee, special committee?
Yes, I received a summon letter.
If that is the case, I want to confirm that I received your letter that you are not able to attend physically here, but we make arrangement for virtual meeting with you. Legal, can you administer oath online to the witness?
Yes, I can.
Please proceed.
Honorable Zach, kindly repeat the following words after me, and where there is I, after the I, kindly put your name there. I do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, with me here we have the Cecm for Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, with his council team, the honorable members, and also legal counsel from the County Assembly. We are in receipt of your statement, and there are those issues that you need to clarify contained in that statement. I want to give you an opportunity for 15 minutes to submit your witness, to just shed light to some of the issues that are going to assist us as a committee, and thereafter I will allow the legal counsel representing the minister to cross-examine you, and also allow the honorable members also to draw a few questions to you for a bit of clarity before we close your session. Please proceed and shed light on the issues that you are prepared in your statement. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
In your statement, you said that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo submitted Kitui County Supplementary Budget 1 for the financial year 2024-2025 to the Assembly on 18 October 2024, where he reallocated 133,042,008 Kenya shillings from the County Assembly's approved annual budget. What do you have to say on that one?
Yes, that's correct.
Give us more information.
Chair, as you find from the statement, the budget that was submitted
Correct. The other one, that this was a revolt of 100 million from the previous financial year 2023-2024 factored into the current annual budget for the construction of a modern office block for the county assembly, contrary to section 130 of the PFM Act 2012 as amended by section 11.4 and 5 of the CARA 2021, which requires that unspent funds for the county assembly from the ending financial year should be reallocated by the Cecm finance in a subsequent supplementary appropriation bill to the county assembly within 2 months of the commencement of the financial year.
Chair, I am in agreement with the statement you read to the extent that the reallocation that was done. My understanding is that the PFM Act gives the clerk of the assembly, of course, that responsibility also rests with the approvals within the board to prepare the budget and submit it to the CEC treasury. And it's more a matter of, I would say, a matter of separating the different arms of the government to be able to put together their budgets for purposes of consolidation.
Very well. The other one is that that in the supplementary budget, 33,042,008 shillings were also reallocated in the current financial year for construction of members of county assembly ward offices. What do you have to say with that one?
Yes, Chair, according to the main budget that we approved for 2024-2025, there was an allocation of the 3 million you just mentioned that was meant for building offices for county assembly, members of the county assembly offices, probably in the local, in the ward level. That amount again was reallocated to other priorities within the county.
Number. Chair, can you mute your phone?
Yes, yes.
The other one in your statement is that the submitted budget contained allocations for new projects that were not part of the approved annual budget, failing to meet the qualifications stipulated under the legal provisions.
Yeah, Chair, yes, that is correct. There were new items that were introduced in the supplementary budget.
Which are they?
I might not remember everything, but I know there was the youth engagement forum, which was around 15 million. There was a new allocation for computers in the deputy governor's office, which was around 1.2 million, and the governor's hub, which was 10 million.
Just to take you to number 6 of our statement, that the aforestated supplementary budget 1 did not conform to the approval annual plan as it introduced new projects such as Roman 1, Office of the Deputy Governor, purchase of computers, printers, and other IT equipment to enable automation amounting to 1,241,700 Kenyan shillings. Roman 2, Minister of Culture, Sports and Youth Development, Project Allowance, Youth Engagement Forum of Kenya shillings 15 million. Expenditures under this program have already been incurred, as evidenced by the invitation letter referenced cg.kti/mcgy ICT and ss/ADM/CAK/CSM/1/17/46, dated 6 November 2024, inviting members of the County Assembly to attend the Kitui County Youth Engagement Forum 2024 on 15th November 2024 at Idhokwe Showgrounds. This happened when the supplementary budget 1 for the financial year 2024-2025 was still in approval process, and the same was undertaken without a policy to guide on its implementation. This was not an emergency and further and further a contravention of regulation that 9 subsection 8 of PFM county governments regulations 2015, which envisages that new policy options and service delivery initiatives should only be considered when introduced in the annual budget estimates. And then finally, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth, and advertising, awareness and publicity campaigns, county tournament in football from village level culminating to Governors Cup, amounting to 10 million. What do you have to say in that statement?
Chair, yes, I know there were new allocations that so basically what you mentioned about the 10 billion that was for the youth empowerment forum, which the spending was done as per the invitation on 15th of November 2024. While the process of approval for the appropriations bill was still in progress. So I think that's the only statement I can make. In regards to the governor's act, Chair, might not have a lot of information in regards to the negotiation that is taking place.
What do you have to say on issues of public finance bills, the chairperson to Committee on Budget and Appropriation, as regards the Finance Bill 2022, 2023, 2024? As it has been mentioned in the motion that you are privy of.
Yeah, Chair, yes, I'm aware that from the motion that there has been delays in submissions of the finance bills to the Assembly, and I came across that information from the motion. While this is not something I would say with authority in terms of processing, because we do not normally, as budget and appropriations committee process the finance bill, so I may not with authority state that that is the position. But from the motion, yes, I am aware that the finance bills have been delayed for the last 3 cycles of budgeting process.
Very well, that is all for the statement that is applied this committee with. And at this juncture, I want to allow the legal representing the minister to cross-examine you on the areas that you need more information from Mr. Chairperson to the Committee on Budget and Appropriation in the County Assembly of Kitui. Legal, can you proceed?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I guess you can hear me, Honorable Zacchaeus Ivuda Siango. Thank you. My name is Musyoki, counsel for the Minister for Finance. A few questions for you, Honorable Member. Your statement number 2, I suppose you have a copy with you. You say that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo submitted the Kitui County Supplementary Budget 1 for the financial year 24-25 to the County Assembly on 18th of October 2024, where he reallocated 133 million shillings from the County Assembly's approved annual budget, correct?
Yeah.
What was this money for?
100 million was made for construction of County Assembly office block, and then the 33 million is made for building offices for members of County Assembly.
You said 100 million was for construction of the County Assembly office block, right?
Yes.
And 33 for ward offices.
What offices, yeah. Exactly.
So basically, what you're telling this honorable committee is that this was money meant for development.
Yes.
Who were the tax developments between the County Assembly and the County Executive?
My understanding, and this has been informed by precedents, ever since I joined the Assembly and I have processed a number of supplementary budgets in the main budget, is that there has been an account for development within the Assembly, and therefore the Assembly, from my understanding, has the mandate to carry on the development that sits under the Assembly.
What is the role of the County Assembly? I want to put the question in a different way.
Over
Is development part of the mandate of the county assembly?
I am borrowing heavily from the national government, where there is the Bunga Towers, which was, again, in my understanding, the administration of the project and the construction was again done by the National Assembly. If I remember, Justin Mutuli then was highly involved in it. So again, I'm borrowing from the president.
I'll still take you back. You understand your mandate, correct?
Yeah.
Is development part of the mandate of the county assemblies? Well, let's follow the law.
It is, it's like Cecm streets, you separating the two. When you talk about representation and you're talking about legislation, mostly let's talk about representation. You're actually talking about rights and opportunities which must be safeguarded by the legislators. And this is, so again, what we are saying, and from my understanding, and again from Christians, you do not separate representation from development.
So, okay, so that we move forward.
And I am not a lawyer, so I wouldn't want to explicitly say, this is where the development responsibility is domiciled.
Okay. I'll make it easier for you. I just want a simple yes or no. Is development part of the county assembly's mandate? Yes or no?
In my understanding, yes.
All right, we move forward. Now, the county assembly was allocated money for development of county office block, correct?
Yes.
When was that?
I think this dates back to 2020, 2021 financial year.
2020, 2021 financial year.
Yeah.
How much was it?
190 million.
190 million. Was it allocated or appropriated? I don't know what is the right language. Was it given from 2021?
Through the chair, I might need to confirm exactly which year it was allocated, but since I began the process of dealing with appropriations bill and the main budget, the money has been available to the assembly.
Okay, so was money released? I want to use simple language, language that I also understand. Was money released to the county assembly to start the development?
Yes, it was available to the county assembly for the development.
When was that?
Like I said, I need to recollect back, but what I know is the 2021 financial year was part of that process. It was within that process.
Okay, you're talking about 3 years ago, correct?
Yeah.
Was eventually, okay, it was, I don't know what the right language is, reverted, or it was reallocated every successive year, correct?
He reported, yes.
It was reverted every successive year.
Yeah.
Eventually, as the development started,
Yeah, well, I do not hold brief for the board, but I am aware there were issues that needed to be negotiated from the initial plans to build at a cost work around 525 million to looking at what was released by SRC, that the construction cannot be more than 250 million based on our numbers for members of Congress, which is 60. So my understanding is the delays were because those kinds of negotiations that needed to take place, just to appreciate the fact that the contract had to be reduced to the amounts that are approved within the law.
so you mentioned a figure of 190 million shillings eventually, correct?
Yeah.
But here you're saying 100 million was reallocated, correct?
Yes.
What happened to the 90?
My understanding that it is still available for the construction works.
Do you know how the Honorable Minister came up with the figure of 90 million for now?
No, because
You don't know.
yeah.
Are you aware that having agreed on a figure of 190 million, the minister started the project. I'm actually now within your premises at the county assembly. I can see construction. I believe that is what you're talking about. He sought advice from the Ministry of Public Works and advised that for the first 8 months of the contract period, the project could only absorb 90 million shillings, which was allocated.
Okay.
Are you aware of that?
Through the chair, this is information that I might not be so much privy to. My understanding is that, again, through the chair, when
Okay, I get you. I want us to move faster. You're not aware of this information. I supplied this information last week on Friday for your benefit. But again, just so that you know, the county assembly's project could only absorb 90 million shillings for now, and that is what was given. And the minister intends to give the balance as and when it becomes due. What do you want to say about that?
Through the chair, the first part of the information, I am not aware about it. The second part of the information is that the minister is willing to supply subsequent information. It is information I have been.
You've just become aware.
No, let me just be clear. I'm saying the first part of the information where in terms of how the amounts were calculated, it is not information within my preview. But the second part of the information that the Treasury CS the Treasury CEC was willing to have an additional amount in subsequent years, that is information I have.
All right. I suppose you could correct me, by virtue of being the chair of the finance committee, you have some background in finance? Okay. So do you have background in finance? What's your training?
I am a biomedical scientist who transitioned to Masters in Business Administration and with a bit of background in entrepreneurship.
Well, that's very impressive. Let's talk about prudential financial management. All right?
Yeah.
Your contention is that he has reallocated 100 million shillings for the construction of the office block. There's a letter from the minister from the Ministry of Public Works saying you cannot absorb even 90 million shillings, which have already been given. Now tell me, would it be prudential financial management to give you all the money at this stage of the project?
Again, through the chair, the basis of that decision making is again on information I have, which is not within my preview.
No, this is your opinion. I'm seeking your opinion.
In terms of opinion, yes, I am aware that financial resources are not always available. So it's always, general prudence is that you would want to appropriate resources based on what is required.
Absolutely. So if I put it to you, Honorable Zacchaeus.
It's good for us to be clear that the basis of the decisions, or some of these decisions, is not that. It is not information which is within my preview.
All right. I don't want to push you too hard because you're very respectful in your answers, but allow me to ask anyway.
So I would still go back to the PFM Act.
Okay. Let's move faster, Honorable Member. Would you have a problem with that? Yes or no?
I don't just want to say I will have a problem because, like, I am going back to the PFM Act 129 clause 3, which talks about the responsibility in terms of budgeting, and I would like to allude to some level of autonomy when it comes to that budgeting process. So in this one, I wouldn't want to express my opinion directly and say I will have a problem.
Okay, I'll put it another way. Why would you want to be paid 190 million shillings now when, from expert advice, you can only absorb 86 million shillings? And you get so irritated that it becomes an impeachable issue.
Through the chair, I think Chair, you might need to protect me from the lawyer because, first of all,
Okay. You're aware of CARA, the Act? You are aware what it allocates expenditure for?
Yes.
What does it allocate expenditure for?
So basically, the county assembly it's allocated. So CARA really allocates the assembly budget, which is mostly recurrent in nature.
No.
Amounts that would run for recurrent expenditure within the assembly.
Do you know what these expenditures are? Can I help you? Personal emoluments, correct?
Yeah.
Operations and maintenance, correct?
Yeah.
There's no mention of development, correct? Okay.
That's my understanding, yes.
So development is not a recurrent expenditure, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of CARA's allocation for financial year 2024-2025 to the County Assembly of Kitui?
Yes.
How much is it?
1.1 billion.
Yeah, you're very close. It's 1.02.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Does that amount include any other amounts to do with the development?
My understanding, no.
Are you proposing, therefore, that the Honorable Minister should breach the law by allocating money that he should not allocate to the County Assembly, according to CARA?
Yeah, so my understanding, like I mentioned before, is based on precedent. So this is already an allocation that was existing. And in the spirit of separation of separation powers, we're talking about if already an allocation has been put in place, if there was a decision that was to be made to take away that allocation, then it has to be a negotiated process. And that's what I alluded to when I talked about BFM Act Section 189(3).
Okay. Now, this budget, the SOUP budget 1, is the process complete?
No, it's not complete yet.
The issue of reallocation of 133 million shillings is part of the making of that SOUP 1 budget, correct?
Yeah, well, but already we have two basic documents that already almost explicitly discuss and share details of what is the allocation, the way the allocation has been set aside. So we've got the supplementary budget 1 that was shared, with the appropriation bill that was shared, and at that document, a memorandum that was also shared in equal measure, the shared details on intentions and proposals that have been shared.
I quite understand that, Honorable Member. I'll still ask the question, is the process complete?
No, it is not.
So the issue of back and forth, what should or should not be in that SOUP budget 1 is not finalized, correct?
Yeah, I mean, budget is a negotiation process, so it's still.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So is impeaching a minister part of negotiation processes to force him to include your budget in the SOUP budget 1? Isn't that twisting, intimidation, harassment, when the process is still ongoing?
Chair, you might need to protect me again, because my work as the chair of the budget is more like the work of a mortician. You're given a piece of work that looks a little bit disorganized and complicated, and your work is to organize it and allow it for processing by the people who have given you that kind of responsibility. So I am here sharing facts and figures as they were laid on the table, and I was able to process them. And therefore, I might not be, I would not want to basically to tie, to say the reason why the impeachment is happening is entirely on the budget process, because there's so many other things that have been mentioned in the impeachment motion that are outside the budget.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of things have been mentioned, but the mover of the motion did confirm that this particular issue of failure by the minister to give 103 million shillings to the office block is the bravamen of these impeachment proceedings. And you are the key witness in that regard. So, are we therefore safe to assume that this impeachment process, therefore, is premature?
I wouldn't want to say it is premature because, like I mentioned,
No, it's okay.
yeah.
Your answer is satisfactory.
Items that are included in the clause in the budgeting process are part of that impeachment. You cannot separate that.
Okay. Now, you've also mentioned about the office of the deputy governor. The issues were not budgeted. They did not conform to the approved annual budget, where they spent 1.2 million shillings to automate the deputy governor's office. Correct?
It is not spent. It has been allocated.
It's been allocated, right?
As a new item.
As a new item.
Yes.
Are you aware about how to deal with projected increase in on-source revenue?
Yeah, I have an idea.
Are you aware that the minister by law can use projected increase in OSR to incur some expenditure? Thank you. It's within the mandate, yeah. Okay. You've also mentioned the question of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth Development project, 15 million shillings. Are you aware that in the times of crisis, the minister, the county executive, has powers by law to spend some monies and seek approval from the county assembly within 60 days?
Yeah, it's Section 135.
Yeah.
But it's also clear in terms of what can you consider to be crisis. Because and just to go back to your words, if you youth empowerment forum, it's not something you want to put it under crisis. Probably if you mention something like a locust infection,
Yeah.
or COVID-19, those would be under, they can be categorized explicitly as crisis. So I believe this is the responsibility of the CEC to explain why probably the youth, like just the way you mentioned the youth empowerment forum would be categorized in that category.
So, if we put it to you, Honorable Member, that there was crisis requiring expenditure of this money, and within 60 days to seek approval from the county assembly, would that be in order?
It's not something I would agree.
You wouldn't agree?
As a rational person, I wouldn't consider youth empowerment forum to be a crisis.
What is your definition of crisis?
It's something unforeseen, and that is likely to cause a lot of harm to people and disrupt operations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Would you consider the youth riots of June, July, August, what was famously known as Gen Z riots, a crisis?
No.
You've just given a definition of crisis as something that is likely to disrupt cooperation. Did Gen Z riots disrupt normal businesses? Yeah, correct. Was there a need to manage the youth in the country?
Just a minute, Ligo. As much as you have a right to cross-examine the witness, even asking him how many wives does he have, because that is your right. And again, in this in this area about the Gen Zs and the issues of crisis, you have asked him to define what is a crisis it is. He did.
And Chair began with the word unforeseen.
He did. And now that he has just responded, and as a committee we have just obtained the information, we would also like to advise, in the interest of time, you also go specific to the to the main issue that you provide in the statement so that we can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to confirm that when you mentioned the question of time, I thought of the one in a hurry, but I can assure you that Haraka Elisha, we will finish this. So please, let's interrogate the issues. Pole pole. Tutakuwa hapa, we'll finish the issues. When the law allows the county executive to use money in the event of crisis and unforeseen circumstances, are they required to come first seek a definition or clarification on whether an issue constitutes crisis, or that is left to their judgment?
No, it is not left to the judgment, it is left to the prescription by the law, because the law is very clear on what can be considered to be crisis.
And can I go by the answer you gave earlier of what crisis is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The Office of the Deputy Governor, we talked about the OSR, but allow me to just clarify something small. In your document, in your statement, paragraph 6, Roman 1, to use your language, you say it was purchase of equipment to enable automation. A statement that you've signed, correct?
Yes.
Do you consider automation necessary?
Yes, it is important.
It was important. Again, I've asked this question to your colleagues before you about the retreat in Mombasa, correct? There was a retreat in Mombasa between 29th of September and 7th of October. You attended that retreat?
Yes. Yes.
You jointly agreed with the county executive to do automation.
I am aware of allocations to Ministry of Health and Water, and it might have skipped my attention.
Automation. So would you agree that there was nothing wrong with starting with automating the office of the Deputy Governor?
To the chair, I have no problem with the automation. I think where we have a bone of contention is whether it should be categorized as an emergency or unforeseen expenditure. I think that's where we have a challenge. But in terms of the reason why it is important, I think generally I am so.
No problem with that. Okay, now your last issue in your statement is the issue of, again, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth, advertising, awareness and publicity campaigns, county tournament in football from village level, culminating into Governor's Cup, 10 million shillings. What's your comment about that?
Through the chair, this is, again, yes, it is a matter of county importance. The challenge is, again, we go back to, is it an emergency or is it unforeseen? It is something that should have been planned for and basically processed through the main budget.
Are you aware that that item was dropped from the budget?
Yes.
So do you still want it to be part of the impeachment motion?
My understanding is that the motion for impeachment, when it was drafted, it looked at issues that are in the past and that have been done, whether they've been corrected along the way or not.
So,
and it is the committee to make a decision whether that matter is still valid today. But the draft of the motion, we're looking at some of the historical issues. That's my understanding.
now, as a maker of the statement dated 5th of December 2024, would you want to still stand by that issue of the Governor's Cup when it was dropped from the budget?
From a historical perspective, yes. But I would leave it to the committee to make a decision.
All right. Okay. Now, you may have been informed by your colleagues that the Honorable Minister made a letter seeking advisory. It's part of the documents that submitted on Friday, seeking advisory on unspent funds for County Assembly's development budget. Are you aware of that? It's part of our nextures.
I missed on that. I am
You missed out on that. Now, yeah. Now, there is a document I refer to or not submit because it came late after we had submitted our documents. It came today. I'll read it for you. I want you to confirm whether you agree with it or not.
Just a minute. Legal, you cannot proceed that way. That document, I confirm that I'm in the city chairperson of the committee, and I give my direction
I'm not
that
submitting the
I
document.
shall
I'm not
rule on that document later in the day. That's to becoming too unfair to the witness who is not privy to the document.
He has not read it, but
Yes, he read the document. There is no need to read a document that is not privy and actually has been submitted today. It is not in the document that you forwarded to the committee. It's a bit unfair to the witness.
I do not understand where you're coming from, Honorable Chair.
I guide you. Drop the document. I'll give my guidance at the end of the day.
I want it to go on record that I protest to that. I will proceed, but I do not agree with you.
What did you want to say?
No, let's move forward. I'll drop it. The documents we forwarded on Friday, I believe, as a witness in this matter, I've been briefed by your committee. And one of the documents was an advisory on unspent funds for county assemblies development budget.
Okay.
Did you see the documents?
No, I am aware it is there, but I have not been able to go through it.
Do you know by law the county executive can reallocate budget of the county assembly?
Those reallocations are possible, but again, I'll go back to section 129.3 that talks about, that gives the assembly's responsibility of preparing budgets to the clerk of the assembly through the board.
You confused me with your lengthy.
So that in case there are reallocations, then those reallocations are negotiated reallocations.
Well, your answer became too long. I got confused. Allow me to just clarify. Are you aware that the county executive can reallocate budgets to the county assembly?
Only when discussed.
Is it possible? Is it possible? Yes or no?
In my opinion, no, because
Okay.
like I said, it's the clerk who has the responsibility of preparing the budgets.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that's all for this witness, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Council. Before you meet your mic, I want to make this communication once more. I don't want the witness to come back again because there was an issue of a county fiscal strategy paper. Why the chair?
I am here.
You are here. You are also to witness about this issue of county fiscal strategy paper. In the motion mover alleges that there was a misalignment of the documents, which was caused by absence of a county fiscal strategy paper. And those documents include the annual development plan, and even the main budget. And some point in the motion says that it brought a lot of hiccups during the uploading of this budget at the COB level. I would like you to touch on that aspect of county fiscal strategy paper as a chair to the budget committee for clarity to this committee.
Okay. So, Chair.
Allow me, you told me not to mute my mic, but again, the whole idea of providing witness statements is so that we confine ourselves to the evidence that is adduced by that particular witness. I've gone through each particular statement that the honorable member has made, and unless I cannot question him on that because it is not part of his statement, but it's your prerogative to question him. I cannot cross-examine because it's not part of his evidence.
Chair, proceed.
Okay. Chair, my understanding is that we have not had delays in terms of implementation and uploading because of challenges that are related to the county's strategy paper. The challenge we had was an instance where there was a memorandum that is
Chair, the clarity I want to get from you to this committee, because it's a part of the motion, and I would like to know, is a CIDP for 2023-2027. In the motion cited that the ADP and even the budget itself was not formed based on that CIDP.
Yeah, and I am aware that there was a delay in having the CIDP for 2027. There was a delay in having the CIDP in place.
Thank you. Lego, there was an issue about the document that you wanted to submit and cross-examine the chairperson, the witness. I want to give you an opportunity to ask that very which you wanted to know from the witness based on the document that you submitted midday today.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, you caught me off guard. You mentioned a document. Can you just repeat?
The advisory. You got the response for the advisory?
Oh, yes, I did, yeah.
Yes. The very which that clarity you wanted to get from the witness. I'm giving the opportunity now to cross-examine.
I rely on this document?
Yes.
But I thought we ruled it out. Oh, now you're magnanimous. Thank you very much.
But now I'm telling you, proceed to the specifications. Now that the witness is not privy to the document, go to the specification of what you want to understand.
Okay.
I'm giving you a leave as a chairperson.
Thank
you
you
should
very
thank
much.
me, because I'll go to heaven.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You've had a change of heart. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Actually, what I could do is that I will not ask the question now because it's lost. I've lost my track of thought. But thank you very much for your magnanimity, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. And pray for me, I will go to heaven because I'm doing a lot of justice for you. Now, Chair, I want to allow the honorable members in this committee to also ask you some few questions so that you shed light on what you have been cross-examined by the legal counsel representing the minister. Can you access the Constitution of Kenya 2010 from where you are?
Yeah, you have a specific part you would like me to check? I can quickly check.
Yes, 185. 185.
185, yeah.
Are you there?
Give me a moment. Yes.
185, eh? You are cross-examined. The legal counsel asked you about whether the county assemblies, or county assembly in this matter, can do development and also can do some bit of infrastructure. Can you read 185, subsection 4B?
Yes.
Read loudly.
Chair, thank you for this kind of guidance. A county assembly, that is 185 for, allow me to read the whole of it. A county assembly may receive and approve plans and policies for the development and management of its infrastructure and institutions. That's it.
That law gives the county assembly where you work as the chairperson of the budget an opportunity for you to do development and manage your infrastructure in this very institution.
Yes, Chair. That's why I said you do not separate representation with the development.
Let me ask you another question about the 15 million. The 15 million, the legal asked you a question that the county executive by law is allowed to spend some money, and I heard the conversation was around the crisis issue. As a chairperson to the committee, to the budget committee, was that 15 million subjected to supplementary budget?
Do you mean to public participation?
No, was that 15 million subjected to supplementary budget prerequisite for the approval by the county assembly?
Yeah, it's been
During when you are considering the supplementary budget 1 and subsequent the appropriation bill, was that money already used?
This event took place on the 15th of November 2024, and the appropriation bill was approved on 26th of November 2024. So essentially, the money was used before the approval was took place.
Very well. Can you access Public Finance Management Act from where you are? Section 129(3). Section 129, subsection 3.
It might take some time for me to get it.
I want.
May I benefit from you reading for me, Chair?
I want to read to you and then ask your question for clarity. Each county assembly clerk shall prepare and submit to the county assembly the budget estimates for the county assembly, and a copy shall be submitted to the county executive committee member for finance. I want to ask you this question. Is it a role for the county clerk to prepare county assembly budget?
Yes.
And submit a copy to the Minister for Finance?
Yes.
Is the Minister for Finance has authority to change what the county assembly clerk has prepared as by your knowledge, the chairperson of the budget committee?
My understanding is that since the law is very clear on who should prepare the budget, if there was any change that was to take place, it should be an agreed position.
In your own opinion, how does the changes in terms of reallocation of the monies, you said 100 million and 33 million by the minister, undermines the separation of powers? In your own opinion?
My understanding is that if there is no negotiation, then basically it puts into question the issue of autonomy.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Do you have any questions to the chair before he exits? Before I allow you to exit from online, honorable chair, you were asked by the legal counsel how much was allocated for the construction of the modern office block. You said 190 million?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yes. And now that 100 million has been reallocated, there's a balance of 90 million, correct? Yes or no? Out of this 90 million, which is available for consumption, in our own account, do you have that exact 90 million or some part of that money has been used? And if yes, do you have any information about how much?
Chair, I might not have information on how much exactly the exact amount which has been used.
Is there some amount of money used from that 90 million?
I am aware of the allocation for 90 million, but the exact amount which has been used, I might not have that.
You were asked whether the construction is undergoing. Yes. You said yes. There was some bit of consultation fee. Was that consultation fee not paid for?
My understanding, and this is information which I have been told, is that yes, the consultation fee is paid.
So that means maybe you're not privy to the information, because we want to guide us as a committee whether you are aware of any amount which has been paid to the consultation out of the 90 million available.
I am aware there is amounts which have been paid, but not the exact amount. That is where probably I might not be having the exact details.
Very well. Where are you now?
Chair, like I communicated to you officially, I am in Kilifi attending Action Aid board induction because I was elected as member of the Action Aid board.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, we want to wish you all the best, and we want to say thank you for allowing yourself to be part of this session and to offer some shedding light on issues we needed clarification from you for the benefit of this committee. Wish you all the best in the endeavors we are doing there as you represent the country. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Sanchent, move with speed and invite Honorable Mwikya Kilonzo. Thank you very much, witness. Please confirm whether you are Honorable Godfrey Mwikya Kilonzo, member to the Committee on Public Investments and Account Committee.
Yes, Chairman, my name is Godfrey Mwikya Kilonzo. I'm MCF for Tharaka and member for Park Committee in the County Assembly of Kitui.
Very well. Before we administer oath to you, I want to get some fact from you. Are you privy to the motion seeking to impeach the Minister for for Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo?
Yes, as a member of this assembly, I'm very much privy to.
Are you also privy to an extra in the motion concerning the report of Auditor General's, the AOG report concerning 11.3 million?
Yes, Chairman.
If that is the case, Lego, please administer oath to the witness.
I, Godfrey Mwikya Kilonzo, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under this consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Very well. Honorable Godfrey Mwikya Kilonzo, in your witness, in the statement supplied to this committee, you are here to testify or to witness on this matter that during the review of county government's financial performance for the period ending 30th June 2023, you became aware of significant shortcomings in the management and administration of county revenue collection. Specifically, there was an unaccounted amount of 11,395,086 Kenyan shillings in collected revenue. Further, you are saying that uncounted funds were attributed to poor supervision and lack of coordination in revenue collection activities. Evidence showed that some revenue collectors were owed in cash instead of depositing it into the designated account revenue fund as required by established by financial protocols. You also say there was no evidence of any steps taken to report or address the theft of public funds, such as involving investigative bodies like Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, that is EACC, or DCI, and many other things contained in your statements applied to us.
Yeah.
I would like to give you the opportunity to shed light on what you know on these matters so that the committee can consider when making the final report. Finally, once you are through with your submission, I will allow the legal representing the Minister for Finance and Economic Planning, Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, to cross-examine you on the areas where deemed fit for him. You can proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair, and I feel much privileged to be part of this process. And Chair, I'm here to give a witness on the account of impeachment for one Honorable Mwikya Kilonzo on count 2. That is incompetence, and I'm here to witness on Roman 3, failure to adhere to the provisions of Section 103 and 109 of the PFM Act. That is the act that talks about the management of public finances, and more specifically, I will want to dwell on revenue, issues around revenue. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that you know that AOG, that is the Office of the Auditor General, it is the one that is mandated to monitor the finance undertakings of all public institutions in this country. And therefore, as a member of PAC committee, we are mandated to make sure that we get reports from the Auditor General and then try to ascertain as the primary investigators of what has been transpiring in the county government as an MCA. It is to make sure that at the end of the day, we are able to find out what really happened. And whenever we feel that maybe there is an issue that has not been answered satisfactorily, that's when, Mr. Speaker, that is a chairman, that report comes into the flow of the House, and therefore the necessary measures are supposed to be taken, Chair. And therefore, during the review of the county government's financial report for period ending 30th June 2023, Chairman, I became aware of the significant shortcomings in the management and administration of county revenue collection. Specifically, there was an accountant amount. In other words, we are talking of unbanked revenue amount. After being collected by revenue collectors, that amount was not banked. And the amount that was not banked, according to the AOG report, is 11,395,086 Kenya shillings, Chairman. And that the unaccounted funds were attributed to poor supervision and lack of coordination in revenue collection activities. And evidence shows that some revenue collectors were holding cash instead of depositing into the designated county revenue fund as required by established financial protocols. That under the leadership of Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, who is the CC, and the CC, as you know, Chair, is the one that is supposed to oversee all the undertakings and what happens within the ministry, and in this case, specifically, issues around management of revenue. And therefore, the automation, that is the issues around that the unaccounted funds were attributed to poor supervision. I've said that, and the automation process remains incomplete, leaving gaps that have facilitated irregularities in revenue handling. And therefore, Chairman, this issue, the Auditor General's report, and even the gaps that were seen in managing how those people who went with the public money, the Kitui revenue money, people were giving money to revenue collectors, and the revenue collectors don't back that money, they go with it. And therefore, the issue around this is that matter was not really handled well, because at the end of the county treasury, Mr. Kilonzo was responsible for ensuring proper supervision and coordination of revenue collection activities. His failure to address the inefficiencies enabled the mismanagement of the public funds, contributing to financial losses for the county government. And again, Chair, additionally, there was no evidence of any steps taken to report or address the theft of public funds, such as involving investigative bodies, Chair, because at the end of the day, if someone steals money, if someone steals a property, as the person in charge, you're supposed to get hold of those people and then you report them to the police. They should have a written police statement, Chair. And that one was not done according to the report that was given by AOG. And therefore, the evidence that I want to give you here is that according to the executive response that was given when Waziri came to give a response is that they decided, there is the executive response that he gave. And they decided to become the prosecutors. They decided to become the judges. And therefore, they decided now to make sure that at the end of the day, they surcharge those people, those revenue collectors who were responsible for that, Chairman. And therefore, by surcharging them, there were some people, when you look at the Annex 11, that's what I'm relying on, the report and the response, the executive response, you realize that the 139 people all collected revenue from Kitui people. At the end of the day, when they did all that mistake, they were not even taken to police. They were not even reported to the DCI chairman. And now the management of the ministry decided to transfer them to some other dockets. You know, you transfer a thief from one area and you take a thief to another area, Chairman. And again, they decided to surcharge them. They decided to be the prosecutors. They convicted them and they fined them. And fining them is telling them, you pay back what you took. So in other words, what I would, the scenario that it is that the Cecm decided to turn treasury, Kitui treasury to a circle, to a bank, where you give loan to people. You tell them you took 700,000 and therefore you continue paying slowly. You know, that's against law. And therefore, those are some of the misdoings that, as the committee, we found that the Cecm did not manage that revenue properly, and that those people are not today supposed to be in the office. They were supposed to be in custody, because those are thieves and they stole the revenue for Kitui County government. And therefore, that's my submission, Chair.
Very well. Are you privy to the document that was submitted by legal counsel representing the minister to the committee pertaining what you are calling the executive response?
Yeah, I'm privy.
Are you privy to that information?
Yeah.
Which contained in this small file?
Yeah.
Well,
maybe someone can give it to me here, so
because we have just mentioned, I want to be served with that part, because there are documents which are in our custody as a committee, and we have just mentioned. Before I allow the legal to cross-examine you, maybe you can tell me what are those documents? What are those documents?
Chair, this is a document of recovery of unbanked revenue. So it's a confirmation that indeed there were people who are revenue collectors, that the executive is accepting that there were people who took money and went it home with it. And therefore they are giving a list of those people, and I will call them to some extent, these are to some extent thieves, a list of 139 people who took public money and went with it, Chairman. So I think these are the executive responses, and even those ones that were shared by the Cecm when he appeared in the PAC committee.
Are you through?
Yeah, I'm through.
Thank you. Counsel, I want to give you this opportunity now to cross-examine the witness based on the statement that he has just relied on, which will also give us clarification on some of the gray areas as a committee that you need to look at.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Tharaka.
Yes.
Now, at the start of your submissions, you stated that you're here to support ground number 2, incompetence, and particularly Roman number 2, right?
Roman number 3.
Roman number 3, correct.
Yeah.
And you've spent a bit of time talking about the 11 million shillings.
Yeah.
That is what you feel forms your evidence in this matter, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have confirmed that you established that the county had lost 11.3 million shillings as of 30th of June 2023.
Yes.
As of, meaning could have started much earlier, correct?
Yes.
In your investigations, when did this blatant theft by revenue clerks and other persons begin?
You know, the report by the Auditor General comes yearly. And therefore it means this report investigated the undertakings that were done somewhere back, that is before 30th June 2023. So maybe the years of 2022, 2023.
So from what you're telling us, that this is theft that could have happened in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, correct?
In fact, this theft...
Yes or no? It could date back to as far back as possible, correct?
Yes.
Am I therefore correct to say that when this theft was happening, the Honorable Minister was not in office?
There is no vacuum in leadership. Whenever you get into a ministry, you need to make sure that you take charge of what happened, even previously.
Which he just did. He took charge.
Yeah,
Listen.
You know, you're asking, you know, you need to be specific in your questions.
Wait to ask your question and relax.
All right.
You're breathing too heavily, just relax. Now, you've just confirmed that this theft could have happened much earlier. That's correct. But you've also confirmed to this honorable committee that once you become appointed a minister, you take charge. Right? Can I confirm to you that the honorable minister took charge?
Will you allow me now to respond?
No. Can I confirm to you that he took charge? Do you agree or you don't agree?
He took charge, yes.
Took charge.
But the charges that he took
charge.
He took charge, yes, to some extent.
Not charges, charge, correct?
To some extent.
Now, Ligo, just a minute.
Yes.
What is it, honorable member?
I think through the chair, I think it is very crucial whenever a witness wants to explain something, can be given a permission.
It doesn't work like that, honorable member.
Very well.
You have a chance to do what you call re-examination. That's when you clarify the issues. I'm doing cross-examination.
Ligo, you don't need to respond when I'm on the floor. Just proceed.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Now, I just confirmed that the minister came in, found a mess, and took charge. I will ask you a question, Honorable Member Ndagara of Tharaka. Are you an expert on human resource matters?
No, I'm not.
Do you have any background in criminal law?
Not really.
Not really. You are or you're not? Do you have any background in criminal law?
I'm not.
You don't?
Yeah.
Are you aware that if you steal from me and I take you through the criminal process and you're found guilty and you're fined, the money that you're fined becomes property of the state? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware.
Yeah.
You've stated not less than 5 times that the minister became a judge, he became a prosecutor. Instead of taking these people to the DCI, to the EACC, he decided to surcharge them. Are you telling the committee that according to you, these are thieves who are supposed to have been charged in a criminal court?
Yes.
I agree with you to that extent because according to you, they are thieves. Do you now understand that in the event that they were found guilty and fined by the Honorable Court, no money would have been recovered by the county assembly, by the county government? Are you aware of that?
Not aware, and I think that one is not true.
Aware.
Not true.
Again, you've just confirmed that you're not an expert in human resource issues.
Yes.
You're not.
Yeah.
Do you know that there are so many ways of an employer of resolving disputes? So many ways of resolving disputes between an employer and an employee.
You know, but by resolving disputes is giving people money? That public money that you have been stolen?
I don't know what you're saying, but allow me to ask, I wonder, yes
It's
or
not
no?
it's not a matter of being aware. It's a matter of when someone steals, he is taken to the proper procedures of the law. And that's what the CC failed.
You just confirmed to this honorable committee that you're not an expert on HR.
I'm not an expert, but when I'm an expert, I know what the law says. I'm a citizen of this country, and whenever someone has gone wrong, you all understand it's common knowledge to everyone.
You've just confirmed to this honorable committee that you're not an expert on criminal law.
It doesn't mean that I'm an expert of criminal law to know that if someone steals, it's supposed to be taken to court.
Because you're not.
Do I need to be an expert for me to know when someone does something wrong, it's supposed to be taken to the police?
Well, with the position you hold, honorable member, we expect some basic knowledge.
Yeah,
with
that
that
one,
respect, I mean that
everyone, every
respectfully.
layman person
I mean
will know
that respectfully.
Yeah, so I think asking me that question is
I
demeaning
repeat
me.
that when somebody is charged in a criminal law, if there's a fine, whatever is fined does not go to the complainant, goes to the state. Let's go now to the matter here. Some people whom we don't know, when they stole county money, finally have been caught up with. The minister who was
Who you
discovered
don't know?
found a mess.
You don't know the people, and you have given the list here.
Tell the witness.
You know, you're misleading. You're misleading. I think you're asking misleading questions.
Let me guide a bit. Honorable witness, allow the legal to just proceed with the questions. Once is through with this question, what he intended to say, now you can respond. Don't interject. Likewise to the legal counsel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Now, as I was saying before you interrupted me, here's a minister who was come and found a mess. There's 11 million shillings that is lost. He can decide to call the police on these people. They get arrested and charged. The money, if they're going to be fined, and by the way, they do not have to be fined, they could as well just be sentenced to 20 years in jail, whatever. How was the county government to recover this money from these people?
It is not the prerogative of the CSM to recover the money. That is supposed to be done by government institutions through the proper guided laws of this country.
You don't get it. You don't get it, witness. But he's a minister. He's a county. Is acting on matters that are within its purview. Are you saying that he acted illegally by surcharging this money?
By so doing,
did he act illegally, yes or no? Because let's explore that line of thought.
he acted illegally. That was
Show
illegal.
me what law he breached.
When someone steals,
Show me
according to the laws of this country, if someone steals, he's supposed to be taken through the process. Either he's reported to the DCI or reported to the Criminal Investigation Department. But that one did not happen, and therefore that is against the law.
Do you have any law that the minister breached?
I know the law of this country. That's what the law of this country says, but I can't quote which law.
You don't know the law that he breached?
I know the law, but I don't know which exactly. I'm not.
Are you aware of other means of dispute resolution that are being promoted in this country? And one of them is...
Yes, I'm aware.
You're aware. Which ones do you know? What you call alternative justice systems or alternative dispute resolution mechanisms? Do you know them?
Yes, I know them.
Can you give me one?
I know issues. I know you can settle issues outside the court whenever you don't want to follow
outside the court.
Yeah. But there are some. There are offences that are supposed to go through an ADR. Not all offences. In this case, this one is criminal offense.
Do you know you can resolve a murder trial through AJS?
You cannot resolve a criminal offense through AJS.
Yes or no? Do you know you can actually deal with a murder through AJS, Alternative Justice System?
What?
I ask you again. Do you know you can actually resolve a murder issue through Alternative Justice System?
Murder issue?
Yeah.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. No. So if then you can resolve a murder issue through Alternative Justice System.
I've said I'm not aware. So
I'm
why
putting to
asking?
you, relax, honestly, just relax. Just relax, we're not fighting. Remember, you and I
You know,
are
you're,
helping.
you're misleading. You know, you're asking some questions which are not, I don't even know what kind of a lawyer are you.
Do you want me to ask questions or you don't? Do you want me to ask questions
Yeah,
or I
you
leave
ask
you alone?
me relevant questions. So if you can
Chair,
tell
can
me
I
a
ask
murder case
questions
can
for
be
Shayo?
settled off court. Really? What kind of a lawyer are you?
Further, honorable witness, you are out of order. You are out of order. Allow me to guide further that the cross-examination requires that the legal is protected. He can even ask you how many wives do you have, or any question, however you think it is a bit stupid. I want you restrain yourself to calmness.
Chair,
Let him ask what he want to ask you. Then after that question, you can respond. Please don't interject. Likewise to the legal, because I'm also getting concerned also legal is also interjecting in between. So both of you refrain to that guidance that I've given. Proceed, legal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that direction, Honorable Chair. In this matter, 11 million shillings belonging to the county government was at stake. Measures have been put in place to collect that money. Have you seen annexure number 8 in the list of documents we provided on Friday?
let me check. Yeah, I think I've seen it.
What is it about?
It is recovery of unbanked revenue from the salaries.
How much has been recovered so far?
Someone, maybe you can tell me because you
All right,
you
give me the
you
number
on the
and I'll
list.
tell you. So far, from the measures called AJS or ADR, they have recovered as of September. We need to update this document to probably November, 8.7 million shillings out of the 11 million shillings that was lost. If that is not prudence, what is?
First of all, that undertaking is illegal. If someone steals from the public coffers, you don't give him that money that he stole, and then you give him a loan to pay slowly. Therefore, that undertaking is illegal.
Okay. Again, allow me to ask for the 10th time. Are you aware that alternative dispute resolution mechanism is a form of resolution of disputes recognized under the law?
I know that alternative dispute resolution is for civil cases, not for criminal cases,
No further questions, Honorable Chair.
according to my knowledge.
Sorry, you said the last thing?
I've said according to my knowledge.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a
According
lawyer.
to your knowledge. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, legal. At this juncture, I want now to welcome the members of this special committee that if they have any concern that they require the witness to clarify, maybe they can proceed and ask. And I will start with myself. Honorable witness, you are cross-examined that which law was violated by the minister surcharging the 139 revenue collectors, where by the motion, even from the annex, extracted from the AOG's report, that 11,395,086 Kenyan shillings got lost. And the minister was able to make some plans on recovery. I want to refer you to the PFM Act, whether you have that document, section 104, subsection D. You have the document?
I don't have the PFM Act.
Please apply.
Yeah.
104, subsection B. Read for us.
It says that mobilizing resources for funding the budgetary requirements of the county government and putting in place mechanisms to raise revenue and resources.
That is number 1.
Yeah.
As a witness, clarified to this committee that you were cross-examined that the minister was not in charge when this law was happening. Let me finish. When he came into the office, the concept of surcharging this is 139, they have even provided the lists by the minister accused here, and as a witness to this matter, and per this law, mechanisms raise revenue and resources. In your own perspective, in the submissions, do you think that that law was violated?
First of all, Chair, thank you so much for that question. First of all, Chair, this thing happened during the transition period when the second government was exiting and the current government is getting into place. And therefore, during that period, the only person who could have taken responsibility of what was happening or was supposed to act to be in charge is the current Cecm. And therefore, when he came and found that there were people who took Kitui people public money, many people, according to even the annexures, the executive response, there is a person who took over 700,000 Kenya shillings and went with it at home. And therefore, when he came, instead of taking these people to court or report them to the DCI, because these people basically, if you find someone has took your goat, you don't call him for negotiation. You take that matter to the police. That's what as the end of that department, that is the first thing that you should have done. And that is the issue I'm talking about. But instead, he went ahead, he decided for himself to form an ADR court, the lawyer is talking about. He became the prosecutor chairman, and therefore decided that the best thing to do is to surcharge them. And when we asked them, even in the committee, the PAC committee, he said that, you know, these people are our people. You know, we put thieves in our public institutions because they are our people. That's what we said, that it seems that the CEC was hiding some things, and therefore that's why he did not want to take the route of making sure that he adhere to the proper guidelines of the law, and therefore he started surcharging them, which is against the law.
Very well. Again, I want to ask you. You said you are a member to the committee of Public Investments Account Committee. Are you a member?
Yes, I'm a member.
As that committee dealt with this issue at the committee level?
Yes.
Because this one is an extract from AOG's report.
Yes, we dealt with that issue, and those were the recommendations of the as the secondary even investigator, the Senate also investigated on the theme, and the issues they talked about, that the way the CC did, that one amounts to incompetence, and therefore he hid in stealing public money through these people. Chair.
Very well. Honorable members, do you have any member who wanted to ask something for clarity, shedding light on the issue as submitted in the motion? Yes, Freedom Hour.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Godfrey Mudengi Ndagara.
Yes.
You've told this committee that when you are interrogating the CCM finance from the point of PAC committee on that issue of people taking revenue money to their pockets, he said in quotes, watu wetu. Can you tell this committee, in your own perspective, watu wetu means what? Is it the county Kitui people? Is it the Kamba people? Is it the chama moja people? Or what did he mean by watu wetu? Because we are all Kitui people. And the people who took money of Kitui are Kitui people.
I think what the CEC tried to say that very day is that is the direction that the lawyer was taking, that you know, if you take these people to court, they will not be able to pay back that money. You know, who said that when you take people to court, the government will not be able to collect back the money, if at all? That's public money. If the if the government decides to go with the money, it's a money anyway. And therefore, the reason of saying that to some extent they were lenient to those people when someone has taken away over 700,000 shillings, some others millions of shillings, 11 million that has gone into loss. Even if to some extent they are charging them, to some extent those people that is actions were supposed to be taken, and therefore even those people are not supposed to be in the holding public office today, according to me.
Finally, before I let you go, you still have just a minute. You still have this document?
Yeah.
Can you proceed to 158? Yes. Public Finance Management Act, Section 158. 2. Subsection 2.
Yeah.
You are there? Can you read what it says?
Says any other public officer, that one?
Yes.
Any other public officer other than a receiver of revenue or collector of revenue for a county government who collects revenue for the government shall not later than 3 days after receiving it deliver the revenue to a receiver or collector of revenue for that county government.
What do you have to say as a witness in this matter?
And that's why I'm saying these people are criminals. They took money home with them. They did not, according, this law says you should bank that money within these 3 days. All right? And therefore the action that they took was against the law.
Very well. Peter?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just need clarity from Mheshimiwa. In that amount of money that was being given, 700,000, were there any written agreement or it was just a mutual agreement?
I think according to the response that they have given, they surcharged them. If, for instance, this person went away with 700,000 shillings, and therefore the department said, okay, you went home with this money and we can confirm, sure, this is the money you collected, and therefore for you to survive in this job, let us agree you'll be paying slowly, you know. But as a person who is a manager of public resources, who is the Cecm, the first thing that the Cecm should have done, it is to make sure that these people who took that money, first of all, they were reported to the police, because that act is criminal. The act of taking public money, like this is the money that is collected from markets, where mothers, poor mothers, and the poor people of this county give their revenue, so that at the end of the day, this revenue is able to come back as development. But a person decides to pocket that money, and someone is so lenient enough to say, okay, you know, you are people, okay, I can transfer you to this another department, you continue working, but at the end of the day, let me give you this loan, let it become a loan, and then you pay slowly. You know, that's exactly. Is this person paying with interest? By itself, having public money, taking public money in itself is criminal, and therefore that's where we are saying this one was not good, and that was an act that we are saying administratively was wrong.
Honorable, you are done, or you still have a follow-up question?
Was it a mutual agreement, or there was a written agreement? That was one my question. Yes or no?
So I think that that one, according to the, I think, according to the, you can see the annexures that have given their response. You can see there were surcharges in their salaries. So it means that there was an agreement that was written from the human resource that they should be cut slowly, this money till they pay all the money. So I think that's the agreement, maybe.
Honorable Masako.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a clarification because the Honorable member said is one of the members in the park committee. If there is any evidence showing that the reduction are being meant and banked, is there any evidence for the recovery of the money being banked in the bank of the executive accounts?
Since as a PAC committee we don't dwell on ERC, we wait for the investigation from the Auditor General. When the Auditor General sees that is the responsibility of the PAC committee. When they see that there was a problem here, that's when now they are able to. So maybe going forward, there'll come a question: how is this money being banked again? Or maybe it's also going to people's pockets. So I cannot really say that I know that money is the money that is the people have been, the one that 9 people have been charged with, that money is being collected and banked in the government account, or maybe going to a personal account. So that one I cannot really ascertain.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I want to use this opportunity as chairperson of this committee, Honorable Mwikya Kilonzo, to sincerely thank you very much for availing yourself to these proceedings. Us as a committee, we just needed you to shed light on the areas that of concern that will assist this committee to make critical decisions as we write the final report concerning these proceedings. Please enjoy your lovely evening. Sergeant, you can escort
so
our
much.
witness and quickly invite a witness by the name Arson Maluki. Honorable members and the council representing the minister, I want to make the following communication that I confirmed receipt of admission sheet for one witness, Charles Nyamunyaga, from Imara Hospital. And in this accord, since he did not submit the written statement, and that we have a valid reason as to why he is not here, we will not proceed to take any information from him as a witness in this case, and therefore he stands to be dropped. If we're in need of a copy, we can supply. Council? Yes.
As long as it's not a witness.
Thank you.
for the document.
Thank you. That was
Thank you for
a good communication. Welcome. Mr. Witness, you can occupy that seat. Have a seat.
Thank you, Chair.
Please confirm that your name is Honorable Adson Maluki Mawea.
Exactly, Chair, that is my name.
Also confirm that you are a member to the Committee of Agriculture, Water and Irrigation.
Yes, Chair, I am a member.
Before I proceed on further proceedings, I would like to urge the legal to administer oath to you.
I, Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawea, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, Honorable Harrison Maluki.
Yes, Chair.
First of all, you can finish. Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
We confirm that this committee is in receipt of our statement where you are required to shed light on some concern raised in the motion.
Yes, Chair.
Moved by the Honorable Anton Musyoka, the MCF for Kyomo Chedani Ward. And if I can check into some of them, are you privy to that motion?
Yes, Chair, I am.
In your statement number 4, you are saying that you are aware that in the financial year 2022-2024, Kenya shilling 76 million was allocated under the County Supplementary 2 Appropriation Act for the drilling of bores across the 40 wards. However, these funds were not used as intended. Instead, they were redirected to settle electricity bills for Kitwasko and Kimwasko. This redirection was not accompanied by any known formal approval or notification to the county's assembly. Further, that this was confirmed in the county assembly report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation following the inspection of bores, water pipelines and treatment zones in August 24. The report highlighted that funds meant for critical water projects were misapplied, leaving the intended project either incomplete or uncertain. Further, that you also became aware that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo influenced the drilling of 2 bores, Miani 001 and Miani 002, to be undertaken on the farming land in Miani village. This was contrary to the approved allocation for a bore in Senda village. The 2 bores cost approximately 2 million, and this decision deprived the community of Senda village of access to much needed water resources. Further, that privatization of personal land for these projects has caused significant suffering among the residents of Senda village who continue to struggle with the water scarcity. You also say that you have had numerous complaints from the contractor working with the county government who allege that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo has been demanding bribes as prerequisite for approving payments for completed contracts. These contractors feel frustrated and unfairly treated as they are forced to pay additional amounts to access funds they have already earned through through their work. Now, this is your statement. I would like to give you the opportunity. Based on this statement, you shed light on the issues that are attached in this statement, and they form part of the motion as it was submitted to us as a notice to the committee. And thereafter, you have 15 minutes to do so. I will allow the legal counsel, Mr. Kimbanthi, who is sitting here, and representing the Minister, the Cecm for Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, to cross-examine you, to ask you some questions for clarity, and then later I will allow the committee to ask you some questions, and then we end there that session with you. Please, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I confirm that I am a member of the Agriculture, Water and Irrigation Committee, and as a committee, during the budget making process for the financial year 2023-2024, because at the committee level we are there to represent the other members who are not part of the committee, we advocate for fairness across all the 40 wards. During the budget making process, we agreed with the ministry that we shall be doing a ball which should be drilled and equipped, and the allocation was 3.5 million per ball. Honorable Chair, it was to our surprise, when the year was almost ending, we realized that most of the members were complaining that these balls have not been drilled in their respective wards. I want to appreciate the MCA from Mutonguni, Honorable Benjamin Mulandi, because he brought a statement in this house requesting the whereabouts of the balls which were not drilled, because his ward was one of the affected wards. Honorable Chair, upon the statement request, we called the Minister for Water, who came here with his team, and the response we got is that the 76 million which was meant for drilling bores was diverted to go and pay the Kitwasko and Kimwasko pending electricity abuse. Honorable Chair, as a county assembly and as the committee which is responsible to oversight that ministry, we were not consulted. There was no reallocation of that money in the supplementary budget, and thereafter, after the money was used, even it has never been supported up to date. So, Honorable Chair, almost, actually the report we got, it is only 12 wards where the ball had been drilled. I mean, only 12 balls had been drilled around 9 wards. That means that one wards did not get what we fairly allocated to them. And that is the statement we got from the minister, and we have the documents, or we have the answered report, which actually has the answers from the minister, or now the money was reallocated. Chair, if you allow me, very briefly on Annex 4, on Annex 4, on the answered report, page 9, it is very clear that we got the answers from the minister, and this is what we heard from the minister. The challenge we have is that we operate in a political environment where...
Just a bit, witness, we are at page 9.
Yeah, page 9.
So page 9, Is it the second as and report or the first one? The second one.
I think it is the first one.
Which date? Date 8th or 15th?
Date August. Date 8th August 2024.
Page 9.
Page 9.
Kanzo, are you there? Page 8. So where do we start, a witness?
It is page 9.
Page 9. Where do we start?
I think paragraph 5.
Which start with which words?
Mr. Chairman, that is the starting word.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we had 3 key programs which were implemented.
You go confirm whether you upon that area? You upon that bit? Mr. Chairman, where it starts with Mr. Chairman? Exactly.
Yes.
You can proceed, witness.
So this is the response from the minister. Mr. Chairman, we had 3 key programs which we were implementing. One was the samples. There were 7 major samples we had budgeted for, and the earth dams. We did all the samples as planned, and even the earth dams, but when it comes to the program of drilling, it is where the resources were affected. The challenge we had is that we operate in a political environment where in the budget we were allocated 57 million as subsidy for the water companies. But you see, the moment the companies are not able to pay electricity bills and there is no water in Mwikya town, everybody runs to the government's office. So you find yourself between a rock and a hard place. No, now here, there is money we have as a ministry to drill boreholes. But again, there is no water in Kitui town and in Mwikya town. People start rioting because they know that water is an devolved function. So it becomes a political issue and you can't keep quiet or hide somewhere and ignore the public outcry. At that point, it becomes very tricky. I remember for this particular issue, when it became very political, I went to the governor and told him, Your Excellency, our budget is completely exhausted and our people in Kitui town have no water because Kenya Power has cut off the electricity at Masinga Dam and Kiambere. We had to sit down with the Cecm finance and organize on how to solve the issue. Honorable Chair, from that sentence, it means that the Minister for Finance is directly involved. At one point, we even stayed there for hours trying to see whether we can borrow some money from the Clean Deep program just to cater for the bills. And finally, the Waziri Finance said they need to look at the ministry's budget and see whether there is a way we can be able to get some money to cater for the bills in order to reduce public outcry. When we talk of public, we all fall in that category. You know what and how it feels when we hire a tuk-tuk to bring some water in the house with jerrycans. So, Honorable Chair, this shows that the current Minister for Finance was at the center of that discussion on the reallocation of the said 76 million. Honorable Chair, when you look at the motion on page 7, let us start on page 6 at the bottom. That is number B. Page 6.
Yes.
B. B.
Okay.
Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, violates section 1.51 and 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by authorizing the payment of 76 million funds appropriated in the Kitui County Supplementary 2 Appropriation Act 2024 for drilling boreholes across the 40 wards to instead pay electricity bills for Kitwasko and Kimwasko. This misapplication of funds was confirmed in the County Assembly report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection of bores drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023-2024. Kitwasco and Kimwasco pipelines. Their main water sources and treatment zones conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024 in the Annex 4. Section 135(1) of the PFM Act 2012 requires any reallocation of funds from the approved budget to be authorized through supplementary budget, while Section 135(2) mandates that such reallocations must be presented and approved by the county assembly within 2 months after the first withdrawal of the funds as required under Section 135(4) of the PFM Act 2012. In this case, no supplementary budget was presented seeking the Assembly's approval to reallocate the funds initially appropriated for drilling bores to settle electricity bills. By authorizing this payment without following the statutory process, Mr. Mwikya Kilonzo undermined the County Assembly's oversight role as enshrined in Article 185 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which vests the Assembly with the legislative and budgetary authority. Chair, that is all about the reallocation of 175 of the 76 million. A supplementary budget was never brought to this county assembly to reallocate that money, and even after it was reallocated, which is required by the law, at least 60 days after the funds have been reallocated, it should be regularized in this county assembly, which has never happened till today. Honorable Chair, on the second item, it is on Miani Bowl. Honorable Chair, when we sat down as a committee, we honorable members, as the representative of the people, we normally conduct public participations. And the project we do...
Just a minute, I want to advise the IT that that screen is going off in the next 25 seconds. Please act on it. Proceed.
Honorable Chair, the projects which are normally done, it is for the interest of the people. Honorable Chair, the current MCA for ADI, when he did public participation, and it is in the budget notes on the report which we have on Annex 4, the proposal by the public was that, in other words, they needed a ball at a place called Senda. Actually, when the honorable member from Mutonguni did a statement request, if the minister was honest enough, he could have clarified to this committee that he came to know about Miani 002 ball on the table when the response had been brought there. That is when now...
Just a point, please confirm which minister.
The minister for water, who is Mr. Ngunda. Actually, he came to learn about the reallocation of the ball at the committee level. That is when now the honorable member who is elected for Adi was so surprised to hear that there is a ball in at a place known as Miani 001. Honorable Chair, as a committee and as part of the membership of the committee, we went to do more inquiry about the ball. When we went there, we found the father to the Cecm for finance, and we had some questions for him. And one of the questions, whereby the answered report is here with us, is whether, actually, to confirm, Honorable Chair, allow me to read very fast the response which we got.
Where do you want to refer specifically? The procedural clerk and guide?
It is the response from father to the Minister for Finance. Honorable Chair, I'm right away there. This is the report. The date is 15th August 2024. Page 8.
Very well.
I just want to read briefly some of the issues which the members who are there rose. We and Honorable Sylvester Munyalo, this is the kind of the question which he put across to the father. If the chief officer who is here decides to pipe the water from here for around 10 kilometers, will you have any issue with that? Mr. Kilonzo Mwikya, who is the father to the Minister Cecm, I will not have any issue. Honorable Sylvester Munyalo, I am satisfied. Secondly, if the CEO decides that you enter into an agreement that you have allowed the public to use the water, but the land belongs to you, do you have problem with signing the document? Mr. Kilonzo Mwikya said this: I want the people to benefit as I also benefit. The water should not be piped to any other area far away before the locals benefit. Honorable Sylvester Munyalo, I want to tell you this: your neighbor can write a letter to the county assembly complaining that the bore was drilled at someone's land and refuse they would be denied water. If someone raises such a complaint and as a relevant committee we fail to come here to do we come here, do you know we would have broken the law? We have a right to come here and find out the truth. This is what Mr. Kilonzo Mwikya replied. We can't allow people here to go far away in search of water. We want people to get water here. About signing, we will sit down with my son, the one you are calling Tangawizi. The two of us, and even if there will be other people, it is okay. We will then agree between him and I who will append the signature, because I am leaving. And if he is the only one, I will give him my blessings. Honorable Chair, it is very clear that the father is admitting that there is no formal agreement which had been made before this ball was drilled here. Honorable Chair, the Minister for Finance is directly interconnected here, because the father is saying that I am leaving, and if he is the one, I'll give him my blessings. So that means it is like he is the one in charge. Honorable Chair, I don't want to read the whole answered report. There are members who raise issues on the bores which have been drilled in their areas, and we normally have a formal agreement before a bore is drilled on a private land. But in this case, there was no formal agreement, depending on the answer which we got from the minister's father. I am done, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Witness Honorable Arson Maluki. Maybe to be on record.
Chair, not to cut you short.
Yes.
On the issue of soliciting bribes or funds from contractors, it is a public outcry, and it is not only barely on the minister itself, but from the report we are getting from the public. It is a rot. It is a rot for almost the whole ministry. And Honorable Chair, I will not be able to dwell much on that, because actually it is what we have and our people tell us, and we have no record on that. I want to make that clear.
Thank you very much. A legal counsel, Mr. Kimathi.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
I don't know the language that you use at the court proceeding.
Yes.
Sometimes I hear Your Honor, Your Excellency, my Lord.
I've tried as much as possible to recognize you as the Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Now that you have listened to the witness,
Yes, please.
witness confirm whether you are also the MCA for Migwani Ward. Just a minute. Witness, confirm whether you are also the MCA for Migwani Ward.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia, representing the great people of Migwani, and I am the leader of majority in majority party in Kitui County Assembly.
Very well. Legal, now I want to give you the opportunity to cross-examine the witness.
Yeah.
As the committee sits back and listen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Leader of Majority, Harrison Maluki, member for Migwani. Again, thank you very much for that elaborate, very eloquent presentation on your evidence. A few questions. I will stick to your statement, and I'll start with the last issue that you just raised. The statement which you signed on the 5th of December 2024, you're stating that you've had numerous complaints from contractors working with the county government who allege that Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo has been demanding bribes as a prerequisite for approving payments for completed contracts. Do you want to stick by that statement?
Council, I have made it clear that yes, we have. I have had numerous statements from and complaints from the members of the public, and I have said I have no exact evidence on the same issue.
Right.
That is exactly what I have said.
That's what I was trying to get at. You have no exact evidence, right? In other words, have you produced any document, any communication, whether by SMS, whether by WhatsApp, whether by money transfer, M-Pesa, from a contractor to the Honorable Minister, where he was paying bribes?
Council, I am very clear. I have no evidence on that.
All right. Now, do you still want to maintain that allegation, or you want to withdraw it?
I withdraw.
Thank you very much. I won't spend more time on that. Now, you've addressed two issues. One is the 76 million shillings that was allocated to payment of water bills, right?
Yes.
You did confirm that you had a sit-down with the Minister for Water, correct?
I had no sit-down. He was coming to do a statement response. That is when we end a sit-down.
Okay, okay. Well, whichever way you look at it, you had a meeting, a committee meeting, you had answers for the minister responsible for water, correct?
Of course.
You've gone to great lengths to read us his responses, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed that it's the minister responsible for water, correct?
Come again?
Mr. Honorable Gitonga Nkunda.
Yeah, he is the Minister for Water.
He's the Minister for Water.
Yes.
You have confirmed from what you read to us that he was under pressure to make sure that Kimwasco and Kitwasiko electricity bills
Exactly, that is
paid.
what he said.
That's what he said? He did tell you that money was paid to pay, and that's why water was reconnected, correct?
About a water reconnection, I can't say after payment the water was reconnected, because currently as we talk, there is no even water in most places in Kitui and Mwingi.
I'm confining myself to the documents you've just read and the ones you've submitted. He did tell you that upon payment of these bills, water was again available.
Yes, he confirmed that, but the water was not available.
Now, why do you find it so convenient to crucify the Minister for Finance when these were matters within the purview of the Minister for Water?
Council, if you read the response from the Minister, where that discussion about reallocation of that fund was taking place, the Minister for Finance was at the center of that discussion, and actually is the one who proposed that there is money in the Ministry for Water which can be reallocated to cater for those bills. And he is the one who authorized, later who authorized the payments.
Now, you say the money was spent for drilling of boreholes, correct?
Of course.
In the meantime, you have bills amounting to 76 million shillings, correct?
Correct. At that point, not now.
Point, yeah, correct. Yeah, we're talking about that time. In reasonable circumstances, what was reasonable in the circumstances when you're faced with disconnected water supply or drilling boreholes?
Council, here, the matter is not about reallocating the funds. It is about following the law.
So what happened here? What happened to the 76 million shillings?
The 76 million was diverted to go and do something else, which according to the budget allocation, it was not what it was purposed to do.
Was it within the Ministry of Water, the budget for drilling boreholes?
The budget was within the Ministry of Water.
It was the Ministry of Water. And again, I go back to my earlier question. What was reasonable under these circumstances? To drill boreholes or to first clear the Kimwasco and the Kitwasco water bill, according to you?
I don't know.
Thank you for that answer. Was any money lost? Was any money pocketed by the minister who is being accused?
Council, let us stick to what is in the motion.
Again,
we have not illustrated anywhere in the motion that there was loss of public funds.
I'll invite the Honorable Chair to guide you on how to answer my questions. I do not want to engage with you.
Let me guide the honorable witness. The legal representing the minister is protected by the law to ask any question he deemed fit for him for clarification. I've witnessed even during the day, he is tempted to ask someone, how many wives do you have? Or how many girlfriends do you have? But I withdraw that. What I want to say is that allow him to ask the questions that he deemed fit for him, because that is part of cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair. I'm well guided.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the money, these 76 million shillings, a need arose, and it was reallocated to other purposes. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you confirm that no money was lost. No money was pocketed by any of the ministers.
I don't know.
Them.
I don't know.
You don't know. Now, you've also confirmed that there were complaints. There were complaints by members of the public because they were aware, according to you and this report, that water is a devolved function. People start rioting because they know that water is a devolved function, so it becomes a political issue. I'm reading the statement you've just read.
That was the response from the minister responsible for water. So I cannot ascertain whether whichever the statement he gave was correct or not.
You don't identify with that statement?
I don't.
You don't, correct. Where were you reading it before?
Yeah?
Why were you reading the statement before? What did you want us to get from that statement when you read it for us earlier?
It is in the Annex 4.
It's in Annex 4.
Yes.
Clearly, it's a long document, but in particular...
Yes, those are the words from the Minister for Water.
Yeah, I agree. They're words for the minister, but in that lengthy document, those are the few words you picked out, quite right, okay?
Of course, that is what he told the committee.
So why did you pick this particular statement and not any other statement in this document?
I picked it because those are the responses we got from the minister.
So I'll ask you now, do you agree with that statement or you don't?
I don't know.
You don't know. This borehole in Miani, the Minister for Water was a witness before you, provided quite a bit of information about it. My questions are very few on this.
Yes.
You visited the grounds, correct?
Yes.
When you say that you're going to dig boreholes in 40 counties, 40 wards, do you have spare land by the county government for drilling boreholes, or boreholes can be drilled on private land?
Boreholes can be drilled. Actually, most of the boreholes are drilled on private land.
Absolutely.
With an agreement with the owner before the work starts.
The land. Correct. Now, in this particular case, a borehole was drilled on the land belonging to one Mwikya Kilonzo Nduto, right?
Yes.
You went to visit and you spoke to him,
Of
correct?
course, yes.
At what point do you make an agreement with a landowner? At what point do you make an agreement with the landowner about drilling a borehole?
Where I have the case, because in my ward it has been done, it is after the hydrological survey, because it is the hydrological survey which shows that there is enough water to be drilled, because you can't make an agreement where you are not going to drill a borehole.
That's exactly the answer I expected from you, Leader Majority. You cannot make an agreement before you've done a hydrological survey. Correct?
That is correct.
And in some instances, you can still drill and come back and make an agreement with the owner of the land. Is that possible?
It is not possible. You know, here you are using public resources. You can't invest in someone's private land without a formal agreement. This is public funds.
So, in this case, a borehole was dug without an agreement. Correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to the owner of the land?
We spoke.
What did he say about making an agreement?
He said that he will consult his son, who is the Minister for Finance.
I'll read the statement you've just read. We can't allow people here to go far away in search of water. We want people to get water here. About signing, we'll sit down with my son, the one we're calling Tangawizi, the two of us, and even if there be other people, it is okay. We then agree between him and I who will append the signature because I'm leaving. Has he signified his intention to sign the agreement in that statement?
You know, that was a... I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's a better answer. Don't argue. Now, do you have a problem with this borehole being where it is, regardless of the fact that it's going to supply water to other people?
Yes, I have a problem.
What problem, Honorable Member, do you have?
The problem I have, Council, as I explained earlier, before any government undertakes any project, there should be proper public participation, and any project should be undertaken on the need basis of the members of the public. My problem is by drilling this ball at Miani, we subverted the will of the people of Earthward, in which they wanted the ball to be drilled at the center. That is why, and that is the reason I have a problem.
What is the fate of the Sender borehole? What is the fate of Sender borehole? Okay, I'll rephrase my question. Can we say that the Sender borehole is not going to happen because money meant for Sender borehole has gone to Miani borehole?
That depends with the Ministry
it's not a defense, it's not a defense, it's a question I'm putting to you.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a better answer. Okay? Honorable Chair, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, I want to invite the honorable members of the committee maybe to ask the witness questions where they need him to shed light on this matter. Yes, Honorable Peter Mwanza.
Thank you through the chair. A simple question to our witness, who is also a majority leader to this assembly. At the committee level, after doing an oversight, and when you invited the Minister for Water, did the committee ask the document for land agreement? Second, did the minister provide the document showing that the full amount of 76 million was paid? Or was the amount paid in a bit? And when I talk of in a bit, it's either 46 million, 30 million. Did the minister confirm the same? Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair, the report we got is that the open 76 million was paid, and on the agreement, it is very clear from the answered report that the father is saying that he will consult his son on who to sign the agreement. So that means the agreement is not there.
That is okay. Honorable Masawi can go first.
Thank you. I just want clarification or whether you have an evidence, because you have said the minister knew about Miani when he was called by the Committee for Agriculture. And as he was submitting, he said he's the one who authorized the drilling machine to do Miani 001. Then after realizing that Miani 001 had low yield, they decided to do Miani 002 because they can see there is a contradiction there.
From the report we heard from the minister, what we went to look at was Miani 002, and to be honest, the minister admitted. I may not have the evidence, but the minister admitted that he wasn't aware of any ball having been drilled at Miani 002, because as you can see from the annexure, we had already planned balls for the whole financial year 2023-2024, and Miani was not featured in anywhere.
Thank you very much. Honorable Frida Mawa.
Thank you, Chair. Let me ask majority. You said that the issue of the 76 million, it was due to outcry. That's what the Cecm told you, the outcry of the people of Kitui, because
Yes.
water was disconnected, right?
Yes.
So you don't have a problem with the people of Kitui having their water connected.
Sure.
Your issue is how the action violated public finance management principles, right?
Exactly.
Can you elaborate?
Thank you for the question. Actually, it is always allowed when there is an emergency, a reallocation of funds which has not been utilized can be reallocated to go and do something which is an emergency. What we are talking about here, it is about following the law. It is not about even the reallocation. It is about violating the PFM Act.
Very well. Honorable Witness, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
During cross-examination, you confirmed that in the Annex 4, there is an extract of budget for the financial year 2023-2024.
Yes.
Confirming that there was a public participation which was done, and the people confirmed they need a borehole at Senda Village.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, exactly.
Tell this committee the implication of moving that borehole to Miani 001 and Miani 002 to the people of Earth. What is wrong with that?
The implication is that you have subverted the will of the people and the people at sender, they will feel denied their right for water, because the ball was meant to be done at their place, but later it was moved to another place.
Thank you very much. Another question about the transfer of 76 million.
Yes, sir.
You are cross-examined that the legal representing the minister is saying that the county executive is protected by the law to spend some amount of money, in this case 76 million, but then the law proceeds to say after that money has been spent, there's supposed to be a supplementary budget to that effect, to regularize the expenditure. You confirm that you are the majority leader in the County Assembly of Kitui and also a witness today. Can you confirm whether there was a supplementary budget done to that effect?
As a majority leader and as a member of the committee, there was no supplementary budget done on that effect.
Finally, the 76 million which is transferred to Kitwasko and Kimwasko, you said they were meant for drilling of bores. You did say so? You said that money was meant for drilling bores.
Yes.
As from the committee. And you said that the cost for one bore per ward was estimated at 3.5 million.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Now that this money was moved to pay pending bills in Kitwasko and Kimwasko, what effect does this one have to the other wards that did not receive a ball?
Honorable Chair, this reallocation of the 76 million have a dire effect to all the wards which did not get their rightful share of their ball. Honorable Chair, if you look at our current budget, in most cases, the places where those balls were not drilled, they have not been budgeted for. And Honorable Chair, we are also living in fear, thinking that the same thing which happened in the last financial year on the reallocation of the few funds we have for water infrastructure will also be reallocated to pay Kimwasko and Kitwasko bills again. So there is unfairness because some wards got their share, others did not get their share, and they are not assured whether in this, because we cannot talk of the last financial year, that is over. We are on another financial year, and we don't know whether they are going to get their rightful share as we planned in the budget. And Honorable Chair, if this is allowed going forward, we think there will be so much unfairness in distribution of this project across the 40 wards.
Is there another member who has a concern? Thank you very much. Honorable Witness, Honorable Adson Maluki.
Yes, sir.
Sincerely, I want to take this opportunity, the chairperson of this committee, to thank you very much for honoring your invitation as a witness.
Welcome.
In these proceedings. We rely on your information that you provided on shedding light on some of the gray areas that the committee will need to consider during the report writing. We want to wish you the best and have a lovely evening and a lovely supper.
Thank you, Chair.
Sergeant at time, you can escort our witness as I announce the next course of action. Honorable members, I want to communicate that we had a witness by the name Mr. Ismail Gruhan, who is the county budget officer in the Office of the Control of the Budget Kitui. That witness did not honor the invitation. I've also made a communication that that Mr. Charles Nyaga, who is acting deputy clerk, and also the senior fiscal analyst, has submitted a medical document here saying that he's not feeling well, and therefore we will not proceed to interrogate those two witnesses because of their absence. We now proceed, and I want to give this opportunity now to the minister who is accused in this motion during proceeding, Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, the Cecm for Finance, Economic Planning and Revenue Management, to issue his evidences in form of a defense to the issues which has been raised today. He can do so through his legal counsel or maybe through himself, and thereafter I will allow the mover of the motion an opportunity also to cross-examine what the submission will be, and again I will give an opportunity to the committee also to do cross-examination to that effect.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. I think I've listened very carefully, and I'm satisfied with the submissions which have been made by legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That response draws to a conclusion that what they have submitted, what the legal counsel representing the minister submitted during the cross-examination is enough. Isn't that the case, counsel?
We run the risk of boring this committee with a lot of repetitions because, as you have observed from my cross-examination, all the issues I raised in cross-examination is what would have seen as our evidence in chief. So we want to take our cross-examinations for the various witnesses to be our evidence in these proceedings. But having said that, I do not want to put my client to cross-examination. Is not ready for that. We want to close it at that.
Thank you very much. Counsel, that one is noted and it's okay. Allow me to consult a bit. During your cross-examination, legal counsel?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
During your cross-examination, I gave you an opportunity to refer to the advisory on unspent funds for county assemblies development budget, and I believe this is a response to the letter which was written by the Cecm Finance and Economic Planning to Commission on Revenue Allocation. I want to bring to attention to this committee that the chairperson I'm in receipt of that letter, and I want to go through that letter now before I allow the move of the motion to maybe ask some few questions to your end so that it is on record. Honorable members, There's a letter from Commission on Revenue Allocation, reference CRA/FA/01, volume 3 of 126. It is written it was written on 4th December 2024 to Mr. Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, Minister to Finance and Economic Planning and Revenue Management, County Government of Kitui. Dear Kilonzo, advisory on unspent funds for County Assembly's development budget. And I read, reference is made to your letter referenced CG/KTI/CT/FIN/11/63 dated 22nd November 2024 on the above subject matter. The Commission on Revenue Allocation, and in bracket CRA, notes the issues raised and would like to advise as follows. A, whether the County Assembly Office Block project can be allocated more money than it was capped by the Ministry of Public Works, feed the circular reference PW/S/200/103/volume1.1/136 dated 27th August 2018. The Commission refers to the following. 1. The report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on County Government Infrastructure Projects, comprising County Executive Headquarter Offices, Assembly Chambers and Offices, and County State Officers' Residences of November 2018. The committee recommended that for the counties which had awarded contracts which were above the limit set should consider renegotiating with view of adjusting the contract sum. Refer to CRA circular reference .CRA/10/volume 7 of 16 dated 7th August 2019 on non-core infrastructure attached. Number 2, in the subsequent guidance on various counties that had requested exemptions from the said guidelines regarding the county government's infrastructure projects, the Senate Standing Committee of Finance and Budget resolved that the implementing agencies ensure prudent use of public resources. Further, the Senate adopted the Standing Committee report on 5th May 2020 and communicated the same to CRA through letter reference SEN/RESOLS/007/2020 attached. Number 3, on the timelines for scoping, renegotiating, and retendering, the Commission relies on the advice attached in your letter from Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, PPRA. In relation to the above, we appreciate that the County Assembly negotiated and reviewed the contract sum to the capped amount of Kenya shillings 250 million. B, whether County Executive should report all development funds to the County Assembly, irrespective of whether the funds will be fully absorbed in the financial year 2024-2025. The Public Finance Management Cap 412A, Section 136(1) provides that, subject to any other legislation, an appropriation that has not been spent at the end of the financial year for which it was appropriated lapses immediately at the end of the financial year. Further, Public Finance Management Cap 412A, Section 154(2) stipulates that an accounting officer for a county government entity may reallocate funds between programs or between sub-votes in the budget for financial year, but only if A, provisions made in the budget of a program or sub-votes are available and unlikely to be used. This has been supported by the letter from the Minister of Roads, Public Works and Transport, letter dated 13 November 2024. Additionally, Section 154 seeks to place the total of all reallocations to or form a program or a sub-vote does not exceed 10% of the total expenditure approved for that program or some vote for that year. In view of the above, the Commission recommends that the Kitui County Government adheres to the law. C. Whether the County Assembly monies that had been appropriated but not absorbed can be reallocated to provide other county services in health, water, roads, etc. The Public Finance Management Cap 412A, Section 130, Subsection 3, 4, 5, 6 states that 3. In preparing the annual appropriation bill under subsection 2, the County Executive Committee member responsible for finance shall include in the allocation to the County Assembly any unspent funds that had been appropriated to the County Assembly in the immediately preceding financial year. In subsection 4, where an appropriation bill is passed before the beginning of the financial year to which it relates and does not contain unspent funds allocated to the County Assembly in the immediate preceding financial year, the County Executive Committee member for Finance shall prepare and submit to the County Assembly a supplementary appropriation bill allocating the unspent funds. Subsection 5, a bill prepared and subsection 4 shall be introduced in the County Assembly within 2 months of the commencement of the financial year. Subsection 6, failure by the County Executive Committee member for Finance to prepare a supplementary appropriation bill and subsection 4 shall constitute an additional indicator of a serious or a persistent material breach under Section 94. Further, Public Finance Management Cap 412A, Section 154(2) stipulates that an accounting officer for a county government entity may reallocate funds between programs or between subvotes in the budget for financial year, but only if a provisions made in the subject of a program or subvote are available and are unlikely to be used. This was supported by the letter from the Minister of Roads, Public Works and Transport, letter dated 13 November 2004. In addition, Section 154(2)(c), the total of all reallocations made to or from a program or subvotes does not exceed 10% of the total expenditure approved for that program or subvote for that year. Given the above, the monies that had been appropriated to the County Assembly had not been absorbed during the financial year should be reallocated as per the provision of the law, subsection 154(2)(c). D. Whether the development budget earmarked for the County Assembly should be budgeted under the County Assembly or County Executive. The role of County Assembly is oversight, legislation, and representation as provided by Section 9 of the County Government Act 2012. Further, Section 361A of the same Act provides for the functions of the Executive Committee are to supervise the administration and delivery of services in the county and all decentralized units and agencies in the county. In view of the above, the County Assembly should not operate a development budget based on their functions. Subsequently, the development budget should at the County Executive line ministry. E. Whether in preparing annual and supplementary budgets, the County Executive Committee member for Finance can allocate and or reallocate development funds that would not be absorbed in the County Assembly project and financial year to finance priority development projects implemented by county executive departments such as health, water, etc. The Public Finance Management Cap 412A, Section 154(1)(2)(3) states that 1. An accounting officer shall not authorize the transfer of an amount that is appropriated, A, for transfer to another county government entity or person, B, for capital expenditure exempt to defray other capital expenditure, or C, for wages to non-wage expenditures. Subsection 2. An accounting officer for a county government entity may reallocate funds between programs or between some votes in the budget for a financial year, but only if A, provisions made in the budget of a program or a subvote are available and are unlikely to be used. B, a request for the reallocation has been made to the county treasury explaining the reasons for the reallocation and the county treasury has approved the request. And C, the total of all reallocations made to or from a program or subvote does not exceed 10% of the total expenditure approved for that program or subvote for that year. Subsection 3. Regulations approved by the County Assembly may prescribe requirements for the reallocation of funds within subvotes or programs. In view of the provision above, 1. The accounting officer may reallocate funds between programs based on the available evidence that the county assembly may not absorb the entire money before the end of the financial year 2024-25, as per the Ministry of Roads, Public Works and Transport letter dated 13 November 2024. 2. The county government should develop a regulation to be approved by the assembly and prescribe the requirements for the reallocation of funds within sub-boards or programs. F, and the final one, whether the county assembly can introduce projects that are not in the original budget. The Public Finance Management Cap 412A subsection 135(1)(7) states that 1. A county government may spend money that has not been appropriated if the amount appropriated for any purpose under the County Appropriation Act is insufficient or a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, or money has been withdrawn from the county government emergency fund. Subsection 7. In any financial year, the county government may not spend under this section more than 10% of the amount appropriated by the county assembly for that year, unless that county assembly has in special circumstances approved a higher percentage. In view of the above, the county assembly may introduce projects that were not in the original budget. However, the requirements set in the section 135 must be adhered to, and the accounting officer should ensure safeguarding of public resources. The purpose of this letter, therefore, is to advise Kitui County Executive on unspent funds for County Assembly's development budget. We believe that this will guide your executive on budget implementation in the financial year 2024-2025. It is signed by CPA Robol Nuno, Acting Commission Secretary CEO. This letter was written on 4th December 2024, and today is on 9th. I also want to confirm that it was not received by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning and Revenue Management. Maybe Council, you can guide. Why is not the letter received?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for that. I did confirm at the beginning, when we were preparing for our appearance today, one of the documents we put together, I think it was annexure number 1, was the request for advisory. We had been expecting this letter from the CRA. We actually had been following since last week on Friday, but the information we were getting was that the makers of the letter, the technical team, was waiting for confirmation of this information. This letter came actually while we were on our feet today. I could undertake to get the hard copy delivered, that was delivered to the office, stamped and delivered to this committee the first thing tomorrow morning. But it came actually while we were here today. That's the reason, Honorable Chair.
I will still ask you a question.
Honorable Chair.
The letter which was written by the Minister for Finance and Economic Planning and Revenue Management, one Peter Mwikya Kilonzo, writing to the Commission Secretary.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Commission on Revenue Allocation. That letter is dated 22nd November 2024.
Yeah.
November?
Yeah.
That's November, and today we are in December.
Absolutely.
On 22nd.
Yeah.
From 22nd to 4th. Actually, let me say that this letter was written on 4th. Today is on 9th.
Yeah.
Can you confirm to me, if you have any information, where was this letter between 4th and 9th? Because there are 5 days in between there.
I would actually tell you this, Honorable Chair, that the delay in delivering this letter caused us more anxiety that you can imagine, because we needed to be guided before appearing before the committee. Now, as to why there was a delay from 4th of December to date, honestly, that only the CRA can answer that question. But I do understand your concern about the letter not being received at the county treasury, and that's why I've explained that we got this while we were on our feet this morning, and we're going to take to get the received copy in the office tomorrow morning. If I was to advise CRA in the future, I'll tell them, when you make a letter, we are making it at a duress. We want answers quickly.
Another question.
I really can't answer, Honorable Chair.
I still I have to ask you, the Chair, why would this committee not imagine that this letter has been availed because of these proceedings?
I wouldn't say there's any problem with that. Allow me to say why. You and I and all of us, even some of us who've been old enough, we cannot purport to have the monopoly of knowledge on all issues. And that is why the Commission on Revenue Allocation and other commissions exist. We also seek advisories from the Supreme Court. If you are in doubt about how to address a matter, it is the right of the person concerned to write to the relevant authorities. In this case, the minister was not sure about how to go about this matter. He made this letter as far back as 22nd of November. And that is confirmed in the response. If you look at the reference that they're referring to in the response, if you look at the date, it's exactly that letter. Meaning, therefore, that he needed guidance. Now, whether it was regarding this motion, honestly, I would say why not? Because he needed guidance. That's how it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Go to your file, the document that's submitted to this committee, and go to that letter that I'm referring to, the letter written by the finance minister, with the reference advisory on unspent funds for county assembly development budget. Are you in that letter?
I have it, yes.
Go to number 2 of that letter.
Number 2.
Can you see a figure of 190 million? 558, 553?
Absolutely, I can see that,
You can see that figure? Can you see that in Roman 3?
Roman?
I mean number 3.
Number 3, correct,
Can you see a figure of 250 million? What is that?
Well, just that, 250, isn't it?
What is 250? What is 250 million?
Can I read it? Commencement of the CA office block project was delayed until October 2024 due to the requirement to have the project cost capped at 250 million shillings from its initial contract sum of 533 million as per Ministry of Public Works. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It was supposed to be 250, it came down to 190. What went down, honestly, Honorable Chair,
Thank you. Number 2, what is 190 million, 558, 553?
Again, can I read? In this regard, we wish to seek your advice concerning a stalemate on the county executive's proposal to reallocate part of the 190 million shillings that was initially allocated to the county assembly to finance county assembly office block in financial year 2022-2023.
Thank you. Number 4. Number 4, is it confirming that that amount was not utilized and was reported twice during financial year?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
2022 to 2023 and 2024.
Statement, yes, Honorable Chair.
Number 5, number 6, sorry. You can see a figure of 90 million, 558, 553. What is that?
The proposal is to allocate 90 million for the county assembly office block and to reallocate the balance of 100 million shillings to other county priority development projects in health, water, roads, environment, etc. during the financial year 2024-2025 supplementary budget 1.
Thank you. Go to number 11 on that letter. Who is the contractor who is constructing the county assembly's modern office block?
I read the whole statement.
Just read the name of the contractor.
The Centurion Engineers and Builders Limited.
How much is allocated to him?
I have to look at the entire statement. During the financial year 2024-2025 supplementary 1 budget, estimates that was approved by the County Executive Committee on 11th of October 2024 and submitted by the CCM Finance to County Assembly, 90 million 553 had been allocated to finance the construction of the County Assembly office block during financial year 2024-2025.
That it means in the supplementary budget which was submitted, there was a reallocation which was done with effect that amount.
90 million?
We have come from 190 million. I want to confirm that
90 million.
The sole issue about reallocation of money is being confirmed in this letter. Okay? Confirm this committee that that reallocation has been done in the supplementary budget. And I'm aware as a chairman of this committee that the Assembly has also passed the appropriation bill with effect that supplementary budget 1 for the financial 2024-25.
Honorable Chair, I'll be remiss, I'll be out of order. I'll be actually mannerless to answer that question because I don't sit in that committee. I'm not involved in the budgeting processes.
I'm just saying, in the appropriation supplementary budget, that money has already been reallocated to other what do you call other projects in the county.
Can I read the statement? The last statement reads, the county executive committee considered and approved the remaining balance of 100 million shillings to priority programs in health, water, and roads sector.
It's okay. What I want you to confirm, if you don't have the answer, request your client to provide.
So what
is that letter confirming that in the supplementary budget, the ministry, the executive has already reallocated those funds?
Now, again, allow me to understand.
You have been doing cross-examination to the people, to the chairperson budget,
Yeah.
and there's another guy. I'm talking about confirm whether there was a reallocation of the money meant to construction of this modern office.
Now, Honorable Chair, allow me to read the statement and answer. You'll appreciate that I am not involved in the budgeting processes, but this is a letter from the minister. And this
Let
is
me
what he
direct this
says.
question to the minister. Waziri, confirm that in the supplementary budget, and in the letter, you are saying in number 2, in this regard, we wish to seek your advice concerning a stalemate on a county executive proposal to reallocate. That money is already reallocated in the supplementary budget, which has been passed by this county assembly. Yes or no?
You're asking whether the money has been reallocated. Which money has been reallocated? The 100 million?
Yes, I started by asking 190 million, 550,000, 553. I scaled down and I was asking my council, what is the stalemate? The stalemate is reallocation. That is what the chairperson budget was saying. I want you to give us just information to this committee.
No, let me just say this. This project has been capped at 250. 2 years ago, 190 million plus all these other monies here was given to county assembly. So there is a balance of around 50 something for it to total to 250. But the 190 has not been utilized yet. It's now that is in utilization. So go on your question.
So how much the executive is willing to pick from that 190?
90, this figure of...
is in that amount 100 million?
No, the figure of 90 million, 558,553.
That is the amount of money which is left to be consumed in the construction of the project, right? Waziri?
This is the money which has been allocated this financial year.
Yes, so how much did you reallocate from the reward to the other county projects?
100 million.
Exactly, that is what I'm saying. So my question is this: why did you proceed to reallocate money even before you received this advisory which has come today?
Sorry?
Why did you reallocate 100 million even before receipt of the advisory from the commission that you have received today? Can you give us a clarification?
Yeah, Honorable Chair. You know, we have been referring to, I may not want to go into this because my legal mind has been there. We've been referring to a CARA amending Section 130, right? CARA deals with the current, even chair budget regard that development budget is negotiated between the county assembly.
Very well.
If you have chair,
just get my point. I'm just trying to link this document, this advisory.
There is a,
I'm asking this question. Why did you reallocate the 100 million before getting this advisory from the commission?
Can I answer that?
If Waziri says he's not able to answer, maybe you can give the add-on.
Well, I guess within the rules I can answer because
Yes.
I think I know the answer. Because he suspected he was right. And I think that has been confirmed by CRA.
What have you said? Sorry?
Why did he reallocate before he got a response from CRA? That's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
question.
Yeah.
Because he thought he was right, he thought he was within the law. And because he was in doubt, he wasn't sure, he sought confirmation from the Commission on Revenue Allocation.
Very well. Now go to the letter, the advisor, I think, from the Ministry of Roads, Public Works and Transport. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
This committee is in receipt of that you are calling cash flow. And the content in that letter is that the last line, in line with the reviewed budget and the normal SCAF for cash flow estimates for the construction of the above block, and in reference to the proposed works to be carried out during the first 8 months of the contract period, it is estimated that the contractor will execute works worth not more than Kenya shillings 90 million. In bracket there, the figure is there. And this one was done by engineer Ruben M. Itiko. Lego, I want to ask on behalf of this committee, confirm whether Ruben M. Itiko is an engineer.
One, I wish to confirm that I don't know him personally. According to this document, his title is Engineer Ruben M. Itiko. Beyond that, I don't think, again, it's within my purview, within,
Please clarify to the committee whether an engineer is qualified to prepare a cash flow, maybe do a quantity survey of the works to be done in terms of construction, an engineer, or is a quantity surveyor who is supposed to do that.
Again, this is not my area. I'm not in construction. I'm only a lawyer.
Is your client able to respond to that?
We can choose to maintain
Waziri?
his right to remain silent.
Waziri.
Or you want to answer? You have a right to remain silent also, but you can answer.
What was the question, Chair?
The question is Ruben M. Itiko an engineer?
I've not checked through, but he has the name engineer.
Whichever the case, engineer. Are engineers the right people to do quality survey? And in this case, to prepare cash flow is supposed to be done by a QS?
Honorable Chair.
We are interrogating this document.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, you find that in this committee I've been accused about payments. I don't do payments. The buck stops with the engineer. So he has the right to consult his people and he's the one who signs. So in that case, you'll find that he's in charge. I did not write it to quantity surveyors where the cabinet asked the engineer in charge or the minister in charge. So he has the right to get advisory from the team, but he's the one who signs. So we can't run away and say there is no aunt of quantity surveyors and other engineers.
Very well. Before I give the motion, it's a bit of clarification I wanted to get because when we received this letter, we said we will not own it, we will accept as a committee, but at the end of the day, we'll be able to ask some few questions. And that is some of the clarity that I wanted to get. Yes, please.
You asked about the fourth day.
Yes.
The fourth day on the letter.
Yes.
When you look at this letter, it has so many departments being involved. One, you will find that is the legal department, which is there. And you will also find there is also the administrative part, which is being done by CPN UNO or the name. So several groups have been, several commissions or several people have been handling. I think last time when I was following, I think it was on Thursday, they told me the letter had been written, but it has gone for cross-check in legal, who will bring back to commissioners for them to sit down and try to pass. So I think the back and forth delayed. When you look at fourth, I think fourth is on Thursday.
Thank you. Since that one was just a clarification I wanted to get from that letter, allow me procedurally invite the motion mover. Do you have anything that you can cross-examine the legal and the minister before I give the committee now time to ask questions on gray areas? Motion mover.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine will not be a lot. I would like to ask Honorable Peter Mwikya Kilonzo as the reason as to why he could not advise the Minister for Water to use the money to purchase a solar powered pump which will cost around 30 million instead of using 76 million to pay the electricity bills, which seems to continue happening in our county. Another question I would like to ask, if there was an MOU, because I understand Kimwasiko and Kitwasiko are cooperatives selling water to the public, was there an MOU of borrowing and that the money would be refunded back? Those are my first two questions.
Waziri, you can respond to the motion mover, or else you can prefer using your legal.
Yeah, he's asked me to answer on his behalf. Again, this is a question of a decision. You may not agree with his decision, but the decision they made as both ministers was to pay for the water. Perhaps they could consider going into the future what would be a more economic way of pumping water so that they do not have to encounter huge water bills. So whether the decision was right or wrong is a decision they own. You may not like it, but that's what they decided to do. Now, whether there's an MOU for borrowing, these are two entities owned by the county government, the Kimwasiko and Kitwasiko. Again, you had the explanation from the Minister for Water about subsidizing. There's something actually I had to ask him to clarify for the committee, that whatever amount you're going to charge on water will never be enough to actually meet the actual cost of pumping water to the respective municipalities. And therefore, going forward, it looks to me that the issue of subsidizing and therefore getting into a financial hole for these two entities is going to be long time coming. Perhaps I'd like to refer you to Article 43C(d) of the Constitution, which provides that water is a right that must be availed to everybody, and not just water, but sufficient water. I believe in making sure that that right is enjoyed by the great people of the Kitui County. The county executive has a duty to make sure that water is available at whatever cost. I do agree the costs are expensive. I do want to believe that if they find a better way of supplying this water in a more sustainable way, the minister and his committee, his colleagues in the executive committee, would be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I have another question.
Yes, proceed.
After payment of the 76 million, the Minister for Finance did bring a supplementary budget to the Honorable House to be approved after 60 days. Do we confirm that he didn't bring the supplementary budget?
Again, from where I sit, I cannot answer that question. I don't know whether the minister wants to answer, but from the look of things, there isn't. Whether we are out of time when this money was paid, I don't know.
Just confirm yes or no.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chair, I'm done with my questions. You can as well as a committee take up the matter.
I can
Thank
see
you.
the motion mover is revenging from what was happening during the midday. Now, legal, now I want to open the forum for the committee now to cross-examine you.
Me?
You and plus and also your clients.
Okay.
There is a time we will ask the client to respond to our questions.
Yeah.
As when I will be finishing them on these matters. But you're out of order. Can you go to this file?
Now, can I clarify about cross-examination of both myself and my witness? In this matter, he stands the accused person, right? Do you know it's the right of an accused person to answer through counsel, or choose to remain silent?
I've just given you the information. That information is upon to you how you consume the same.
Okay.
That's the plan of the committee.
That, we are together, because I do not want to have a situation where we have chosen, we have taken up our right to keep quiet.
Just a minute. Just a minute, Lego. We want to go now to the issues that we have observed during the proceedings today. And I'll go first. You have this big file. Yeah. And legal, our legal, you can assist. Go to Annex number 10.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
May I allowed to ask a very burning question which I would have forgotten.
Proceed.
When Honorable Daraga was being examined by the council said that there are other various solutions to solve a problem. And I would like to know from the council the solution or the alternative which was used instead of legal procedures. Which solution was used or what was arrived at? Deductions of salaries or banking of the salaries from the members who are assumed to be leaves. And can we be provided with any evidence of the minutes concerning the same?
Lego.
I believe the question on ADR, alternative dispute resolution.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to go on a trajectory, but if you live in this country, you'll probably be aware that some of the problems we have as a nation is a backlog of cases in courts, where cases take a lot of time without resolution. Others will take a shorter time, but depending on the manner in which those matters have been resolved, we don't achieve justice. We just determine disputes. Upon that realization, there is a deliberate effort by those who are involved in matters access to justice, including myself, to make sure that we come up with a solution that, one, helps to resolve matters quickly, but more importantly, in a manner that leaves the society more peaceful, more cohesive, and probably happier.
So which solution was used?
I'm answering you. Let me finish. In that regard, efforts are being made to make sure that people don't just rush courts if they are in disagreement, including the situation you're in right now. There is a stalemate. I still believe, I'll be saying that in my submissions, that there is a better way of resolving stalemates. In this particular matter, considerations were made as to what is the best way to make sure that, above everything, the county government of Kitui does not lose money, while at the same time making sure that there is coexistence in the society. I did produce an annexure, which I attached into my list of documents, to show that these people have accepted to be deducted their salaries. Now, beyond, wait, I finish, because I know what your question is. Beyond deducting their salaries, I cannot say from where I sit. Again, if you are interested in getting a proper answer, we could still go back and see what arrangements were made to make sure that these people deducted money. As of now, and as per the document I submitted, out of the 11 million shillings that was lost, the county government has recovered 8.57 million shillings as of end of September. We are now in December. I want to believe that in the last 2 months, those figures have been updated. But again, I provided a background why that was necessary. It's not always that when you rush to court, you get a resolution to matters. I'm saying that as a lawyer of many, many years, more than 20 years as an advocate. And I would like to encourage you, Honorable Member, when you go back home, and please, when you talk to your colleague, Mr. Dagara, we don't resolve matters always through getting people by the collar and dragging them to court. We want a more cohesive society. We want people to live happily. And I want you, above everything, to understand that justice does not always come from court. It is right within our hands. We can do it if we agree and find a better way of resolving disputes. That is what happened with the case of the 11 million shillings, and because of ADR, the county government is on course to recover the entire amount of money. Thank you.
Okay. Is this a civil case or a criminal case?
Whichever you look at it, it can be both. Now, I do not want to engage in a lecture in law, but circumstances of a matter determine whether it takes a criminal course or a civil course. Some matters have both. If, for example, I beat you up, you can sue me in a civil court for compensation, but you can also take me to the police for the case of assault. You choose, and you can also carry out both processes. It entirely depends on you. So this matter, in the same vein, can both be a civil matter. We can sue them for failure by an employee to remit funds, or it can also be a criminal matter. Now, a criminal matter, there has to be a complainant. I heard him talk very emphatically. He was actually sweating because he was talking with a lot of force, saying they are thieves. It is a very loaded statement. You cannot use those words unless proven as such. You understand? And what I want to propose is that we avoid these emotive statements. Emotions.
Just for clarification.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, legal. Someone who picks something without permission, what do you call that person? In this case, what the motion mover is trying to ask, and for a bit of clarity to the committee, these people were told, go collect revenue, 139. They collect revenue, they did not bank into the right bank accounts, they pocketed the money. In simple terms, for simple financial principles, personally I've worked in a bank for more than 10 years. I've seen people being sacked for just stealing 10,000 of the customer money. In this case, we're talking about someone went away with 700,000, and they have been paying through what you legal were calling surcharging. What is a legal name or exact name do you call that person? You can use the word fraudster. You can say that it's a fraudulent in accounting principles. What do you call that person if not a thief? What Honorable Daga described. Do you have another term for it? Just make it for clarity, because that is what the Honorable Member motion.
I understand. I understand. And as a lawyer, again, I'll be making a mistake to say it is theft, because that's what I want to hear. But to answer you in very straight terms, every legal term is defined by circumstances. What were the circumstances surrounding the action complaint about? So that we do not know the circumstances surrounding withholding of funds by these employees. And therefore, to jump and saying they are thieves, again, is making an emotive statement. It's important for us to establish what happened. What happened? So, unless we know the circumstances, again, I refuse to say they were thieves because I do not know the circumstances. Being a thief or stealing is a strictly legal term, and there are elements in law as to what constitutes theft. Do we have the facts? No. What I know for a fact is that the county government is on the better part of the bargain because they are recovering money that was lost. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, the council seems not to know what is answering, and let me end my question at that juncture.
Very well. I had guided before I give the other members time to say something. Council, you opened the big file. Yeah. Can you go to the letter which was written by the Chief Officer for Finance to one Roslyn Kavata Munyasia on 14th March 2023? Annex 10. Annex 10, go to that letter.
Yeah, I found it.
You are there. That letter was written on 14th March 2023. Can you confirm with me?
No, sorry, we are yet to find it. 14th of March, correct?
It was written 14th of March 2023.
Correct.
By CPA John Makawoki Mwele,
Correct.
who is a Chief Officer for Finance, Revenue Management and Accounting.
Correct.
It was written to Roslyn Kavata Munyasia, letter of authority, collector of revenue. I want you to mark that date very well, that it is 14 March 2023. That letter is giving Roslyn Kavata an authority as a revenue collector.
Yeah.
Go to the document that you provided. There are other two letters there in the small file.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
There is another letter which is dated 1st July. 1st July.
With what document?
That small file, that the document that you provided, you, the Lego, you provide the committee.
1st of July, correct.
There is a letter dated 1st July 2024.
Yeah.
Again, this letter is coming from the same Chief Officer to Roslyn Kavata, letter of authority as a collector of revenue. You agree with me there?
Yeah.
There is another letter. Just go backward in the same document. That's a small file.
Yeah.
There's a letter.
Yeah.
That letter was written on which date? Can you confirm?
14th.
Because you have put so many stamps there.
Yeah.
And as a committee we could not identify.
4th of August.
Yes?
4th, I think it's 4th of August.
We were not able to establish the date very well, but it is in August. Call it that 4th.
Yeah.
Call it that 4th of August 2020.
2024.
That letter is coming from the minister, who is your client,
Yeah.
to the chief officer, who is a revenue receiver.
Yeah.
Two of us.
Correct.
So the first two letters, which were done by the chief officer Kimwele to Roslyn Kavata, were done in March in 2023, another one in July 2024,
Yeah.
confirming Roslyn Kavata to be the receiver, not the collector of the revenue. The letter, which was done by the minister to give the chief officer authority to do so, came later in August.
Yeah.
So does it mean that during these years when this chief officer was writing these letters, was doing a mandate which was not mandated to by law, because there's no letter which is given by the minister? Is that what that one means?
Well, I mean, if you look at it in a very sort of, I don't know which language to use, that is the implication. But again, we need to talk out of context. Now, Chief Officer, CPA John McCloud.
Legal, let me guide. We will not talk outside the context. These are the documents that you provided. I'll rely to the document provided by the motion mover and the other two documents that were provided as a legal counsel. Let us deal with those three letters. What is really happening?
So can I answer?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Now, again, context. we have no information when. Anyway, I'll go straight. The letters are there, the dates are there. Perhaps, supposing you realize later that you need to correct which was done, a mistake, I don't see any harm in that. So, yes, the letters are there, the dates are there. Whatever issue there was has been regularized.
Yeah, before you respond,
Chairman.
Before you respond,
Yeah, I will respond to the
Waziri.
same. I'll respond to the same.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, there is a letter designating one Honorable Macau when you had a target of 400. There is a designation letter to one Honorable, not Honorable CPM Macau, when you had a target of 585. And this is the reason when we were doing this budget, you remember our target was supposed to be 600. So the three letters, Honorable Chair, let's not belabor on that, they are there. Thank you.
Why were they not submitted for the committee for Peruso?
Okay. One, I think because I think a group of my technical guys were accumulating these evidences, I did not go into particularly to look at this. So, Honorable Chair, there is a designation letter for CPM Macau for when target was 400. That one I found, and there is a designation letter because these letters are issued every year. So this year was issued this year August. We issued for this financial year, and when you look at this, it is actually 600. I'm actually supposed to review it to bring it to 825 after the supplementary is passed. Thank you.
Niruhusu nikuulize swali kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, Bwana Waziri. Barua ambayo Chief Officer John Makau Kimwele aliandika tarehe 14 mwezi wa 3 mwaka wa 2023. Pale chini aliandika copy to waziri wa fedha, kumaanisha hii barua ilikuja kwa faili yako. Wakati alipokuwa anafanya hivi, hakuwa na barua yoyote kutoka kwako kumruhusu kuwa revenue receiver. Kwa kumaanisha kwamba kuna wakati county ya Kitui ilifanya kazi bila kuwa na revenue receiver, and that scenario exposed the ministry in terms of revenue collection and also affecting the household revenue. So when you were copied and you saw this letter, what action did you do as a minister?
Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, kwa hii kamati ukisema ya kwamba niliona hiyo barua bila kumpatia kibali ya kumchagua huyu, haitakuwa sahihi. Alifanya hivyo akiwa amepewa kibali cha kuwa receiver, na yeye akaenda akamchagua huyu kama collector. Kwa hivyo
why is the evidence that he was given?
The letters are there.
Where are the letters?
They can even be brought right now. Right now.
So can we get the letters?
Right now, yeah.
Because we are going to work here till midnight. Can we receive the letters before midnight?
Yeah. I can even call the office to see whether they come right now.
Please fill the letters. Honorable members.
Do you allow me to call?
Just make a call.
Yeah.
Legal counsel.
Yes, please.
There is something that I captured during the cross-examination with the motion mover.
Yeah.
And I did not want to interject at that particular moment.
Yeah.
Because it was your day with the motion mover.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, please.
According to our knowledge, when are the county finance bills expected to have been approved by the county assembly?
Yeah, that's a question about late submissions.
Yes.
That was a question about late submission of finance bills.
Exactly.
Okay, I have some answers here. This is my understanding of the law. Now, the budgets or appropriations bills are supposed to be submitted to the county assembly by 30th of April. I wish to be guided. I don't work, but that's my understanding. The same is approved by the County Assembly by 30th of June. And the finance bill should be approved by the County Assembly within 90 days of the appropriation bill. Now, 90 days from 30th of June takes me to 30th of September. Again, that's my understanding. You probably have a better understanding, but I could be wrong.
Number 2, I want to confirm from the document that you were furnished with by the client. When did you submit the following finance bills? One, for the financial year 2022, 2023, and 2024.
Yeah, just look at your next years. I think they are lengthy documents. There is a next year number 8, 9, and 7, 8, and 9. So next year number 7 is a letter dated 2nd of June addressed to the clerk of the County Assembly of Kitui, submission of Kitui County Integrated Development Plan, 2nd of June, received by the County Assembly on the 5th of June. Then there's a document number 7, Kitui County Finance Bill 2022-2023 is a letter addressed by the Honorable Minister for Finance to the Clark County Assembly of Kitui, is dated 29th of June 2023, 29th of June. And the last one is again County Assembly Finance Bill 2023-2024 financial year, a letter by the Minister for Finance, Honorable Mwikya Kilonzo, addressed to the Clark County Assembly of Kitui, Kitui Finance Bill 21st of September 2023. That's number 8. Oh, sorry, and then number 9. So number 9 is forwarding Kitui County Finance Bill 2024-2025. Again, the Acting Clerk, County Assembly of Kitui, a letter by Honorable Mwikya Kilonzo, County Cecm Finance, 30th of September 2024.
In your own opinion, was this submitted on time?
It was submitted within the 90 days. Allow me to say this. They are supposed to be approved within 90 days. There's no requirement as to when they should be submitted. They were not submitted on time.
They were not supported on time.
Yeah, because if you are going to approve by 30th, probably you needed time to look at them.
Isn't that not a violation of law?
No, because listen, don't move on before I answer this, because the law doesn't say when he must bring the document to the County Assembly. The law says it has to be approved within 90 days. What happens between the 30th of June and 30th of September is a question of just basically, so the law says it has to be approved within 90 days from 30th of June. Now, you could argue that you didn't have enough time to look at it. Was there a requirement for him to bring on 1st of August? No.
Very honorable members, do you have any issue before I proceed to the final part of it, of these proceedings? Honorable Vice Chair, do you have anything? Honorable Frina Mawa, do you have anything to ask the council? Now, before yes, proceed.
I just wanted to a reconfirmation. Now, since the council has said that the executive, county executive, have leeway to relocate finances from one area to the other, but still the same law is providing a guideline of how it should be done. Are we in agreement that law was bent here by him reallocating monies from one vote line to another and not providing the documents to the needed to the assembly? Are we in agreement that law here was bent?
Again, ordinarily when you relocate, from what I'm gathering, it's not my area. It's supposed to advise the county assembly maybe there's been an oversight in that regard. It's not fatal, in my view. Time has not lapsed to the point where any corrections cannot be made. In the spirit of working, forging harmonious working relationship, there is a better way of resolving that sort of oversight. But yes, you're supposed to bring the documents, and my response is that he's still within time to bring these documents.
Let me just continue a bit. From where I'm sitting, I've noticed it's repeatedly. So either it's by malice or maybe looking down upon the county assembly. Because we are talking of a lot of money. We're talking about the 133, we are talking about the 76 million. When I look through, there are a lot. And some even have gone as far as 6 months. So are we still expecting the documents to come, even after 6 months?
I guess the minister can answer that.
Well, I think for the budget, what is in the supplementary budget, I think that one can be regularized. But I think for the 46, what I think is 46, I've had 76. Me, I'm not aware of the 76. I'm about to talk about 46. I think 46, literally, that one, it was oversight on my side.
Legal, as a committee, we have listened from morning to the witnesses, and cross-examination which was done across the witnesses which availed themselves today. As a committee, we would like to ask some questions, and I will guide. Some questions we will need yes or no answer, and others will need some bit of explanation. At that point, I will guide. I want to ask the minister or CSM in charge of finance economic planning, in all the charges which is accused of in this motion, some questions that will enable us as a committee to finalize the today's proceedings. In an area he feels he cannot respond, he has liberty to give you an opportunity to interject so that you can respond to this committee. The following question does not belong to me as a chairperson. It's a document which belongs to us as a committee that will enable us to close on these proceedings before we do the final report. Ground number 1 is gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 or any other law. And subground 1 was undermining separation of powers and public participation. We talked about supplementary budget for financial year 2024-2025. And question number 1, Waziri, are you aware that Articles 110, 118, 175, and 196 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 emphasize public participation and the separation of powers? Yes or no? You'll be on record?
Yes.
Question number 2. Do you acknowledge that Section 130 of the PFM Act 2012, as amended by Section 11, subsection 4 and 5 of the CARA 2021, prohibits reallocating and spend county assembly funds to any other purposes? Yes or no?
No.
Number 3. Can you explain to this committee what do you understand the meaning of public participation?
You can skip that question. We just not to answer.
You chose not to answer?
Yeah.
Question number 4. Did you, in the Kitui County Supplementary Budget 1 for the financial 2024-25, reallocate Kenya shillings 133,042,008 shillings from the county assembly's budget? Yes or no?
Yes.
Question 5. Do you agree this reallocation included 100 million meant for constructing the Assembly's office block? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you also agree that reallocation included 33,042,008 shillings for the construction of MCA ward offices? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you conduct public participation for the reallocation of these amounts? Yes or no?
No.
Would you agree that reallocating these funds undermines the County Assembly's financial independence? Yes or no?
No.
Are you aware of Section 125(2) of the PFM Act? What it says?
What does it state here?
Open for me, Section 125, subsection 2. I want to read you, Waziri. Subsection 125, Section 125, subsection 2 of the PFM Act says the following. The County Executive Committee member for finance shall ensure that there is public participation in the budget process.
Budget went through public participation.
So did you oblige, or did you adhere to that regulation?
Yes.
Both the main budget and supplementary budget?
Our traditions here, we have never taken any supplementary for public participation.
The supplementary are never taken for public participation. Number 9. Do you agree that Article 10 and 201 of the Constitution requires accountability and transparency in public finance management? Yes or no?
Yes.
By reallocating these funds without public participation, did you contravene these principles?
No.
We go now to the other subground. Violation of Section 135 of the PFM Act and related regulations. Are you familiar with Section 135 of the PFM Act 2012, which limits supplementary budgets to urgent and foreseen needs? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you also recognize that regulations that 9 subsection 3 and 8 of the PFM Act, County Governments, Regulations 115, prohibits introducing new projects in the supplementary budget without meeting statutory conditions?
Yeah.
Did you include allocations for new projects such as youth forums and football tournaments in the supplementary budget? Yes or no?
Yes, they were there.
Were these projects approved in the original budget for the financial year 2024-2025? Yes or no? I repeat, were these projects approved in the original budget for the financial year 2024-2025?
Pass that one, I got to check.
Yes?
Pass.
I pass.
Yeah.
You decide not to respond?
Yeah.
Can you confirm that the new items included in the budget are not highlighted in the CIDP, CFSP, and NDP planning documents? Yes or no?
I have to confirm.
You have to confirm. Are you able to show where these new projects appear in the CIDP, CFSP, and NDP as required by law?
Same question, same answer.
You'll have to confirm.
Yeah, I have to confirm.
Would you agree that by excluding these projects from the planning documents, they were not subjected to public participation as mandated by the Constitution?
Repeat that question.
Would you agree by excluding these projects from the planning documents, they were not subjected to public participation as mandated by the Constitution?
Chair, let me not answer that one because it is 50-50.
You have decided not to answer?
Can you explain why these projects were included in the supplementary budget without adhering to the requirements of public participation and the sovereignty of the people?
Which ones?
That one requires explanation.
Which ones?
I've asked about the youth forum.
About the youth forum, Chair, I think we are all awake to what happened on 25th.
I want you to get the question first. You understood the question? Can you explain why these projects were included in the supplementary budget without adhering to the requirements of public participation and the sovereignty of the people? Proceed.
Yeah, I'm saying, you know, we talked about something which the chair budget mentioned it as crisis. Not just burying our heads in the sand. On the 25th of June, this country was in crisis, turmoils from the Gen Zs. Let's not pretend that things came to stand still in Kenya. Not even the government of Kitwiti shook the entire Kenya. And you know what happened. And this was a way, awakening way of making our county rethink about the youth. We engaged the youth. It was very necessary to have a mindset change because this was spreading all over. About, and I don't know, it is actually appearing everywhere. Chair, in one of the audios, you are quoted somewhere in Migwani saying that you want the youth tournament, just like the way Governor Wavinya has done. And here you are accusing me of the same tournament. Anyway, I think it was moved because those clips are there. You saying Governor Wavinya has a youth tournament, which starts from Mashinani all the way. But here it is an impeachment point. I think you remember that one very well, Chair. So I think I may not be labor on the youth because eventually budget committee on their own volition, they removed it.
Let me proceed the questions. Do you admit that omission of this project from the key planning documents, ADP, CFSP, and the lack of public participation violates the principles of transparency and accountability, yes or no? Would you agree that the projects such as the youth forum, the one we mentioned, were neither unforeseen nor unavoidable, yes or no?
That one of the youth was unforeseen, yes.
Do you agree that introducing unauthorized expenditures undermines fiscal transparency, yes or no? Do you agree that introducing unauthorized expenditures undermines fiscal transparency, yes or no?
I'm given room by the law to legalize that one. Thank you. So there is no.
No. By reallocating funds earmarked for roads to non-essential projects, did you disregard the expressed priorities of county residents, yes or no?
That is not a question of no, and yes and no. The 266 million went to paying pending bills in roads. So when we talk about diversion, Chair, and especially from you, fairly and very knowledgeable.
Well noted, Chair. Some questions just need very short answers and we proceed. Let me talk about issue on the Kitwasko and Kimwasko.
Chair. Excuse me, Chair.
Just I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Let me move to the issue of reallocation to Kitwasko and Kimwasko of 76 million to pay electricity bill. And this is the question. Is there an MOU between these county corporate entities and the county assemblies? Not county assembly, county executive, county government. Yes or no? Do you have an MOU?
Yes, there.
There's an MOU?
Yeah.
Will they pay back this amount?
Not really MOUs per se. They are owned by the county government.
So just say no or yes. Are there MOUs? No. Will they pay this will they pay back these amounts? Yes or no?
No, this is a subsidy.
No, was it, don't close that mic? What has moved very fast? So the answer is no, they will not pay. Was there public participation in granting this money to the corporate entities? Yes or no?
No.
Was there a supplementary budget for these monies to be given to these corporate entities?
We have not done any supplementary budget since then.
So the answer is no.
Yeah.
Since the MCAs represent the will of the people under Article 1, were they consulted prior to these sums being released to these corporate entities? Yes or no?
Who are consulted?
I will repeat. Since the MCAs represent the will of the people under Article 1, were they consulted prior to these sums being released to these corporate entities? I mean the 76 million, yes or no?
No.
Yeah. There was an issue which touched on personal benefit and conflict of interest. And I want to ask you this question. This is based on the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on bore inspection, which is contained in page 15, paragraph 7 of that report. I want to ask this question. Are you familiar with the Article 75 of the Constitution, Section 8, 9, and 11 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and Section 9 and 12 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003, which prohibit state officers from using their positions for personal gain or conflict of interest? Yes or no?
Yes, Chair.
Did you influence the drilling of bores on your family's land in Miani village?
I'm not aware.
Was this contrary to the approved budget which earmarked these bores for Senda village?
Minister of Water stands the best person to answer that.
That question means yes or no. Was this contrary to the approved budget which earmarked these bores for Senda village?
I don't know.
By prioritizing bores on your family's land, would you agree that you acted in conflict with the public interest? Yes or no?
No.
Can you confirm that the bore in question was drilled on private land, unlike others which were drilled on public land? You may need to explain here.
Sorry?
Can you confirm that the bore in question, the Miani one, was drilled on private land, and like others which were drilled on public lands?
Perhaps you could help me. I can answer that question.
Yes, proceed, Ligo.
Yeah. I think around 3 or 4 witnesses have testified on the issue of the Miani borehole and other boreholes, and it's been confirmed times without a number that rarely is there any borehole on public land. In fact, they did say that almost all boreholes are on private land, including the Miani borehole. So there's nothing special about the Miani borehole. They are all on private land.
Thank you. Fazil, are you aware that the Committee of Agriculture's report provides detailed information on boreholes, including areas with lower water yields where additional bores were not drilled? Yes or no?
What was the question?
Are you aware that the Committee of Agriculture's report provides detailed information on boreholes, including areas with lower water yields where additional boreholes were not drilled?
I'm
yes
not
or no?
privy to that, Minister for Finance.
That is no.
I'm not privy to that.
That is no. Confirm is a no?
Chair,
we move.
Don't put me to
Why was the decision made to proceed with the drilling a borehole on private land despite reports indicating insufficient water yield?
Minister of Agriculture and Water, whatever, answered that.
Would you agree that prioritizing private land for the borehole contradicts the practice of drilling on public land for community benefit?
Chair, we have heard that all the bores, and I've been an MCR, all bores, and most of them are down on the private land.
There was an issue touching on revenue management, Annexure 5, report by the Committee on Finance and Economic Planning, there was a witness who was cross-examined by your legal counsel. And there is a page number 12 and page number 14 referring to trucks ferrying sand and charcoal and sand transporters, etc. Do you acknowledge Article 175B of the Constitution and Sections 157 and 158 of the PFM Act 2012, which mandate transparent revenue management systems? Yes or no? Yes. Have you done any automation of revenue collection or mechanism to avoid flea fringe?
Yes. Mwingi.
There was a question touching on non-compliance with good governance principles and especially on transparency and accountability. Would you agree that misaligned documents reflect poor physical and economic planning? In this case, there was an issue in the motion about CFSP, which is not available. I mean, CIDP from 2023 to 2027 is available. So the question is, do you agree that misaligned documents reflect poor physical and economic planning? Yes or no?
No.
Is it true that submitting budget documents out of sequence violated the principles of transparency and accountability outlined in Article 10, subsection C of the Constitution? We are talking about the lack of CIDP, lack of ADP.
Chair, there is no vacuum, so no.
Do you agree that Article 201 requires prudent and transparent use of public resources? Yes or no?
Yes or no.
Isn't it correct that misaligned budget documents compromised resource allocation and service delivery within the county? Yes or no?
No.
Would you accept that CIDP is essential for fostering integration and alignment of county programs? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is indeed true that your actions undermined the county's long-term strategic development agenda as outlined in the CIDP? Yes or no?
As far as I know, no.
Would you agree that as a CECM for finance, is your duty to provide sound physical and economic guidance? Yes or no?
Correct. Yes.
Is indeed correct that by failing to align planning documents with the CIDP, you failed in this duty? Yes or no?
No.
Would you confirm that the CECM for finance, economic planning and revenue management, you are directly responsible for ensuring that all statutory documents comply with law? Yes or no?
Especially in the finance department. Thank you.
Yes or no? Statutory document in your finance department?
In my department.
Is indeed true that your actions as outlined above violated the provisions of Article 10 and 201 of the Constitution, Section 108 of County Government Act, and Section 117 and 126 of the PFM Act? Yes or no? Did you feel to...
Honorable Chair, I want the Honorable Waziri to be on record. He has switched off the microphone.
Thank you for observation. Honorable Waziri, just ensure that your mic is on. We move fast.
Chair, I think the motion mover,
yes,
he is looking for me, but I'm here. He needs not to go over to you. I'm here. The reason why I'm doing that is because there can be conflict.
Thank you.
So
No. Just put it on. Proceed. Did you fail to implement efficient systems for revenue collection as reported by the Committee on Finance? And there was a witness on that matter. Did you fail to implement efficient systems for revenue collection as reported by the Committee on Finance?
Chair, no, all the systems are fit to go.
Is it true that revenue clerks continue to collect cash at cess barriers contrary to the best practices currently?
Chair, I would want the best practices, then I will answer that question.
I'm asking, is it true that revenue clerks continue to collect cash at cess barriers? Yes or no?
Chair, not as far as I know, so it is a no.
No. Do you agree that these practices have led to significant revenue leakages? And now that you have answered a no, that renders to be relevant to you.
No, Chair, you know, I've moved from 300 to 646. So when I hear leakage and all that.
Let me move now to the ground of incompetence. To the ground of incompetence, there was an issue of non-compliance with the statutory deadlines for submission of statutory documents. Are you aware of Article 174C and Article 196 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which require public participation in governance? Yes or no?
I'm aware of public participation.
Yes.
Yeah. And maybe you can be also let this committee know. The CEC members in Kitui County are under performance contracting. The last results, I was the second CEC. So even issues of incompetence, I don't know what I can say about it. But anyway, it's okay.
Do you acknowledge that Section 133 of Public Finance Management Act 2012 mandates the submission and consideration of finance bills within 90 days after the appropriations bill is passed? Yes or no?
Allow me, Chair, to clarify your question. Could you please ask again?
Do you acknowledge that Section 133 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 mandates the submission and consideration of finance bills within 90 days after the appropriation bill is passed? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Also, yeah, say yes.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Kitui County Assembly Standing Order number 216, which sets procedural templates for assembly matters? Yes or no?
I can be reminded, I can't remember.
Open the Standing Order number 216. Standing Order number 216. Let me remind you, Minister, 216, and this pertains the passage finance bill. Not later than 90 days after passing the appropriation bill, the County Assembly shall consider and approve the finance bill with or without amendment. So my question is, are you familiar with the Kitui County Assembly Standing Order number 216, which sets procedural timeline for assembly matters? Yes or no?
Yes, it is also there in the Public Finance Management Act.
Yeah, and also in Section 133 of PM Act.
Yeah.
We proceed. Is indeed correct that Finance Bill 2022 was submitted on 29th June 2023, almost a year late? Yes or no?
Chair, something, Raida.
Just respond, then you can explain.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Raida?
I'm saying I walked in the office in March.
We proceed.
Yeah.
Did you also submit the Finance Bill 2023 on 21st September 2023 beyond the statutory deadline? Yes or no?
Not beyond, within statutory deadlines. Thank you, Chair.
Similarly, did the Finance Bill 2024 reach the Assembly only on 30th September 2024, violating the requirement on timeline? Yes or no?
I did not violate the timelines. It was within. But Chair, allow me a rider there.
Proceed.
There are dynamics. There are dynamics. Even I think it is just last week when we received the Kara. There are dynamics. Some of the dynamics includes national government having no finance bill. So you should congratulate me. Thank you.
Do you agree that these delays forced the county to rely on outdated revenue collection frameworks? Yes or no?
Sorry?
Do you agree that these delays forced the county to rely on outdated revenue collection frameworks?
Yes, and the chair, again I said there is no vacuum.
So you have said yes. Would you agree that this undermined the county's revenue generation capacity? Yes or no?
No, I've been on an increasing trend. Even I'm accused of giving a target of 900.
Are you aware of the constitutional or legal requirement that the finance bill should be submitted in time for it to be considered by 30 September 2024? Maybe on a yearly basis. Yes or no? Are you aware of the constitutional or legal requirement that the finance bill should be submitted in time for it to be considered by 30th September? Yes or no?
Again, for the 10th time, Honorable Chair, I think the question of when it's supposed to be submitted, I think you've answered that question. Within 90 days from 30th of June.
Legal just use yes or no?
So can you repeat the question, please?
Are you aware of the constitutional or legal requirement that the finance bill should be submitted in time for it to be considered by 30th September?
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's a good question, yes.
Yes. Do you know the statutory timelines the county assembly must adhere to once the finance bill is submitted?
No.
Can you confirm whether the finance bill was submitted in a manner that allowed the county assembly sufficient time to deliberate on it within the required 90 days? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are you aware that when there is no valid finance bill, there is no legal framework to collect taxes for that financial year? Yes or no? Yes?
No.
Can you explain which law or framework was being relied upon to collect taxes after the expiry of the previous finance bill on 30th June?
I have insisted there is no vacuum. Even today, Kenya government does not have a finance bill and they are still collecting taxes.
Would you agree that collecting taxes without a valid finance bill constitutes a violation of the law? Yes or no?
No.
Are you aware that finance bill expires on 30th June of the financial year? Yes or no?
Sorry?
Are you aware that the finance bill expires on 30th June of the financial year?
No.
How do you justify the collection of revenue under an expired finance bill, knowing that such collections may be deemed illegal?
I have not changed the finance bill since I am the Minister of Finance in Kitui County, so they are legal.
Are you aware of the legal requirements that the finance bill should be considered within 90 days of passing the appropriation bill? Yes or no?
Second question, yes, I know.
Do you acknowledge that the late submission of the finance bill impeded the county assembly's ability to deliberate on it within the required time frame? Yes or no?
What did you say? What is the question?
Do you acknowledge that the late submission of the finance bill impeded the county assembly's ability to deliberate on it within the required time frame?
I don't know.
You don't know? There was also a case of a failure to adhere on section 157 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. And I'll proceed to ask you, are you aware that section 157 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 requires a Cecm for finance to personally designate a receiver of revenue in writing? Yes or no?
I'm aware. Yes.
Yes. Did you delegate this authority to the Chief Officer for Finance, Mr. John Macau? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are you aware that this delegation is a direct violation of section 157? Yes or no?
No.
Did you acknowledge that such an authorized delegation created gaps in accountability for revenue management? Yes or no?
No.
Was the designation done in writing before the letter was provided? Yes or no?
Yes.
Would you agree that these gaps have contributed to the significant revenue leakages? Yes or no?
No.
Did you take any steps to address these leakages? Yes or no?
Automation. Yes.
Yes, automation. There was an issue of Auditor General's report for the period ending June 30th, June 28. Do you acknowledge that Section 103 of Public Finance Management Act designates the County Treasury, aided by you, are responsible for revenue collection? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are you aware that Section 109 requires all revenue to be properly deposited into the account revenue fund? Yes or no?
Yes.
Please confirm that 11,395,086 Kenyan shillings in collected revenue as of 30th June 2023 was not accounted for. Yes or no?
That is not a question you can answer yes or no. And you know that, Chair. The matter which is being revolved here has been an unresolved matter from 2021, 2021, 2022, and then 2022, 2023. When I came in the office, I found that matter there, and I am the one who is actually addressing it. Members of the County Assembly should really thank me for collecting this money. Thank you.
Did your office ensure prompt deposit of revenue into the account revenue fund? Yes or no? Did your office ensure prompt deposit of revenue into the account revenue fund?
Yes, we ensure.
Despite budgetary allocations, why has the automation of revenue collection systems not been implemented under your leadership?
Thank you, Chair. Taking to the budget which I brought here, which has areas of automation, Budget and Appropriation Committee removed that money, yet you are telling me to automate, and you remove the money, you take it somewhere else. How am I going to automate?
There was an issue which was touching on lawful submission of memorandum on approval of county fiscal strategy paper, CFSP. As a committee, we had the response that your legal counsel provided on the same. Members, he said it was not a memorandum. That one was well captured. But I want to hear from you. Are you aware of Section 24, Subsection 2B of the County Government Act 2012, which allows the governor to refer a memorandum to the assembly? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm aware.
Did you submit memorandum objecting to the approved CFSP for the financial year 2024-25 financial year?
I've never written a memorandum when I came to Kitui County Government.
So answer yes or no?
You are asking me whether I'm aware?
Let me ask you this question because it's very critical. Did you submit a memorandum objecting to the approved CFSP for 2024-25 financial year?
Chair, no, I did not submit any memorandum.
Thank you. Would you agree that this was an overreach of a legal mandate? Basically because I've said no?
I said no.
Are you aware that this act violated the separation of powers enshrined in the Article 175 of the Constitution?
I said no, Chair.
There was an issue touching on IFMIS uploading, which was cross-examined by your legal. I have a few questions for you. Are you familiar with Article 201 of the Constitution, which mandates openness and accountability in financial management? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you acknowledge that Section 104 of the Public Finance Management Act requires alignment with approved budgets? Yes or no?
Yes.
And this one you can refer to the Hyperion budget printout which was given, and again the confirmation of the control of budget letter dated 30th April 2024. Did you upload the Ministry of Health recurrent budget allocation, Kenya shilling 3,447,994,858 Kenya shillings instead of the approved Kenya shillings 3,467,530,515 Kenya shillings? Yes or no?
Chair.
Was it this is the issue of uploading? Did you approve? Did you upload those figures?
You see, this is a system issue. If
So
system,
the answer is
and we have no
yes or no.
So, what is the question? Whether I uploaded?
Whether you uploaded the Ministry of Health.
What I know, Chair, we did upload the first one, but it was later corrected with the officer. It is not us who do it.
It doesn't matter. Just respond yes or no. Did you upload? Did you upload?
Treasury. It's not me who was uploading, it is National Treasury.
It's National Treasury.
Yeah.
Is it correct that this created a variance of Kenya shillings, 19,535,657 Kenya shillings? Yes or no?
Yes, Chair.
Would you agree that this variance undermines public confidence in the county treasury? Yes or no?
No.
There was an issue which was touched on a realistic county on-source revenue targets, which was dealt by your Lego again. Maybe a few questions. Are you aware that Article 201 of the Constitution requires prudent financial management? Yes or no?
I'm aware.
Do you agree that Section 104 of the Public Finance Management Act obligates effective revenue mobilization? Yes or no?
Yes or no.
Did you propose an increase of Kenya shillings 388,645,941 Kenya shillings in the on-source revenue target for the financial year 2024-2025? Yes or no?
I want to put this matter to rest before I say yes. And I want to clear. My target for this year is 825 million. Just somebody to write that one down. I have 121 million uncollected for an NHIF. That is income. I have another 41 million which we contracted NHIF to provide insurance and they did not. It also comes in as income. So already my target is 825. Very realistic. From 646, correct.
Oh, your answer is yes or no?
You're saying unrealistic, so I'm saying it is realistic.
No, I'm saying, did you propose an increase of 388 million?
No, it is not. It is not. You know, Chair, with that question alone is not correct. Because 126 is earned money, 121 million is earned, 41 million is earned. So now get the 646, get 825 minus 646, and then you give me the difference. That I'm going to say yes and no.
We proceed. Is it true that revenue collection for the first quarter was only Kenya shillings 112,157,307 Kenya shillings? Yes or no?
Yes.
Would you agree that setting unrealistic target jeopardizes physical planning and service delivery?
Correct.
And then there was a ground number 2, abuse of office, which centered on the misuse of public resource with personal gain, which your legal counsel again dealt with in cross-examination. I want to ask you the following questions. Are you aware that Article 73 and Article 75 of the Constitution require integrity and impartiality in public office? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you influence the diversion of the drilling of Miani 001 and Miani 002 balls to your family property? Yes or no?
No.
Is it true that this act deprived the intended beneficiaries in Senda village of a vital community project? Yes or no?
No.
Would you agree that this constitutes a misuse of public resources? Yes or no?
No.
Again, with a lot of respect, Honorable Chair, if I gather your questions are predetermined, they're written.
Council, which one specifically?
Now, if you asked him about whether he influenced the drilling of the borehole in his family land, and then he says no, do you think, with a lot of respect, the subsequent questions are relevant to him?
That is a concern, but he has answered very well. And
because the moment he says no, whatever other questions you've written concerning this matter to me, unless you're trying to drive to what I said in the morning, are predetermined answer to this investigation.
Our legal counsel, I think you're out of order. You remember when you are doing cross-examination, I give you all the ample time, and actually I'm almost through with what I'm trying to do. And maybe for this one to go on record, because it was one of the allegations.
Remember, when you're dealing with an accused person, he is protected by the Constitution.
Legal, just a minute.
Anyway, proceed. I don't want to belabor the point.
Waziri, in the motion, one of the witness said that you receive bribes from contractors. And one of the witnesses said it is in the public domain and there's a lot of outcry from outside. Remember, you were once a member of County Assembly in this August House.
Again, I do not like interjecting, Honorable Chair. The two witnesses you produced, including the motion mover regarding the issue of corruption, both withdrew that claim. I don't see why you're trying to push it.
Legal, you're out of order. The chair is on the floor.
Oh, you're on the floor, but again, we're in a quasi-judicial process.
Just wait. You see where I'm driving, then from there now you can
but the question on corruption was withdrawn by both the motion mover. I want that to go on record, and the other witness you produced on that matter. To bring that issue again now, again confirms to what I said in the morning, that you have a predetermined answer to the proceedings herein. I object to that.
Nico, just switch off your mic. I proceed with what I wanted to ask. The chair is on the floor. Waziri was saying that you were once a member of County Assembly at this August House. And the witness who was giving his witness, maybe submission, he said it's an outcry from outside. He said that he cannot substitute. There was an issue of bullying, and a witness provided an evidence from an extract from the Azan report of a chief officer. What do you have to say on this matter?
Chair,
yes?
Let me take the fifth.
You take the? You take the fifth. Very well noted. Honorable members, as a chairperson of this committee, I've done a bit of cross-examination on the question that I thought deemed fit to maybe assist us to get some information. Do you have anything that you can add to whatever I've just asked?
Honorable Chair, according to me, I think you have covered a lot of the questions. To me, I don't have any question.
Honorable members, allow me to make the following communication before we close these proceedings. That again, I want to go on record that this was a fact-finding mission, and the committee had a right to ask questions on all from the motion and the documents applied by the both parties. And that communication is that I want to be on record that this was an open and a very transparent process. The rules of a fair hearing would be adhered to and to the entire committee when making determination of either substituting or unsubstituting in line with the law, just from the information we have received from the both parties. There was an issue which was raised by the legal about the sufficient notice. I want to be on record and saying that these proceedings are time bound, and we have to appreciate that between the time the motion was served and now there have been around 5 days. There have been 5 days. We note that that time is sufficient, noting that we served the documents to the minister. We deem that one fit. and a reasonable notice. Further, on issue about public participation, I want to be on record and say that this one is a very qualitative and quantitative process, and therefore a report shall be done on public participation and shared, which can be used in submissions on all documents be shared, and none shall be relied on without sharing with accused. In this matter, what I was referring to in the morning is that this proceeding, we had sent a memorandum to the public, and I want to communicate to the council that I've been informed that there is one memorandum by one Mwikya, which shall be looked by the committee on the content as required by the law. Having said that communication, honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to thank you members forming this special committee investigating this matter, to say thank you very much for dedicating yourself throughout the day. I know it has been very hectic. I want to say thank you to the witnesses who came and left, and for that resilience. To the legal counsel representing the minister, you guys, I want to say thank you very much.
I thought you'd allow me a chance to
I'll give you a chance to say something.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Robocha.
I will give you a chance to say something. I want to thank you very much for playing within the rule. We give you adequate time to do your cross-examination to the witnesses which appeared here, including the one which appeared virtually. As a chairperson of this committee, I want to say thank you. To Waziri, thank you for appearing during today's proceedings. These are legal procedures, and the counter simply is doing their own job. Remember, this committee will substantiate or unsubstantiate based on the witnesses and the information provided to us by your legal counsel and by the motion mover, to make sure that there's justice for all parties. I want to thank my legal team representing the counter assembly and the technical bench for providing for many issues, including making sure that these proceedings are they are live streaming, and the people of Kitui County, the people of Kenya in the world can watch. I can tell you for free that during the lunch hour, I was able to check on that platform, and I could see many people who are following these proceedings. That's democracy, and that's how we provide. We avail information to everybody to watch how the proceedings are going through, because it's part of the law. Members of the public in the public gallery, and even who came to the chamber, we want to thank you. I can see my good friend who was also once a member of this county assembly. He has been around here since morning. That is very much commendable of you. We want to say thank you very much. Before I close, I want to ask any member from my committee, before I give you legal to say something, any member from this committee, maybe to say something, and then I throw the ball on the other side. Yes, Peter?
Thank you through the chair. We have been having a very successful exercise, and for me it was a first experience to interrogate such a matter. What I would like to tell Waziri and the legal is a committee is a neutral committee. We are going to have we are going to be justice, to be honesty, and we are going to give a fair report on this. And to Waziri, in the book of Ecclesiastes, the Bible says there is time for everything. This is your time, and we promise we will give the best. I think that's enough, Honorable Chair. And good night in advance.
Any other member? There being no other member, can throw the ball to legal counsel.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, allow me to start by saying that I can't thank you enough for giving us this chance eventually to come with the Honorable Minister. You'll agree with me that there has been a lot of rumor mill on social media and other platforms about what was happening in the county executive, especially the county ministry, the county treasury, the Minister of Finance. And therefore, for you to deem it fit for us to come here and expound on issues was a very good forum for us to get that platform to explain what we consider to be the real issues. When I came in the morning, I was a bit worried about whether we can expect fairness and justice from this committee. I wish to confirm that apart from one or two issues that I felt generally, you've done very well, Honorable Chair. You've exuded the experience of somebody who's been around for a long time, and I really appreciate that. And also, your members have been very calm. I like the energy, because all the while, I think you've been seated, and that is almost well over 12 hours. It shows a lot of energy, a lot of stamina that you have to serve the people of Kitui. I must say, despite our efforts to answer all the questions during the examination in chief, cross-examination, and any other questions, the last bits where there was a format of questions, allow me to say this while you're here, it could also form part of what you're going to do in deciding in your report. It occurred to me that that sort of questioning made, for lack of a better word, nonsense of all the cross-examination we were doing earlier, but I'm not familiar with the procedures for conducting these hearings by the committee. That is a matter for you to consider. But to go straight to the issues that we are faced with today, I want to believe that we've answered all the questions that the Honorable Minister was faced with. The first one being gross violation of the Constitution. There are at least 7 grounds to support that motion. I want you to find that we've done a good job in demonstrating that there was never any violation of the Constitution. Why am I saying this? In all the reading, apart from general statements, I want us to hold the Constitution to the position that it is normally held. It's a very supreme document. You don't just flash it for the sake of it. And I submit very respectively that despite all the effort by the motion mover and his witnesses, I want to urge you to find that there was no gross violation of the Constitution. In competence, again, we've done our best to answer to all the issues. The minister is trying very, very hard to improve the lot of the people of Kitui County economically. What I urge you to do is to support those efforts, but not to undermine them. Very kindly, as you write your reports, we have an interest in the success of this country. I am still guided, and I'm very enamored by the communique that was written by the Honorable Speaker and His Excellency the Governor at your retreat. We want a situation where if there are issues, like I've seen in today's proceedings, what I have observed is that there were just very minor issues of clarifications which could have been sought by way of a simple letter, way of an SMS. That was never done. I would urge you, I'm not speaking as a lawyer, I'm speaking as a son of Kitui County. As we move forward, we find a better way of resolving these issues, because when you have moments like this, they bring unnecessary tension, excitement. It doesn't augur well for development, for harmony, for the people of the county. You stand in a very special position as leaders. I would encourage you, like I tried to encourage the motion mover and honorable member for the Rakanidi. We have a duty to bring people together. We have a duty to find better ways of resolving disputes. the issues that have been raised in today's motion are very minor issues in my view. I say that with respect to the motion mover, which I still believe that they could have been handled in a manner that ensures prosperity for everybody. I do not wish to take so much time. Mine is to again thank you very much. I didn't expect that we would get lunch here. That was very surprising. It was a pleasant surprise. The lunch was wonderful. We enjoyed very much. It's one of the reasons I'm very comfortable even at this hour, because I can assure you if there's no food by this time my mood would be very, very bad. So I'm hoping that it's something you normally do, and please keep doing it. It's a nice gesture. Thank you very much, and again, God bless you as you continue your work, and I'm really hoping that you're going to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Very well. To the motion mover. We listened to you for 1 hour and some minutes. We have heard the submission from the legal representing the minister. What do you have to say to the committee, because you are also a party in these proceedings, actually a key party into these proceedings together with the minister and his team.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mine is to appreciate the committee for listening for me, and for all the members for cooperation they have shown throughout the session. Mine is just to ask the committee to do their own work in their best way. Thank you.
Very well. I don't have very much to say as pertaining to this proceeding. I've heard the legal referring to the communique which was done in Mombasa between the County Assembly and the executive. And how I wish, because I know it was documented, how I wish that you supplied the same to this committee, because it has formed much of your references in your submission. How I wish it was submitted to the committee for us to see the content. Having said that one, to the powers conferred to me as a chair to this committee, I would like to close these proceedings officially and wish all the parties all the best. As the committee, we shall do our work as mandated under the Constitution. Yes? And yes, I'm reminded, and even to the members who are watching today, we want to thank you. You have been good people of Kitui County, good people of this country. Bye-bye, and please enjoy your supper. Thank you very much.